Winter, 1993. 300 miles north of the capital, deep in the mountains. A blizzard raged like a wild beast, roaring as if it wanted to swallow the entire mountain. This place had no name. On the map, it was just a blank space. Only the locals vaguely knew that hidden in a valley stood a private hospital called Renai. On the surface, it claimed to save lives. Beneath the ground, it was a place of horror. 3 floors underground, in a sealed laboratory, everything was frighteningly quiet. Only the cold, steady beeping of a heart monitor broke the silence. The air was thick with the sharp smell of chemicals, mixed with a faint metallic scent that never seemed to fade. It was the smell of blood. A 3-year-old girl, Lin Suisui, curled up in the corner of a ventilation duct. The narrow metal pipe pressed against her thin back, the freezing cold seeping deep into her bones. She wore only an oversized striped hospital gown, printed with her number, S001. Here, she was not seen as a child, not even as a person. She was a backup subject for the Angel Project, a group of scientists' so-called special sample because of her unusual brain patterns. She didn't dare move. She didn't even dare breathe. Her big eyes, which should have been full of light, were now dull and lifeless, fixed on the pale beam of light shining through the grate below. Beneath her was the operating room. On the table lay a small figure, her 5-year-old sister, Lin Nuanyuan. All vital signs stable. Subject number 79 of the Angel Project shows high tolerance, said a man in a white coat, adjusting his glasses as he wrote down data. He wore a mask, hiding most of his face, but his eyes were visible, cold and detached, as if he were looking not at a person, but at an object. Everyone here called him Doctor. Suisui pressed her small hand over her mouth, her nails digging into her skin until it hurt. In that moment, fear broke open the gates of her memory. Just half a year ago, they had still been children with a home. Their father, strong and kind, wore a green police uniform and often lifted her high into the air. Their mother, gentle and smiling, taught her sister how to play the violin. At that time, she was Lin Suisui, not S001. Until that rainy night, when a group of fugitives broke into the warm little house near the border. Gunfire shattered her childhood. Her parents fell, calling out with their last strength, "Nuanyuan, take your sister and run." They ran, but they couldn't escape the darkness. Because the sisters had inherited their parents' extremely rare golden blood, they were captured by traffickers and sold as valuable goods to a cruel place. For the past 6 months, the 5-year-old sister had become what the people in white coats called the perfect donor, repeatedly taken to the operating room in exchange for her younger sister's temporary safety. And Suisui was forced to awaken a harsh gift in this nightmare. She discovered she had a perfect memory. With just one glance, she could remember the doctor's hand movements when entering a password. With one listen, she could recall complex chemical formulas. Even the ventilation map a worker casually drew on the floor was imprinted in her mind like a photograph. It was both a blessing and a curse, her only chance to survive. On the operating table, Nuanyuan was not fully asleep. To keep the donor alive, they used a special drug that stopped her from moving but left her mind awake. She could still feel everything. Her small body trembled uncontrollably from the pain. The doctor put down his notes and picked up a shining surgical knife. Prepare for the next procedure. The buyer is waiting. This golden blood is too rare to waste. Suisui's pupils tightened sharply. Something seemed to explode deep inside her mind. In that instant, her brilliant brain, capable of extraordinary thought, nearly burned out from overload. Chemical formulas, anatomy diagrams, escape routes, survival strategies, countless fragments of knowledge flooded her mind. But in the end, everything froze on her sister's pale face. Just before the knife came down, Nuanyuan, lying on the table, used all her remaining strength to turn her head slightly toward the air vent. She knew her sister was there. That was their final understanding. The warmth in her sister's eyes was fading, the pale light of the lamp reflecting in her pupils. But when she looked toward the dark vent, a faint, gentle light returned to her gaze. It was the look of someone giving all her love and warmth to her sister. Her lips moved slightly. No sound came out, only the shape of the words. Sui Sui understood. The words were, "Live on. Find Qin Xiao." Qin Xiao. Sui Sui remembered that name deeply. It was the name their father had hidden behind the family photo, the only comrade he said could be trusted, the hero who could take on the world. A sharp sound cut through the silence of the operating room. Sui Sui's whole body trembled, as if struck by lightning. Tears welled up, but she forced them back. She couldn't cry. If she cried, they would find her. If they found her, her sister's sacrifice would be in vain. She bit her tongue hard, tasting blood, using the pain to stay calm. 10 minutes later, the operation is complete. Perfect. The doctor took off his gloves and threw them away, sounding pleased, as if he had finished a masterpiece. Dispose of the rest. Burn it completely in furnace now. 3. Yes. 2 assistants stepped forward and carelessly placed the still body into a wooden box used for medical waste. It had once held imported equipment, with the words "fragile" printed on it. How ironic. Her sister truly was broken, beyond repair. The lights in the operating room went out. The doctor and his assistants left, chatting and laughing, the heavy door closing behind them. Only the faint hum of the backup power remained. At that moment, the vent cover was quietly removed. A small figure, light as a ghost, slid down through the duct. At 3.5 years old, Sui Sui was so thin from long-term malnutrition that she looked like a little hairless cat. She walked barefoot, her steps silent. She didn't rush to the wooden box and cry. At that moment, her mind was as calm and precise as a machine. There was 1 minute and 40 seconds left before the next patrol. The incinerator needed 5 minutes to preheat. She had to use that time to take her sister away. Sui Sui walked up to the wooden box. It was large and heavy, holding the only family she had in the world. She reached out her small, frostbitten hand and touched the rough wooden surface. "Sister," she whispered in her heart. "Sui Sui will take you home. Sui Sui will take you to find Qin Xiao. Sui Sui will help you defeat the monsters." She pulled a rusty wire from her pocket, something she had found in a ventilation pipe. It was her only tool, but it was enough. For a child who could read complex circuit diagrams and solve advanced equations in her head, unlocking the latch on the incinerator's conveyor belt took only 3 seconds. Click. A soft sound. The conveyor belt stopped. No alarm went off, because the moment she came down, Sui Sui had already removed the fuse from the alarm system. She used all her strength, even biting the corner of the wooden box with her teeth, and began to drag it. This tiny 3-year-old body burst with impossible strength, born from hatred. The box scraped across the floor, making a harsh sound. Sui Sui's small face turned red, veins standing out on her forehead. Her feet, pressed too hard against the concrete, blistered and broke, leaving a trail of blood behind her. But she didn't feel pain. Half a month ago, a so-called doctor had injected her with a new kind of drug. It dulled her sense of pain. The people who experimented on her had given her this gift for their own cruel convenience. Now, it had become her weapon for revenge. Faster. Just a little faster. Sui Sui kept calculating the time in her mind. 30 seconds left. Dragging the box that was several times her weight, she slowly moved toward the garbage chute in the corner. That passage leads straight to the garbage disposal site behind the mountain. Just as she pushed the wooden box into the passage, the door of the operating room was suddenly thrown open. "I think I just heard something." An assistant returned, sweeping a flashlight beam through the darkness. The light passed over the operating table, empty. Then, across the floor, there was a bright red trail stretching all the way to the garbage chute in the corner. The assistant's face turned pale as he pressed the alarm on his belt. Woo woo. The sharp alarm echoed through the entire underground base. "The waste has been stolen. Seal the exits. Release the dogs." But the only reply was the dull sound of the wooden box sliding down the chute. Thud. It sounded like the gates of the underworld being forced open. the garbage processing room. It was a huge iron shed behind the hospital, open on all sides and as cold as an ice cellar. Rotten food, bloody bandages, and used needles were piled high. The heavy wooden box rolled down the chute and landed hard on a heap of moldy blankets, raising a cloud of dust. Sui followed right after, tumbling out like a rag doll. Ignoring the pain, she crawled toward the box. Thank goodness. The box was still intact. Her sister was still inside. Outside came the sound of hurried footsteps and the fierce barking of dogs. Woof, woof, woof. They were trained wolf dogs, strong enough to crush a person's leg with one bite. Search. Around here. They can't be far. The security captain's shout came through the metal wall, heavy with pressure. Sui hid behind the wooden box, her small body trembling in the cold wind. Fear was instinctive, but at that moment, her mind felt as if it were on fire. The world around her changed. It was no longer a dark garbage room, but a web of lines and data. The memory palace, activated. Sui closed her eyes. 1 second. The hospital layout she had glimpsed through the car window earlier instantly rebuilt itself in her mind. To the left was the wall, 3 meters high, topped with an electric fence. On the right was a cliff, and below it ran the national highway. 3 security guards stood watch at the back door. The only possible escape was through the garbage chute. But with such a heavy box, she couldn't move fast. If she went out like this, the guard dogs would tear her apart. She needed tools. Sui's eyes snapped open, shining brightly in the dark. Her gaze swept over the piles of trash around her. Rusty wire, half a broken plank, a wheelchair with one leg missing, a few discarded 4 tubes. That would do. Her hands moved with incredible speed. Though covered in frostbite and small cuts, they were astonishingly nimble. She lunged toward the broken wheelchair. "Orange?" "No problem." She picked up a sharp stone and struck the joint of the wheelchair's axle with precise, levered blows. Once, twice, click. The wheel came off. The bearing was rusty and squeaked harshly when it turned, but to Sui, it was the perfect part. She took the wheel apart, keeping only the core ball bearing. Next came the planks. She tied 2 broken boards tightly to the bottom of the wooden box with wire. The wire bit into the wood and into her fingers. Blood trickled down her fingertips, slicking the rusty bearing. She fitted the bearing into the groove of the planks and reinforced it with the 4 tubes. A simple, ugly, yet perfectly functional cart was born. The whole process took only 2 minutes. That was genius. That was survival. "Sister, let's go." Sui looped a thick hemp rope she had found around her thin shoulders. The rough rope scraped her neck, breaking the skin. She gritted her teeth, leaned forward, and took a perfect pulling stance. She pulled. Rumble, the heavy box, once impossible to move, began to roll. Slowly, heavily, but it moved. At that moment, someone kicked the garbage room door hard. Bang! The iron door shook violently. "Open up." The dogs caught the scent. "They're inside." Sui didn't look back. She pulled the cart and rushed toward the garbage chute. It was a slope leading straight to the snowy mountain behind. But the chute gate was locked, a heavy industrial lock. She glanced at the keyhole. The structure was simple, a single-row pin lock. From her hair, she took out a paper clip she had hidden long ago, straightened it, and bent one end into a small hook. Her wrist trembled slightly. Click. The lock opened. At that moment, she was no longer a helpless 3-year-old child. She was a top mechanic, a master of escape. Woof. Just as the gate opened, the door of the garbage room burst open. A large black dog, half as tall as a person, charged in, growling, its mouth open as it lunged toward Sui's throat. The security guards followed close behind, their flashlights locking onto the small figure. "There. Catch her." Sui didn't move away. She stood at the edge of the chute, behind her the dark snowy night and the steep mountain slope. The wind and snow rushed into her collar, making her thin hospital gown flap wildly. She looked at the attacking dog, her eyes showing no fear that a 3-year-old should have, only a chilling calmness. She suddenly pulled down the lever. The heavy iron gate crashed down, landing right in the dog's path. The dog yelped in pain as the gate struck its front legs, rolling backward. In the chaos, Suisse grabbed the rope, jumped with the cart, and plunged into the dark, snowy slope. Darn it! She jumped. Go after her. There's a cliff below. She won't survive. Her body slid rapidly over the snow. Weightlessness. Impact. The wooden cart bounced violently, nearly overturning several times, but Suisse held on tightly. Her body rolled like a ball through the snow, hitting tree trunks and rocks. It hurt. Even with dulled senses, the pain made her vision blur. Finally, thud. The cart crashed into an old pine tree and stopped. Suisse was thrown forward by the force, half her body hanging over the edge of the cliff. Below her was a bottomless night. She gasped for air, her breath turning into frost the moment it left her lips. Struggling to get up, the first thing she did was reach for the box. It was still there. The box was wedged between two rocks. One wooden plank had broken off, revealing a corner of pale fabric, but it was mostly intact. Suisse let out a sigh of relief. She tried to stand, only to realize her feet had gone numb. Looking down, she saw that her once fair feet had turned bluish-purple, covered with small cuts from the thorns hidden under the snow. Blood seeped out and froze instantly. She tried to move her toes. No response. Frostbite. Severe frostbite. If she didn't find warmth soon, her feet would be ruined. But behind her, flashlights flickered wildly on the mountaintop, and the barking of dogs grew closer. She couldn't stop. Stopping meant death. Gritting her teeth, Suisse pulled out the red scarf her sister had left her. It was old, with a few loose threads, but it had been her sister's favorite. She tied one end of the scarf to the wooden box and wrapped the other tightly around her waist, binding herself and her sister together. "Sister, don't be afraid," she whispered hoarsely to the box, her breath warm against the cold air. "We made it out. Up ahead is the capital. As long as we reach the capital. As long as we find Qin Shao." She lifted her head and looked toward the dark horizon. That direction led to the capital. And to hope. Dragging her injured leg, step by step, through the stormy night, she began the longest journey of her life. The wind grew stronger. Snowflakes cut against her face like tiny blades, stinging sharply. Suisse didn't know how long she had been walking. All she knew was that the barking behind her never stopped. Those people were professionals. They had hunting dogs, following the scent of blood, chasing her relentlessly. Suisse glanced back. In the snow, there was a deep trail from the box she dragged, and scattered drops of frozen blood. It was the clearest path to follow. At this rate, she would be caught in less than half an hour. She had to think of a way. Suisse stopped and hid behind a rock that blocked the wind. From her pocket, she took out a small, dirty glass bottle. It contained some alcohol-soaked cotton balls she had taken from a pile of discarded medical supplies before escaping the hospital. She also had a handful of dry weeds she had picked by the roadside. It was a wild plant called bitter wormwood. Its smell was so strong that even animals avoided it. Few people knew that when bitter wormwood burned, its smoke mixed with alcohol vapor to create a sharp, sulfur-like gas. For humans, it was just unpleasant. But for police dogs, whose sense of smell was thousands of times stronger, it was unbearable, like a tear gas bomb. She had learned this by secretly listening to the researchers in that dreadful laboratory. Suisse crushed the wormwood, stuffed it into the bottle, and poured in the alcohol. Then she took out a lighter she had found on a dead body. Click. A small flame flickered in the wind and snow. She lit it. Thick yellowish smoke rose from the bottle, carrying a terrible smell. Holding her breath, Suisse placed the bottle beside her footprints. She covered it lightly with snow, leaving only a small hole for the smoke to escape, a simple delay trap. When everything was ready, she didn't dare stay. She pulled her cart and turned off the main path, heading into a narrow, thorn-covered trail. 10 minutes later, She heard sharp barking behind her, followed by sneezing and whining.
Ugh.
What's that smell? The dogs can't track anymore. The angry shouts of the guards echoed faintly. Suesue's tense face finally relaxed a little. Her plan had worked. But the danger wasn't over. She was deep in the wilderness, still 300 miles from the capital. 300 miles. For an adult with a car, it would take only a few days. But for a barefoot 3-year-old child pulling a heavy coffin, it was a road that led to death. Suesue looked down at her feet. They were completely numb. The soles of her feet were already torn, showing the tender red flesh beneath, and in some places, even a hint of white bone. With every step, she left a small red mark on the snow. But she felt no pain. The medicine that dulled her senses had become a strange kind of blessing. Distance, 300 kilometers. Average speed, 2 kilometers per hour. Body temperature, 35.5 degrees and falling. Calorie consumption, dangerously high. Suisse murmured softly to herself. She was calculating. Using her brilliant mind, she was figuring out how long she could keep living. The answer was 0. According to her data model, she would die of hypothermia in 5 hours, or from organ failure in 10. Data is only a reference, she whispered. Her eyes were empty as she looked ahead. She didn't believe in fate. She only believed in her sister.
My sister said.
Qin Xiao is a great hero. My sister said. Qin Xiao can defeat monsters. Those 2 names were the only things keeping her moving. The rope cut into her shoulder, frozen together with her wounds. Every movement pulled painfully at her skin. She was like a tireless ant, dragging a heavy load across the endless snowfield. Dawn was near. The wind and snow had eased a little. At last, Suisse walked out of the mountains and reached an old national road. A thin layer of ice covered the asphalt. Now and then, a few coal trucks roared past, sending waves of freezing air in their wake. Suisse didn't dare step onto the main road. It was too exposed. She could only walk along the drainage ditch by the roadside, where snow and mud made every step uneven. Suddenly, screech. A sharp breaking sound came from ahead. Suisse dropped to the ground, hiding behind her cart, only her wary eyes showing. A black car had stopped by the road. The door opened. 3 men in black coats stepped out. They weren't wearing lab coats, but their cold, emotionless presence was all too familiar. They were the hospital's cleaners. In their hands were long, black objects, tranquilizer guns. The tracker shows it's around here. The man in front looked at the device in his hand and spoke coldly. That kid has a chip in her body. She can't run far. Suesue's heart sank. A chip? She instinctively touched the back of her neck. There was a small, hard bump there.
So,
no matter how far she ran, they could still see her? Despair flooded her like a rising tide. The feeling of suffocation was even stronger than when she hid in the air duct. Was there really no way to escape? Did her sister die for nothing?
No.
Never. Suesue watched as the man walked closer, step by step. Her hand quietly reached under the cart. There, she had hidden a surgical blade she had stolen from the operating room. It was rusty and dull, but still sharp enough to protect herself. If she couldn't run, she would fight. In the eyes of the 3-year-old child flashed a fierce determination far beyond her age. Like a wounded little wolf, she crouched low, ready to strike. Sis, don't be afraid, she whispered in her heart. If I have to die, I'll make sure they pay the price. The footsteps came closer. The crunch of leather shoes on snow sounded like a countdown from death itself. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. The man stopped above the ditch, looking down from above. Suesue gripped the blade tightly, holding her breath. Then rumble. A fully loaded coal truck roared past on the highway, its thunderous noise drowning out everything. The wind and snow it stirred up blinded the man for a moment.
Ugh.
This awful weather. He cursed, covering his face and turning away.
Now.
Suesue didn't rush out to attack. That would have been suicide. Instead, She used the noise and the momentary blind spot to push the cart into a dark culvert deeper in the ditch. It was pitch black and smelled terrible, but it was the only way to survive. She crawled inside, enduring the icy, filthy water, and held her breath. The man turned around and swept the flashlight across the tunnel again. The beam flickered at the entrance, but didn't stop. Strange. Why is the signal cutting in and out? He tapped the device. Maybe there's interference from the power lines nearby, or that kid's temperature dropped too low and the chip went into sleep mode. Let's go. We'll block the road ahead. If she wants to enter the city, she has to pass that checkpoint. The car door closed. The sound of the engine faded into the distance. Sue collapsed into the muddy ground, trembling all over. Not from the cold, but from the narrow escape she had just survived.
She was still alive. For now.
She touched the hard lump on the back of her neck. Her eyes turned cold. She had to remove it. Otherwise, she would never be free. Sue lifted a rusty surgical blade and aimed it at her neck.
No anestesia. No disinfección.
Only the swirling snow and the determination of a 3-year-old who wanted to live.
Qin Shao.
She bit down on her collar and pressed the blade against her skin. Blood stained the white snow. It was the first mark of her fight against a cruel world. Blood. Hot drops fell onto the snow, melting small red holes that quickly froze again. Sue's hands trembled. She could barely hold the rusty blade. A burning pain spread across her neck, as if a hot iron were pressing against her skin. At last, she forced out the tiny black chip, a tracker. In the underground lab of Renai Hospital, every child had one. If she didn't remove it, those people in white coats would find her no matter where she ran. Sue didn't cry or make a sound. She grabbed a handful of dirty snow and pressed it hard against the bleeding wound. The freezing cold numbed the pain instantly. In her mind, her sharp, fast-thinking brain worked furiously, shutting off the pain signals. "I don't hurt," she whispered. Sue doesn't hurt. She still had to take her sister to find Qin Shao. She threw the blood-stained tracker into the mouth of a stray dog passing by and watched as it ran off in the opposite direction with the bloody piece of meat. After doing all this, her vision began to blur. It was a sign of losing too much blood. Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared in the distance. It wasn't a passing truck. It was the deep, powerful sound of a modified off-road vehicle, like a beast searching for its prey. They were here. The hospital's cleaners. Sue knew that sound too well. Every time a child tried to escape, or when there was waste to be dealt with, that kind of vehicle would appear. She glanced at the broken wooden box behind her. Inside, her sister was sleeping deeply. "Don't be afraid, sister. Sue will hide you." Clenching her teeth, her small body burst with surprising strength as she dragged the heavy box toward an abandoned field by the road. At the end of the ridge was a half-collapsed cellar. It used to be a farmer's vegetable storehouse, now long abandoned, its entrance covered by dry weeds. Sue pushed the box inside first, then slipped in herself like a little mouse. The cellar smelled of mold and old fertilizer. Faint light leaked through the cracks in the rotting boards above, forming pale stripes across the darkness. Sue pressed her eyes to the cracks, staring outside. 2 minutes later, a black off-road vehicle stopped by the highway. 2 tall men in black raincoats got out. They wore gas masks and carried tranquilizer guns used for hunting large animals. They were the cleaners. They didn't speak. One of them looked at the dog tracks leading away, then shook his head and pointed toward the field. They had been found. The dog's tracks were too messy to fool professionals. Sue shrank into the corner, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might break her thin ribs. There was no way to run. With her strength now, she couldn't possibly outrun 2 grown men while dragging the box. Since she couldn't escape, a strange, cold light flickered in Sue's once empty eyes. Then get rid of them. She turned around and quickly scanned the narrow cellar. This was her battlefield. In the corner were a few damp, clumped bags of fertilizer labeled ammonium nitrate. Beside them lay a half-empty bottle of toxic pesticide. Overhead, An old wire hung down, its copper strands exposed, dangling above a puddle near the entrance. Her mind went into overdrive. Countless chemical formulas and physical diagrams flashed through her thoughts, forming and breaking apart in seconds. Ammonium nitrate could release heat and gas under certain conditions. The pesticide gave off harmful fumes when it evaporated. Water conducted electricity. If she calculated the right amount and angle, Sui moved. She was no longer the trembling 3-year-old child, but a calm, precise machine of survival. She poured the pesticide into a cracked clay pot, then grabbed a handful of fertilizer and mixed it in carefully. No measuring cup, no scale. Only instinct. It was the intuition she had trained through countless forced experiments in the lab. My sister said chemistry can save lives, she murmured as she stirred, her small face expressionless. But it can also drive away monsters. A faint yellow smoke began to rise, filling the cellar with a sharp, choking smell.
It was a simple homemade gas trap.
Not very strong, but in this closed space, it would be enough to stop someone for a few seconds. A few seconds were all she needed. She placed the pot deep in the shadows of the cellar and hid behind several heavy sacks of moldy grain. Then she picked up the hanging wire. It was still connected to the farmhouse's power switch above. She didn't know if there was electricity, but it was her only chance. She buried the exposed copper ends into the puddle at the entrance. That was the only way in. When everything was ready, Sui gripped the rusty blade hidden in her sleeve. It was cold against her burning wrist. Heavy footsteps sounded above her. Crack. A dry branch broke. Someone was standing on the wooden boards covering the cellar entrance. The light was blocked, and the cellar fell into darkness. There's a hole here. A muffled voice came from above, distorted by a gas mask. That little one must be hiding inside. Be careful. It's a strange creature, very smart, another person warned. No matter how smart, it's still like a 3-year-old kid. What can it do? The voice was full of disdain. Then came a loud bang. The rotten wooden door of the cellar was kicked open by a booted foot. Dust filled the air. A tall shadow appeared at the entrance, standing against the light. He held a tranquilizer gun, its dark barrel aimed deep into the cellar. Sui hid behind a pile of grain sacks and deliberately knocked over a small stone. Clatter. The sound of the rolling stone echoed clearly in the silent cellar. Found you. The cleaner sneered and stepped down. 1 step. 2 steps. His boots sank into a puddle of water.
Now.
Sui counted silently in her mind. 3, 2, 1. The moment his foot touched the water, his body froze. Electric current ran through the puddle and up his body. Zzz. A faint blue spark flickered in the water. But the next second, Sui's heart sank. The cleaner didn't fall. Because the old farmhouse had unstable electricity and his thick rubber-soled boots insulated him, the current only numbed him for a moment. Darn it! Electricity. He cursed, swaying slightly, but managed to stay on his feet. He turned sharply, his eyes behind the foggy mask lenses, locking onto Sui's hiding spot. That look was like someone staring at a helpless insect. So, you can set traps, huh? He grinned coldly and stepped over the puddle. His gloved hand reached out like an iron clamp toward Sui's slender neck. The trap had failed. Before such strength, her simple tricks seemed laughable. Sui stared at the approaching hand, her pupils tightening. The feeling of death was stronger than the damp, moldy air of the cellar. Her hair was yanked hard. A sharp pain tore across her scalp, as if it were being ripped away. Sui was lifted off the ground by the cleaner, dangling in the air like a helpless bird. Her feet kicked wildly. Cough. Cough. Her throat was squeezed tight, and the air in her lungs was forced out in an instant. In front of her was that terrifying gas mask. The breathing valve hissed like a snake ready to strike. Run? Why don't you run now? The cleaner held her up to his face. Behind the mask, his cloudy eyes gleamed with cruel amusement. You made me search for so long. When we get back, I'll make sure you can't run again. They only need your head in good shape anyway. He raised a syringe, its needle glinting coldly, aiming for her neck. Sue didn't cry.
She didn't beg.
She struggled fiercely in the air, like a trapped animal. But her bloodshot eyes were fixed on the cleaner's wrist. There, between the glove and the sleeve, was a small gap. A patch of bare skin. Beneath it, a faint pulse beat steadily. That was the weak point. If she could cut it just once, it would be over in seconds. Sue stopped struggling. Her body suddenly went limp, as if she had given up. The cleaner thought she had fainted. His guard dropped for a moment, and the hand holding the syringe moved closer. That moment was enough. Sue's wrist twisted at an odd angle. From her sleeve, a rusty surgical blade flashed out like a silver snake. A faint sound followed. The blade had struck true. The cleaner didn't even feel pain at first, only a sudden chill on his wrist. Then, a warm liquid sprayed across his mask.
Red. Bright.
It was blood. The delayed pain finally reached his mind, and the cleaner let out a sharp, miserable scream. He instinctively loosened his grip. Sue fell from midair, hitting the ground hard. Her knees struck the gravel, instantly scraped and bleeding, but she didn't have time to care. She rolled quickly, like a nimble cat, and hid behind a pile of moldy grain sacks. The cleaner clutched his wrist, blood pouring through his fingers uncontrollably. "You little brat. I'll get you for this." He drew the knife from his belt and charged at her like a madman. But he forgot he was standing in the deepest part of the cellar. And the spot where Sue had rolled to was the support point for the pile of grain sacks above. There was a rotten wooden stick there. Sue gathered all her strength and kicked the stick hard. Boom! Hundreds of pounds of moldy grain sacks lost their support and collapsed like a small mountain. The cleaner was halfway through his charge when the heavy sacks crashed down on his back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, pinned to the ground, half his body pressed beside a broken jar filled with chemicals. The jar shattered. Thick chemical fumes burst out, surrounding him completely. The gas that had failed to work earlier now became deadly. Although he wore a gas mask, its filter was already worn out, and the homemade gas was extremely corrosive. Cough. Cough. He coughed violently, struggling to push the sacks off his body. But the loss of blood and the poison attacking his nerves made his limbs twitch uncontrollably. Sue got up from the ground. Covered in dust, with streaks of his blood on her face, she looked like a small demon risen from the dark. She didn't look back at the man still struggling. She walked to the cellar entrance and pushed the heavy wooden cover with effort.
Bang!
The cover closed. The last bit of light in the cellar disappeared. Sue dragged over several large stones and pressed them firmly on top. A dull thudding sound came from beneath the cellar, the man's final struggle before death. Then came a chilling scream. "Let me out."
Help.
The voice grew weaker and weaker until it vanished completely. The wind and snow still howled outside. The world was covered in white, as if nothing had ever happened. Sue leaned against a rock, gasping for breath. Her hands trembled violently, and the blood-stained scalpel slipped from her grasp into the snow. She gagged, overcome by nausea, and bent over, retching painfully. Her stomach was empty. Only bitter bile came out. It was the first time she had ever taken a life. She had ended the life of a real person. Even though he was a bad man, the feeling of the blade cutting into flesh, the warmth of the blood, it all clung to her like a nightmare. She was a genius, but she was only 3 years old. Her body trembled with fear and rejection. Yet in that moment, her eyes changed completely. The innocence and clarity of a child shattered, replaced by a cold, determined stillness. If she hadn't done it, her sister would have been taken away. If she hadn't done it, she would have died. In this world, no one would protect her, except herself. Sue wiped the blood from her hands with snow, then stuffed a handful into her mouth to calm her churning stomach. She stood up and walked to the broken wooden box.
"Sister."
She reached out her small, frost-bitten hand and gently touched the box. "One bad man is gone. There's still one outside, but I'll take you away." She grabbed the rope that had cut deep into her shoulder. Creak. The simple cart began to move again. The snowstorm grew stronger. Sue looked down at her feet. The rags wrapped around them were long torn apart, and her soles were covered in blood, leaving red footprints in the snow. Did it hurt? She could no longer feel it. A fever began to rise, her head heavy and dizzy, her vision blurring as the road ahead twisted and swayed.
Still.
280 miles left. She silently repeated the number in her mind. That was the distance between life and death. She couldn't fall. Qin Xiao was still waiting for her in the capital. The great hero her sister spoke of must be waiting for her. The small figure, dragging a huge coffin, disappeared once again into the swirling snow. Darkness came and went. Light returned, then faded again. Sue didn't know how long she had been walking. Her mind had gone blank. Only the mechanical rhythm remained, step, pull, until everything went black, and the world spun around her. She collapsed into a snowdrift by the roadside, and didn't get up again. When she woke again, Sue felt a wave of warmth around her. Not the gentle warmth of a heated room, but a dry, smoky heat. She opened her eyes suddenly, her body springing up in defense. Hiss! The sudden movement pulled at her wounds, making her gasp in pain. She found herself lying on a pile of dry grass, covered with an old, dark military coat. It was a low, earthen hut, drafty and rough, with piles of plastic bottles and cardboard in the corners. In the middle of the room, a small fire burned. On top of it sat a blackened tin can, bubbling with something inside. An old man with gray hair and worn clothes crouched by the fire, stirring it with a stick. Hearing her move, he turned around. His face was full of wrinkles, rough like old bark, but his eyes were gentle and kind. When he saw Sue awake, he smiled, showing a few missing yellow teeth.
Abba.
He pointed at the can, then at her, and made a gesture of eating. A mute. Sue shrank back into the corner, gripping the sharpened stone hidden in her sleeve tightly. Her eyes quickly scanned the room. The next moment, her pupils tightened. The box. Her wooden box. Not far from the fire, the old wooden box holding her sister's body lay quietly on the ground. The mute old man seemed to notice her gaze. He stood up, walked to the box, and reached out to touch the lid. He was simply curious. He wanted to see what treasure this little girl was guarding with her life. Roar. Just as his hand was about to touch the box, Sue suddenly let out a sound that didn't seem human. Like a fired cannonball, she rushed forward without hesitation. Don't touch it. Her voice was hoarse and broken, like a torn bellows, filled with pain and fear. She bit the old man's hand hard and refused to let go, as if she wanted to tear the skin apart. Her eyes were wild, full of desperate fury. No one could touch her sister. Anyone who tried would pay the price. The old man trembled in pain, but he didn't push her away or hit her. He just stared blankly at the trembling little girl clinging to his hand. In her eyes, he saw not only anger, but a deeper fear, an unyielding need to protect what she loved. The old man sighed softly. He slowly raised his other hand and gently patted Sue's back. His movements were clumsy but gentle, like calming a frightened kitten. Then he stepped back, raised both hands to show he meant no harm, and promised silently that he wouldn't touch the box again. Only then did Sue release her bite. A deep mark of teeth was left on the back of his hand. She stood in front of the box, chest heaving, still glaring at him with fierce eyes. The old man gave a bitter smile, turned back to the fire, and poured a bowl of hot water from a tin can. He took out a frozen black bun from his coat, softened it in the water, and pushed the bowl toward Sue. Then he squatted by the doorway, turning his back to her, as if to say, "I won't look.
Eat.
I won't take it from you." Sue stared at the steaming bowl. Her stomach growled loudly. After a long hesitation, seeing that the old man didn't turn around, she finally picked up the bowl and devoured the food hungrily. That was the most delicious meal she had ever eaten in her life. For the next 2 days, Sui Sui stayed in the shabby little hut. Her foot injury was too serious for her to walk. The mute old man was a scavenger, kind-hearted to the point of being a little foolish. Every day, he left early and came back late, collecting scraps from nearby villages and garbage piles. He traded them for a bit of food, which he cooked for Sui Sui, while he himself only chewed on tree bark and wilted leaves. He never asked where Sui Sui came from, nor what was inside the box she carried. He simply found some old rubber tire pieces, sat by the door, and carefully repaired the wheels of her cart, one stitch at a time. Sui Sui sat beside him, watching. She watched his rough hands strengthen the worn-out bearings and wrap the wheels with rubber so they would roll more quietly and easily. At that moment, Sui Sui's cold heart felt a faint warmth for the first time in a long while. She thought of her father. He used to sit in the yard and fix her toy cars just like that.
Grandpa.
She called out softly in her heart. But that warmth was fragile, like a soap bubble that could burst at any moment. On the third evening, the mute old man came back looking very upset. As soon as he entered, he grabbed Sui Sui's hand, pointed toward the road outside, and made anxious sounds, waving his hands to tell her to leave quickly. Sui Sui didn't understand sign language, but she could see the fear in his eyes. Just then, the loudspeaker at the entrance of the village crackled to life. After a burst of static, a man's voice echoed through the village. "Attention, villagers, attention. According to higher authorities, a dangerous child with a severe mental illness has escaped from Renai Hospital. Description: about 3 years old, a girl with short hair, dragging a large wooden box. This child is considered highly aggressive and may be carrying dangerous items. Anyone who provides information will receive a reward of
5,000 yuan.
5,000 yuan. In a time when most people earned only a few hundred a month, that was a fortune. Sui Sui's face turned pale. They had found her. The power of the Renai Hospital was even greater than she had imagined. They could even use the village broadcast to help them catch people. Grandpa, who couldn't speak, was sweating anxiously. He stuffed a few steamed buns he had saved over the past few days into Sui Sui's arms and pushed her toward the small path behind the mountain. He knew this child wasn't crazy. A truly mad person wouldn't have such clear and sorrowful eyes. But it was already too late. Outside the shabby hut came a few teasing whistles. "Lizzie, are you sure you saw it?" "Of course. I saw that mute old man bring back a little girl, dragging a box, exactly like the one mentioned in the broadcast."
Wow, 5,000 yuan.
"That's enough for us to drink for a whole year." Footsteps grew louder, closing in on the hut. It was Lizzie, the notorious troublemaker from the neighboring house. Through the torn paper window, Sui Sui saw several figures moving, holding sticks and ropes. Their greedy eyes glowed green in the dark, like wolves. Sui Sui gripped the small, freshly sharpened surgical blade in her hand. She looked at Grandpa, then at the wooden box behind her. The brief peace was over. Hell had opened its doors again.
Bang!
The rickety wooden door was kicked open with a loud crash. Cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed into the narrow, once warm hut. Along with the wind came the strong, unpleasant smell of cheap liquor. Lizzie wore a tattered military coat, probably stolen, and held a thick wooden stick. His face was flushed, partly from alcohol, partly from greed twisting his features. Behind him followed 3 other rough-looking men, holding ropes and flashlights. The harsh beam of light swept across the dim hut, finally stopping on the broken wooden box and the small figure beside it. "Well, look at that, there really is a kid." Lizzie grinned, showing his yellow teeth, smiling like a hyena that had found its prey.
5,000 yuan.
"That's a walking pile of money." Sui Sui didn't move. She stood there like a small animal cornered at the edge of a cliff, her back pressed tightly against the cold wooden box. In those overly large eyes, made so by long-term malnutrition, there was none of the fear or crying you would expect from a normal 3-year-old. Only emptiness. A coldness even deeper than the snowstorm outside. Her right hand was hidden behind her back, tightly gripping a small blade, her knuckles turning white from the force. The precise computer in her mind began to work quickly. 4 enemies, all adult men, each weighing around 70 kilograms or more. Their weapons wooden sticks. And she, 3.5 years old, weighing less than 10 kilograms, severely malnourished, with an injured left foot. Chance of winning, 0%. Chance of escape, 0.01%. The mute grandfather suddenly rushed forward. The old man, who usually couldn't even stand straight and only smiled foolishly when bullied, now looked like an angry old lion. He spread his thin arms wide, blocking the child behind him, letting out a rough, hoarse roar. He was trying to drive them away, with the only thing he had, his life. "Old man, get out of the way!" One of the thugs shouted impatiently, raising his stick high. A dull thud. The stick struck the old man's forehead hard. Blood burst out instantly, running down the deep lines of his face and covering one of his eyes. He swayed but did not fall. He grabbed the thug's clothes tightly, gasping for breath like a broken bellows, and turned his head with great effort, waving at the little girl. She understood the gesture.
Go. Run.
Useless old fool. Another man rushed forward and kicked the old man in the stomach. The frail body flew backward like a rag doll, hitting the wall hard. He coughed up blood. "Grandpa." The girl opened her mouth, but no sound came out, only a sharp pain in her throat. In her once empty eyes, a red light began to burn. It was the same look she had when she saw her sister taken away in the laboratory. A look filled with unforgettable hatred. "Hey, little girl, don't be scared. Come with us. We'll take you somewhere nice." The man stepped over the old grandfather's body, rubbing his hands as he moved closer to her. Greed almost overflowed from his eyes. This wasn't a child, it was stacks of money in his eyes. Suesue stared at the dirty hand reaching toward her. Distance, 0.5 meter. Wind direction, southeast. Inside the shabby hut, a kerosene lamp, a pile of dry grass for warmth, and half a bucket of leftover engine oil from fixing a wheel. That was enough. If the underworld wouldn't take these monsters, then she would turn the world into a place of punishment. Just as the man's hand was about to touch her collar, Suesue moved. She didn't step back. Instead, she suddenly lunged forward. Her small body shot out like a cannonball, not toward the man, but toward the shaky wooden shelf beside him. Crash. The shelf collapsed. The kerosene lamp fell and shattered, glass scattering across the floor. As the flame burst out, Suesue kicked over the bucket of waste oil with all her strength. The black oil spilled and met the fire in an instant. Whoosh! The flames came alive like a waking serpent, racing along the oil and devouring the dry grass. Inside the small hut, the temperature soared. Fire! It's on fire! She's lost her mind. The gangsters panicked. The fire spread fast. The dry straw and old wood fed it eagerly, and thick smoke filled the air. The man coughed hard, trying to back away.
Now.
Suesue crouched low, using her small size to slip through the smoke near the ground. She didn't run. She rushed to the cart. The wheel her grandfather had just repaired was still warm from his hands. To keep it from slipping, he had nailed several sharp iron spikes into the rim. Suesue grabbed one end of the cart and used all her strength to lift it like a lever. Her goal wasn't escape. It was justice. With a silent cry, she swung the heavy, spiked wheel down onto the man's foot. Crack! The sound of breaking bone cut sharply through the roar of the fire. A scream followed, echoing through the burning hut. Erlai let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, clutching his foot as he fell to the ground, rolling in pain. The row of iron nails, pressed down by the weight of the cart, had pierced right through his foot. Blood quickly stained the ground. My foot! My foot is ruined! Catch her! Don't let her get away! Erlai shouted in agony, his face twisted with pain. The other 3 thugs were stunned by the sudden turn of events, their eyes stinging from the thick smoke. In the chaos, Suesue dropped the cart and ran toward the corner of the wall. There, her grandfather was struggling to get up. Flames were already licking the beams, and the crackling sound of burning wood filled the air.
Go.
Suesue grabbed her grandfather's arm and tried with all her strength to pull him out. But she was too small. Even with her sharp mind and strong will, the laws of strength were cruel. A body weighing only 20 pounds couldn't move an old man weighing 120. Sweat poured down her face, and tears mixed with ash, leaving 2 clear streaks on her cheeks. She tied the rope tightly around her waist, braced her feet against the ground, and pulled with all her might. Just a little movement, just a little would be enough.
Boom.
A burning beam crashed down, blocking half of the doorway. The fire raged wildly in the small space, as if determined to turn everything, good and evil alike, into ashes. Grandfather looked at the little girl struggling to save him. He saw her blistered hands, her smoke-reddened eyes, still full of stubborn determination. On his blood-streaked face, a faint smile appeared. It was the kindest, yet saddest smile Sway had ever seen. He knew neither of them could make it out. The child carried too much pain already. She had come so far, dragging that box with her. She couldn't die here. Suddenly, the old man gathered the last of his strength. He broke free from Sway's grasp and, with his rough hands, gave her a hard push.
Ah!
Caught off guard, Sway tumbled backward, rolling out of the burning doorway and into the freezing snow. At that moment, crack, boom, the main beam, long since rotten and weak, finally gave way under the flames and collapsed with a crash. The thin, stooped figure did not run outside. Instead, he turned around and used his back to hold up the falling beam, blocking the thugs who were trying to rush out and catch Sway. The fire swallowed him in an instant. In that final moment, through the wall of flames, Sway saw her grandfather turn his head one last time. His hair was already burning, his face covered in burns, but his eyes still shone brightly. He raised his charred hand and made a gesture toward her. It was the same gesture he had shown her many times over the past few days, his index and middle fingers moving like running legs.
Run.
No. Sway fell to the snowy ground, her mouth open in a silent scream that tore at her heart. Her throat felt as if she had swallowed a burning blade. It hurt. It hurt more than any pain she had ever known. The man who fixed her cart, cooked sweet potatoes for her, and smiled kindly though he could not speak, he was gone. Even the shabby little hut, her only shelter in the cold winter, had turned to ashes in the fire. Catch that kid. Don't let her get away. From within the flames came the furious shouts and coughing of Early and his gang. They were still alive. Sway bit her lip until she tasted blood. She couldn't cry. Tears wouldn't save anyone. Tears would only blur her vision and hide the path to escape. She pushed herself up from the snow, ran to the side, and grabbed the rope of the cart, burned black but still strong. The box was still outside. That was the chance her grandfather had given his life to protect. Sway looked one last time at the blazing fire. She would carve this moment into her memory, into her very bones. Every person who had hurt her, who had hurt those she cared about, she would never forgive them. I swear, she said in her heart, word by word, to the sky filled with fire. Her voice was young, but it carried a chilling determination. She turned and ran, pulling the cart. The small, thin figure dragged the heavy coffin once again into the endless darkness and swirling snow. Behind her, the great fire lit up half the sky. It looked like a grand funeral, or perhaps the beginning of revenge. The wind had stopped, but that was not a good thing. Without the sound of the wind, the wasteland was so quiet it made one uneasy. This was a deserted area, still 280 miles from the capital. No villages, no smoke from cooking fires, only endless dry grass and white snow. Sway had been walking for 3 days. In those 3 days, she hadn't eaten a single bite. The 2 roasted sweet potatoes the mute old man had stuffed into her pocket were gone on the first day. At first, hunger was a sharp pain, as if a hand were clawing wildly inside her stomach. But now, the pain was gone. In its place was a light, empty feeling. Her body no longer seemed to belong to her. Each step felt like stepping on cotton, soft, weak, and powerless. Distance to the capital.
Still.
265 miles. Sue repeated the numbers, silently in her mind. It was the only way to stay awake. Her brain was like a precise machine, but now it was flashing a red low-power warning. Blood sugar too low. Body temperature 36.2 degrees and falling. Muscles breaking down for energy. Vision starting to blur. Sue. In the white snow ahead, a few familiar figures appeared. Leading them was her sister, wearing a red dress and holding a big lollipop. Behind her stood two others. The tall man in a dark blue uniform had broad shoulders that seemed strong enough to hold up the sky. He smiled warmly and opened his hands that always carried a faint scent of tobacco. Beside him, a gentle woman in an apron held a plate of steaming dumplings, the warmest image in Sue's memory.
Dad. Mom.
A spark of life suddenly lit up in Sue's once empty eyes, and tears welled up instantly. It was a scene she didn't even dare to dream about. In her memories, her father was always busy, always on missions at the border. But every time he came home, he would rub his stubbly chin against her cheek, lift her high into the air, and laugh. "This is my daughter, Lindsong's girl. She'll definitely be a scientist one day." Her mother would smile and scold him gently while knitting a little sweater that wasn't finished yet, one she was making for her to wear in winter. Now they were both there, both smiling at her. Her father called out, Sue, come here. Daddy will give you a horse ride." Her mother waved, Sue, come eat dumplings. "They're your favorite shrimp ones. I just made them." It smelled so good, so warm and familiar. Even through the wind and snow, Sue could almost smell the scent of home. It was the paradise she had imagined countless times while trapped in that dark, damp basement, listening to her sister's cries from the operating table. On her dirty little face, Sue forced a stiff, trembling smile.
Dad. Mom.
She opened her dry, cracked lips and whispered weakly, Sue misses you so much. It hurts so much." She let go of the rope, pulling the cart. Stumbling, she ran toward the family in front of her. If she could just reach her father's arms, she wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. Her father was a police officer, the bravest man in the world. If she could just reach her mother, she would never be hungry again. Her mother's cooking was the best in the world. Closer and closer. Sue stretched out her small, frost-bitten hand, trying to grab the corner of her father's coat. Thud! The ground gave way beneath her. There was no warm embrace, no steaming dumplings. She fell heavily into a snow-covered pit. The icy snow slipped down her neck, the freezing cold washing away the beautiful illusion in an instant. Her father was gone. Her mother was gone. Her sister was gone. All that remained was the gray sky and a few dead weeds trembling in the wind.
Woo.
Lying in the snow, Sue let out a soft, broken cry like a lost little animal. With shaking hands, she reached into her pocket and took out a photo carefully wrapped in plastic. The photo was soaked with blood and sweat, its edges curled and yellowed. It was the one her sister had given her before she died, their last memory together. In the picture, young Qin Xiao stood in the middle, with their smiling parents beside him. Liars. All liars. Sue rubbed her frostbitten face gently against the cold image, tears falling heavily onto it. Mom and Dad are big liars. You promised to come back for my birthday. Why didn't you take me with you? It's so cold here, really so cold. A deep exhaustion washed over her. Maybe she could just sleep here. If she fell asleep, she could see her parents again. Dad would tell her stories, and Mom would hum songs to her. Her eyelids grew heavier, as if filled with lead. Just as her mind was about to sink into darkness, her fingers touched something hard and cold. It was the wooden shaft of a cart. The rough splinters pricked her small fingers, bringing a faint sting. That pain was like lightning, cutting through the fog in her mind.
No.
She couldn't sleep. Dad had said he gave his life to protect everyone. He was a hero. Before her sister passed, she had told her, Sue, you must live. Find Uncle Qin and tell him the truth. If she died here, Her sister's body would remain in this empty snow pit, left for wild animals. The people who had hurt her parents and sister were still living comfortably, drinking wine in tall buildings, using their tools to harm other children.
No.
Sue's eyes snapped open. She bit her tongue hard. The taste of iron spread in her mouth, waking her numb senses. She struggled to climb out of the snow pit and press the photo close to her chest, where it was warmest. Mom and Dad are watching me. Sue can't give up. Hungry. So hungry. Every cell in her body screamed for energy. She looked around. By the roadside, half a flattened piece of bread lay in the snow. It was covered in black soot and dirt, hard as a stone. It was trash thrown away by a passing truck driver. But in Sue's eyes now, it was life-saving medicine. She crawled over and picked up the dirty piece of steamed bun skin. Without hesitation, she put it straight into her mouth. It was hard. It hurt her teeth. She couldn't bite through it. So she held it in her mouth, using her body's warmth to soften it, swallowing the dough mixed with coal dust bit by bit. There was no smell of shrimp dumplings, only bitterness and the taste of dirt. Her stomach cramped. Sue held her belly, gagged twice, but forced herself to swallow the sourness rising in her throat. This was energy. This was the fuel to stay alive. That piece of bun skin could give her about 50 calories, enough to keep her walking for another few miles. Sue grabbed the rope of the cart again. The rough hemp rope had long torn her clothes at the shoulder. It cut into her skin, the wound scabbed, then tore open again, sticking to her clothes in the cold. Every movement brought sharp pain. But the pain kept her awake. It reminded her she was still alive.
Go.
She lowered her head, like a stubborn young calf, dragging the coffin that weighed several times more than she did, step by step forward. 1 step, 2 steps. One of her shoes had been lost long ago. The other was worn through. Her bare feet pressed into the snow, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. Soon new snowflakes covered them, just like the world trying to hide all its sins. The sky grew darker. The wind rose again. This time, it carried a sharp, whistling sound, like countless lost souls crying. The cart creaked under the weight. The wheel, made from an old bearing, had survived fire, collisions, and hundreds of miles of wear, but now it reached its limit.
Crack.
A sharp metallic snap broke the silence. The cart tilted sharply to the left. Rusty steel balls scattered across the ground, rolling into the snow and disappearing. The heavy cart flipped over, crashing hard in the middle of the road.
Bang.
The wooden box hit the ground with a deep, heavy thud. Sue was suddenly pulled away by the rope and fell onto the hard ice surface. Her knees were scraped, and her palms were cut. But she didn't care about the pain. She looked back in fear at the wooden box. That was her sister. Did she get hurt? Did she fall apart? She used her hands and feet to crawl over, trying to lift the box. But the box was too heavy. Without wheels, and with her body barely able to move, she couldn't push it at all. Despair overwhelmed her. A wave of hopelessness swept over her. Is this the end? They were still so far from the city. She really couldn't move anymore. Dad, Mom, can you see? Sue really tried her best. Just as Sue held the box and tears silently fell, 2 bright lights suddenly tore through the darkness from afar. It was the headlights of a vehicle. Next came the roar of an engine. The sound was deep and strong, unlike those old coal trucks. Sue looked up, squinting at the bright light. It was a military green Jeep. The front of the car bore a symbol she had seen countless times in her dreams. Was that a military vehicle? Was it here to pick up her sister? A pair of shiny black military boots stepped onto the snow. A young man got out, dressed in a neat military uniform. The stars on his shoulders reflected a cold, hard light under the car's headlights. But he was not Qin Xiao. Sue had seen photos of Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's uncle was tall, with thick eyebrows and a cheerful smile. The man in front of her was too young, with furrowed brows and a look of impatience.
Who was he?
No matter who he was, anyone wearing this uniform must know Qin Xiao's uncle. Sway struggled to get up from the ground. Her legs were frozen stiff, and the wound on her knee had long stuck to her pants. Every movement tore at her skin. But she still stood up. Like a fragile, trembling scarecrow, she blocked the road, standing in front of the jeep that symbolized hope. Where did this wild kid come from? The young officer, Zhao Gang, Qin Zhao's deputy, frowned as he looked at the dirty, unrecognizable, little thing in front of him. She was too dirty. Her hair was messy like dry grass, her face covered in dirt and blood, and her thin, torn hospital gown was unrecognizable. Most noticeable was the broken wooden box behind her. It looked like a coffin. Meeting such an object in the wilderness at night was really unlucky. Go away, go play somewhere else, don't block the way. Zhao Gang waved his hand, as if shooing away an annoying fly. The commander was waiting behind with the convoy. If they delayed reporting to the capital, he couldn't afford the consequences. Sway didn't move. She stared hard into Zhao Gang's eyes, opened her mouth, trying to say that name. Qin. But she couldn't make a sound. Because of her high fever, her vocal cords were severely swollen, and she could only produce a raspy ah
sound.
It was a scream worse than silence. Zhao Gang's dislike grew even more. Is she mute? He clicked his tongue, took out his wallet, and pulled out a 10-yuan bill. In this era, 10 yuan could buy many meat buns. All right, you're just causing trouble for the military vehicle. Not brave at all. Zhao Gang casually crumpled the bill and threw it into the snow at Sway's feet. Take this and buy some food. Move aside quickly. The banknote rolled twice on the snow and stopped next to Sway's bare, purple-tinged little foot. Sway didn't even glance at the money. She is not a beggar. She is the daughter of a martyr. She came to find someone. She stubbornly stretched out her frostbitten hand, pointed to her throat, then to the jeep behind her. Her eyes were filled with urgent desperation. Take me away. Please take me away. My sister is in the box. She is golden blood. She is proof. I know the secret of Renai Hospital. I know many things, but all these words churned inside her stomach, unable to be spoken. Only her huge, frightening eyes locked onto Zhao Gang, full of pleading and despair that threatened to overflow. Hey, you little brat, you still have energy, huh? Zhao Gang felt uneasy under that gaze. But he didn't have time to figure out what the beggar's eyes meant. He only knew the road ahead was blocked, and the car couldn't go through. Refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty wine. Zhao Gang stepped forward quickly, his gloved hand reaching toward the troublesome wooden box in the middle of the road. That was her sister. Don't touch, she roared inwardly, her body reacting faster than her mind, and she lunged at the box. Like a mother animal protecting her young, she pressed her small body down on the lid. Her originally pleading eyes suddenly turned fierce and aggressive. She opened her mouth, revealing 2 rows of blood-stained little teeth, and was about to bite Zhao Gang's hand. Oh my gosh, Zhao Gang was startled, instinctively pulling back his hand, then furious and embarrassed. Still a crazy dog, he lost his last patience. This was in the countryside, where no one would see a soldier arguing with a little beggar. He lifted his foot, and his heavy military boot kicked hard against the side of the box. Get out of the way. Bang. A dull sound. A huge impact was felt. Sway couldn't withstand such force. Both she and the box were kicked flying. There was a drainage ditch by the roadside. It wasn't deep, but full of rocks and snow. The wooden box rolled down the slope. Sway's small body tumbled several times in the snow, her head hitting a rock hard, and everything went dark. Ungrateful. Zhao Gang brushed the snow off his pants without even glancing at the bottom of the ditch. He turned and got into the car, closing the door. Vroom. The engine roared back to life. 2 bright headlights cut through the darkness, ruthlessly shining on Sway and rushing toward the distant city. It was a light of hope. And also a light of despair. Sway lay at the bottom of the icy ditch, her ears buzzing. She tried to open her eyes, her vision blurry, watching the taillights of the jeep.
Red, like blood.
That was her father's comrade's car. That was the organization she desperately wanted to find.
But
They left. They kicked her into the ditch like trash. Ah. Sway Sway opened her mouth, crying silently. Tears flowed into her mouth, bitter and sour.
why?
Why didn't they listen to me? Why didn't they look at me?
I am Sui Sui.
I am Lind Song's daughter. The taillights finally disappeared into the vast night. The world returned to silence. Only the wind and snow continued. Sway Sway lay in the snow for a long time. Until her body nearly froze into ice, she moved. The box.
Sister.
She suddenly woke up, crawling with her hands and feet toward the wooden box that had fallen onto the rocks. That kick earlier was too heavy. Plus the impact from rolling down. The wooden box, already burned and hit, finally couldn't hold on. Crack. A crack about 2 fingers wide appeared on one corner of the box. Sway Sway trembled, trying to cover the crack. But it was too late. With the faint reflection of the snow, she saw what was inside. A pale, white hand bone.
No flesh.
Only stark, white bones. That was her sister's hand. In that hellish laboratory, her sister's arm had long been cut off by those monsters as waste of muscle tissue. Now it was exposed. In this icy wilderness, she was completely exposed to the cold air.
No, Sui Sui panicked.
She was truly scared. More scared than being chased by a wild dog or caught in a fire. Her sister would be cold. Her sister might be seen. If someone saw that inside was a dead body or bones, the box would be stolen or burned. Don't be afraid. Sister, don't be afraid. Sway Sway cried as she desperately dug at the frozen ground with her hands. Her fingernails broke, and her fingertips were bleeding. She didn't care. She smeared the muddy, bloody mixture onto the crack little by little. First a layer, then it fell off. She tried again. It kept falling apart. Stick, please. I beg you. Stick. Kneeling in the snow, Sway Sway bowed her head to the muddy mess. Finally, she tore off the bottom of her tattered hospital gown. She bit it open with her teeth, mixed it with mud, and forced it into the crack. Finally, it was sealed. The bones were no longer visible. Sway Sway collapsed on the ground, staring at the ugly, patched-up wooden box. She smiled. A very ugly smile, worse than crying. She reached into her pocket. There were 10 yuan that Zhao Gang had thrown away earlier. It was charity. It was an insult. But Sway Sway picked it up carefully, wiped the snow off, folded it neatly, and put it in her pocket close to her body. She couldn't throw it away. It was money. In this world that eats people alive, without money, she and her sister couldn't survive. Dignity? That thing was nothing compared to staying alive. Qin Shao. Sway Sway looked toward the disappearing jeep, her eyes turning cold and hard. Since you wouldn't stop, since you wouldn't acknowledge me, then I will go to you myself. Even if I have to crawl, I will go to you, stand in front of you, and smash this coffin onto your table. Let you see what you have missed. Perhaps it was a kind auntie who casually handed over a bowl of soapy water. Or maybe it was that firm belief, that obsession to bring her sister to the capital city. When the distant horizon finally revealed the outline of the towering city, Sway Sway thought she was seeing things again. That was the capital. No longer a barren snowfield, no longer a small village. It was a forest of steel and concrete, a sea of neon lights. The sky was turned dark red by the city's glow, and even the falling snow carried a hint of coal smoke.
We've arrived.
Sway Sway's cracked lips moved slightly. She looked down at her feet. Her shoes had long been lost. Her left foot was wrapped in a torn red cloth she found in a trash heap, and her right foot was covered with half a plastic bottle. The soles of her feet were badly damaged. Flesh and fabric fused together, leaving dark red marks in the snow with every step. Does it hurt? It was numb long ago. Now, she was more like a lonely ghost with the appearance of a 3-year-old child than a person. Her hair was like a bird's nest, her face covered in black mud, only her eyes shining brightly, frighteningly bright. They looked like 2 cold, sharp blades. Ahead was the checkpoint into the city. A long line of vehicles stretched across the highway. Heavy trucks, small cars, long-distance buses, all moving slowly. Armed police stood by the barricades, holding large dogs, checking each vehicle carefully. Stop. Turn off the engine. Show your documents. The stern shouts carried on the cold wind. Sway hid among the dry grass by the roadside, her small body curled up. She overheard the drivers chatting nearby. Did you hear? Recently, the capital has important visitors, and the checks are very strict. Yeah, they're clearing out the vagrants. Not even a fly can get through. Clearing out the vagrants. Sway looked down at herself. With her current look, not to mention vagrants, even a zombie fresh from a grave might be believed. That wooden box was too obvious. As soon as she approached the checkpoint, she would be stopped. Open the box, and it would mean death. What should she do? Try to break through? That would be asking for death. Sway's eyes flicked through the traffic. The data flow in her brain started to race wildly. She calculated the car's speed. She checked for blind spots. She measured the height of the chassis. Finally, her eyes locked onto a large coal truck that was waiting in line. It was a heavy-duty truck, pulling dozens of tons of black coal, its body covered in coal dust. Most importantly, its chassis was very high, and it was paused right next to a roadside drainage ditch. This was her only chance. Sway took a deep breath. She took out a small photo she kept close to her chest and kissed it. "Sorry, sister," she whispered. "Let's play hide and seek." She untied the rope from the wooden box, tying one end to the box and the other around her waist. Then, like a black gecko, she silently slipped into the drainage ditch. Following the ditch, she climbed underneath the coal truck. It was very hot. The engine roared overhead, sending waves of heat. Under the chassis, there was oil and coal dust, with a smell so strong it made her want to vomit. Sway found a small gap in the middle of the main beam. It was a tiny space between the spare tire and the drive shaft. For an adult, it was impossible to get in. But she was only 3.5 years old, and very thin, almost bony. She first pushed the wooden box inside, wedging it on the spare tire support. Then she curled up, squeezing herself into a ball.
Click.
She used a piece of wire she carried with her to tightly fix the box and herself to the main beam. Just after she finished, footsteps sounded overhead. A pair of black military boots stopped beside the wheel. Then a dog's nose appeared, sniffing around the chassis.
Woof.
Woof. The police dog barked twice. Sway's heart stopped instantly. She held her breath, covering her nose and mouth tightly. "Please, don't be discovered. Please don't be discovered." "What's wrong?" asked the armed police above. "Maybe it smelled coal from this truck, or there's a stray cat hiding underneath," the driver said with a smile, sticking his head out. "Comrade, this truck just came from the mine. No way there's anyone hiding here." The armed police bent down, shining a flashlight under the chassis. The beam swept across. It was all dark oil and coal dust. Every year, she closes her eyes, blending completely with the darkness. Her dirt-covered body becomes her best camouflage. "All right, let's go." The armed police officer waves his hand. Boom! The truck starts moving again. A huge jolt hits her, and she feels her bones almost shatter. The drive shaft spins rapidly nearby, and the rushing air feels like knives on her face. The exhaust pipe's high temperature is just at her feet, burning her skin painfully. This is a journey like hell. She grits her teeth and tightly holds onto the screw on the beam. Her nails break. Her palms are scraped. Ash gets into her eyes, ears, and nose. She feels suffocated.
Dizzy.
Overheated. Every second feels like a long time. Can't sleep. Can't let go, and I'll be pulled into the wheels. If I let go, sister will fall down. She silently recites the multiplication table in her mind. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 2 is 2. 9 times 9 is 81. She repeats it again and again until her mind is blank, and only her body's instinct keeps her holding on. She doesn't know how long it has been. Finally, the speed slows down. The noise around her changes. It's no longer just the wind but the sounds of people, honking horns, and music. Those are the sounds of the city. The truck stops. It seems to be waiting at a traffic light. She struggles to open her eyes. Through the gap in the chassis, she sees the ground. No longer dirt and snow, but a smooth, clean asphalt road. On the roadside, there are feet in leather shoes, high heels, and sneakers.
She has arrived.
Really arrived. She unties the wire, hugs the box, and rolls out from under the truck like a piece of black trash. It lands right in the green strip by the road. The truck speeds away, roaring. No one notices this tiny black shadow. She crouches among the holly bushes, taking deep breaths of the cold air. Though the air is full of car exhaust, to her, it smells like freedom. She slowly peeks out her head. In an instant, she is stunned by the scene before her. Skyscrapers reach into the sky, and the glass walls reflect bright neon lights. On a huge billboard, a beautiful star smiles brightly. The streets are wide and clean, filled with busy cars and colorful lights. Pedestrians are dressed warmly and neatly. Some children hold balloons and laugh while riding on their dad's shoulders. Some couples walk hand in hand, sharing freshly bought roasted sweet potatoes. This place feels like paradise. It is also another world. Sui Sui looks down and takes a glance at herself. She is as dark as coal. She is as dirty as a ghost. The old, broken wooden box stands out sharply in this busy city, looking out of place and glaring. A deep sense of loneliness quickly overwhelms her. She feels like a monster that has entered the human world. There is no snow or wind here, but the cold here is even sharper than on the wilderness.
King Xiao, Sui Sui whispers to herself.
She pulls out a crumpled map from her pocket. It was torn from a newspaper she found on the street, showing a simple map of the capital city. Her sister said Qin Shao is in the military district. Sui Sui checks the direction. It's north, about 20 kilometers away. Let's go, she says to herself. She pulls the wooden box out of the greenery. The wheels of the cart are broken, leaving only a bare axle. Dragging it along the asphalt road makes a harsh sizzle sound. It's like nails scratching a blackboard. Passing pedestrians turn to look. They show disgust, dislike, or fear. Sui Sui lowers her head and avoids their gazes. The prosperity of the capital city feels suffocating. Sui Sui walks along the edge of Wangfujing Street. This is a shopping district with many people. She doesn't want to go here, but it's the only way to reach the northern military district. The broken wooden box scrapes against the expensive tiles, making a grating sound. This noise stands out sharply amid the lively pop music and noisy chatter, feeling out of place and inappropriate, like a grand symphony suddenly interrupted by the screech of a crow. The crowd automatically parted like a tide. Centered around Sui Sui, a clear space of about 3 meters in diameter formed. Hey, where did that homeless person come from? A fashionable woman in a mink coat exaggeratedly covered her nose and stepped back several paces, afraid that dirt on Sui Sui might touch her. Such bad luck, seeing something like this during the new year. What's wrong with this kid? Where are her parents? Dragging a coffin around. Stay away. Look at her eyes, like a wolf, really creepy. The gossip buzzed like flies. No one stepped forward to ask questions. No one offered her a tissue. Not even anyone saw her as a child. In their eyes, she was just a piece of moving trash, a stain on the city's appearance. Sui Sui kept her head down, staring at the ground. Her ears automatically blocked out these voices. In the laboratory of Renai Hospital, she had heard words that were 1,000 times more vicious. This cold talk couldn't hurt her. She just wanted to walk past. As long as she crossed the street, she would reach the main road to the north of the city. But it seemed the world wasn't willing to let her go easily. Stop right there, a sharp shout came from ahead. 3 men in dark blue uniforms blocked her way. They wore red armbands, city management. The leader was a chubby man with a face full of flesh, holding a walkie-talkie, glaring unkindly at Sui Sui. What are you doing? Who told you to drag trash here? The chubby city officer pointed at the wooden box with disdain. Do you know where this is? Important guests will pass through this street soon. You're messing around with this junk, trying to embarrass the city. Huh, Sway stopped. She looked up, her small face covered in dirt, expressionless. She pointed ahead, then at the box, making a go gesture. It meant, I'm just passing by, I'll leave soon. Still mute, the chubby officer frowned, growing more impatient. Hurry up and get out of here. This box is confiscated. It's ruining the city's image. He gave a signal to his two assistants nearby. Take away this junk and throw it at the trash station. The two city officials immediately stepped forward, reaching out to grab the ropes on the wooden box. Buzz, Sway's mind suddenly blared with an alarm. It was her sister. Her life was at stake. No one could touch her.
Ah!
Sway suddenly let out a hoarse scream. Like a cat with its tail stepped on, she suddenly lunged at the box, clutching its corner with her weak arms. Let go, little beggar. One of the officials reached out to pull her. She bit him instantly. This bite was fierce, piercing through his thick cotton gloves.
Ouch!
Damn it, you dog! The official yelled in pain, shaking her off forcefully. Sway was thrown back and fell heavily to the ground. Her palms were scraped, her knees bruised. But she was like a spring without pain, bouncing up immediately after hitting the ground. This time, she held something in her hand. A rusty surgical blade. Though rusty, under the neon lights, the blade still shimmered with a chilling gleam. Sway held the blade with both hands, crouched low, and adopted a very professional fighting stance. That was not a child's fighting pose. That was a killing stance. It was an instinct honed through countless life and death situations. Her eyes lost their dead silence. Instead, they burned with madness and a destructive desire to end everything. Anyone who dared to touch her sister
would die. Damn.
There's a knife. The crowd watching the scene gasped and retreated in fear. The two officials who had just tried to move in were also scared. They had dealt with many small vendors and beggars, but they had never seen such a look in someone's eyes. That look seemed to say, even if you are a king, I dare to bite a piece of flesh from you. This is crazy. The chubby official felt his dignity was hurt. He pulled out a rubber baton from his waist. Daring to draw a knife on Wangfujing Street? I think you're tired of living. Get him. Catch this crazy dog. 3 grown men, holding sticks, are attacking a 3.5-year-old girl on this busy street. What a sad and ironic scene. People are all around, taking photos, pointing, or just watching and laughing. No one steps forward to say, stop hitting her. She's just a child. Yea's hand, holding a blade, is trembling slightly. It's not fear. It's exhaustion. She has reached her limit. At that moment, a black Hongqi car slowly drives through the crowded street. The window is half down. In the back seat, an elderly man with white hair sits. Although dressed casually, his commanding presence and dignity are clear. He casually looks out the window. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto a small figure in the crowd. That muddy girl, holding a blade, like a lone wolf. Especially her eyes.
Stubborn. Fierce.
Yet, deep sadness shines through. The old man's heart skips a beat. That look. Why does it seem so familiar? Like someone? Like the young soldier who served under him for 10 years and later died at the border? Or like the gentle military doctor who always played the violin beautifully? Stop the car, the old man suddenly commands. His voice is quiet but firm and commanding. Sir, we can't stop here. There are cars behind. The driver hesitates. I said, stop the car. The old man quickly opens the door, about to get out before the car even stops. But at that moment, the green light turns on. The traffic, which was jammed, begins to move. A double-decker bus passes by, blocking the old man's view and hiding the small girl. After the bus passes, the intersection is empty. Yaya is gone. In the chaos just now, taking advantage of the distraction caused by honking behind, Yaya dragged her box into a narrow alley. The old man stands on the roadside, staring blankly at the empty street corner. The cold wind blows his white hair. The guard hurried over nervously. The old man was silent for a long time. That feeling of heart pounding still remained. But he shook his head and gave a bitter smile. It's nothing. Maybe I just saw things. That person's child, if still alive, should be about this age now. Such a pity. I couldn't even find the remains. The old man sighed and sat back into the car. The window rolled up. The red flag car slowly drove away. Not far from here, in a dark alley less than 100 meters away, Sui leaned against the cold wall, breathing heavily. She looked at the battered box and at the blood-stained surgical blade in her hand. Earlier, in the chaos, she had cut the back of a city officer's hand. Big sister. Sui hid the blade back into her sleeve. She looked up at the sky at the end of the alley, torn apart by tall buildings. There was a star, very bright, like the one on her father's shoulder badge. I'm not afraid, Sui said to that star. Even if the whole world tries to catch me, I will go to Qin Shao. She grabbed the rope again. That small, lonely figure once more disappeared into the darkness, moving steadily toward the unknown north. This is the edge of Beijing. The bustling city is left behind. The farther north she goes, the fewer streetlights there are. This is the military road leading to the Northern Military District headquarters. Wide, quiet, cold, and hard. Only the asphalt road glows with a faint grayish blue under the moonlight.
Sui stopped.
Not because she wanted to, but because her body truly couldn't move. The rope around her waist was no longer just a rope. It felt like a greedy python, sinking into her flesh. With each step forward, it seemed to drink a sip of her blood.
Ah.
Huh. Sui opened her mouth, trying to breathe in some oxygen. But all she inhaled was wind with ice chips. Her lungs felt like they were filled with steel wool, pulling back and forth with each breath. It hurt, burning, sharp pain. But this pain was starting to fade into a blur. This was very bad. Every year, she looked down at her hand. Her fingers, once cold and purple, now felt a little warm. It was as if she was soaking in warm water, feeling very comfortable. She even wanted to take off her thin, torn hospital gown. It was so hot. Really, really hot. Deep inside her mind, an alarm kept flashing. Warning, body temperature below 34 degrees Celsius. Warning, abnormal sensation of heat. Warning, near death. These are signs of severe hypothermia. Death was no longer waving a scythe but gently holding her, whispering in her ear, "Sleep now, and you won't feel cold anymore." She shook her head slowly, like a rusty puppet. She couldn't sleep. If she did, she might never wake up again. She took out a red scarf from her chest. It was her sister's favorite. It still carried her sister's scent, though now mixed with the smell of blood and mold. She tightly wrapped one end of the scarf around her left hand, wrapped it very tightly, until her fingertips turned black and blood stopped flowing. Then she pushed that hand under the knot of the cart's rope. She pulled hard.
Ugh.
A sharp pain shot through her. The knot pressed on her blood-filled fingers, causing a stabbing, burning pain that instantly cleared her foggy mind. The darkness in her vision started to lift a little. She clenched her teeth, biting her lower lip until it was torn and bloody. Only pain made her feel she was still alive. 5 kilometers left, she silently counted in her mind. 5 kilometers. For that Jeep, it only took pressing the gas pedal 3 minutes. For the healthy Lin Sui of the past, it was a half-hour run with her father. But for the current S001, who only had one breath left, it was a chasm, a distance between life and death. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. At first, tiny like salt grains. Soon, they turned into large, fluffy snowflakes, falling thick and fast, covering everything. It seemed as if the heavens wanted to bury all the sins and suffering of the world on this night. The snow landed on Sui's eyelashes, melting into water and flowing into her eyes. It was cold. She looked back once more. Behind her, the faint trail of blood was being covered by heavy snow. The broken wooden box was dragged along the snow, leaving shallow marks that grew fainter. That's good, Sui thought to her sister.
Look, sister, she said.
God is helping us clean up. The bad people can't find our footprints anymore. No one can catch us now. She turned around and kept walking. Without wheels, the cart was heavy and slow on the snow-covered ground. It felt like dragging a mountain. Every step took all her strength. She lifted her leg. The movement was slow, like a scene in a movie. Her feet had no feeling anymore. The torn red cloth wrapped around her foot was frozen stiff, like a metal plate. She stepped down. She pressed her foot firmly. She leaned forward. Using her body weight, she pulled the mountain behind her forward by a tiny bit. Shoo. The wooden board at the bottom of the box rubbed against the snow. The sound was soft, but in Sway's ears, it was the most beautiful drumbeat in the world. It was her sister's heartbeat. Don't be afraid, sister, Sway whispered in her mind. Though she couldn't speak out loud, she kept talking to her sister in her mind. We're almost there. Dad's comrade is just ahead. That uncle named Qin Shao must be very tall. Will he lift you up like Dad does? No, you're hurt now. You can't be lifted. Then let him hold you. I want him to hold me too, just for a moment. Just a little while. Her consciousness started to drift again. The road in front of her twisted and turned into the corridor of that underground lab. On both sides were cold metal doors. A doctor in a white coat stood at the end, holding a scalpel, smiling at her. S001, it's time to take your medicine. Sway suddenly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the hallucination disappeared. All she saw was endless darkness and snow. I won't take the medicine, she stubbornly muttered. She took out the neatly folded $10 bill from her pocket. It was the one the officer had thrown to her. She clenched it tightly in her hand. The edges of the bill pricked her palm. I have money. I can buy a train ticket, but I don't want to take the train anymore. I want to go home. The wind grew stronger, blowing her thin hospital gown loudly. That loose clothing now hung on her emaciated body, like a tattered flag. She looked like a paper boat sailing against the wind in the sea, ready to capsize at any moment. But she didn't fall. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Time lost its meaning. She didn't know how long she had been walking. Maybe a century. Maybe just an hour. Suddenly, 2 lights appeared in the dark night ahead. They weren't streetlights. They were searchlights. Under the bright beams, 2 imposing black iron gates stood tall. Above the gates, a large national emblem hung. Even in the snow and wind, the gold on the emblem shone brightly. It was solemn. It was majestic. It was the place she had dreamed of after walking 300 miles, countless times in her dreams. At the gate, 2 armed guards stood straight, like 2 green pines. She stopped her steps. Her knees went weak, almost kneeling in the snow. But she held on tightly. She couldn't kneel. Her father had said, the children of the Lin family could only kneel to heaven, earth, and their parents. They couldn't kneel to hardship. She looked at the big gates. In her exhausted, cloudy eyes, a flicker of light suddenly appeared, a dying ember of hope. A last glow of life burning brightly. We've arrived. Her lips curled slightly, pulling at the cracked, bloody scabs on her face, showing a smile uglier than crying. Big sister, we're here. Look at those stars up there, so bright. She tightened her grip on the rope again. This time, she didn't move step by step. She straightened her weak back, even though her legs trembled. Even though every breath carried the smell of blood, she still dragged the heavy wooden box toward the 2 large gates. It was hope for life, but also the end of death. The gate was 50 meters away. There was a warning line painted on the ground, a yellow line. Usually this was a dangerous zone that no one could cross. But tonight, heavy snow covered the line, making it invisible. She only saw the soldier, standing guard. He wore a thick military coat, a wool hat, and held a rifle that glinted under the spotlight. His uniform looked nice, just like her father's. US Way dragged the box and crossed the snow-covered warning line.
Stop.
A loud shout rang out, like thunder crashing nearby. The soldier immediately raised his gun, aiming it at her. This is a restricted area.
No trespassing. Back.
He ordered firmly, with authority that could not be questioned.
She stopped.
She was not afraid of the gun. She had seen worse in that hellish hospital. What she feared was that he wouldn't let her in. Yue loosened the rope and raised her hands. Her small hands, covered in frostbite and darkened from cold, looked very striking under the bright light. She opened her mouth, trying to speak, to shout uncle, or to say I'm looking for Qin Xiao.
But
Only a wheezing, windbag-like sound came from her throat. Her voice was hoarse, unpleasant, and out of tune. Her vocal cords were damaged, burned by high fever, choked by snow and wind, and worn out from hours of shouting over hundreds of kilometers. She was anxious. She pointed to her throat, then to inside the gate, her eyes full of pleading. She begged. Let me in. Please, let me in. I have something important to do. My sister is in the box. She's proof. She has golden blood. Those bad people are still chasing us.
Sui disperately gestured.
But, in the eyes of an unaware soldier, she was just a crazy, mute girl. The soldier frowned. Under the light of the searchlight, he saw clearly this intruder. She looked so miserable. Really, she looked so miserable. Her hair was messy like a chicken coop, her face covered in dirt, scabs, and dried blood. Her thin clothes were torn like fishing net, revealing skin that was purple and frostbitten. Her feet were wrapped in ragged cloth and plastic bottles. Behind her, she dragged a broken wooden box that looked like it was picked from a trash heap. Where did this little beggar come from? In such cold weather, how did she end up in this remote countryside? The soldier's alertness gradually faded, replaced by a hint of pity. He lowered his gun. Child, you can't come in here. His tone softened a little but remained strict. This is the army, not a place for begging. Hurry and go. There's a village 5 kilometers south. Go to the aid station there. Sui shook her head desperately. She shook so hard her neck almost broke. I won't go to the aid station. The aid station will send me back. Those bad people are waiting for me. I need to find Qin Xiao.
Suddenly, Sui remembered something.
A photo. Yes, I have a photo. The photo has Uncle Qin Xiao. It's a token of trust. Her hands trembled as she reached into her pocket. Her movements were hurried, almost tearing her clothes. She took out a small paper bundle wrapped in plastic. That was her lifeline. All along the way, even if she fell or was beaten, she protected this thing fiercely. She offered it like a treasure, holding out the photo to the soldier. Her big eyes sparkled with hope.
Look.
Please look. This is Qin Xiao. This is my dad. We are a family. The soldier was stunned for a moment, instinctively glancing at the paper bundle. The plastic wrap was already torn. Inside, the photo, long kept close to her body, was soaked with sweat and stained with blood from her injuries.
Plus, the heat of her body.
The once clear family photo had now turned into a blurry, reddish-brown pulp. I can't see the person's face clearly. I can't see the uniform clearly. I can't even tell which side is the head and which is the feet. It's just a pile of trash. A piece of garbage smelling of blood.
Sui froze in place.
She stared blankly at the photo in her hand. How could this happen? Just yesterday, she could still see her father's smiling face. Just now, she could see Uncle Qin Xiao's shoulder insignia. Why did it turn out like this? Dad. Sui used her finger to wipe the photo. The more she wiped, the more it disintegrated. The paper pulp stuck to her finger, erasing the last outline. It's gone. Everything is gone. The final proof is gone too. Tears welled up in Sui's eyes and suddenly streamed down. 2 white marks appeared on her soot-covered face.
Despair.
A despair deeper than death. Enough, the soldier sighed. He thought the child was starving and was treating a piece of trash as a treasure. He looked around to make sure the squad leader wasn't checking. He took out a warm, white steamed bun from his coat pocket. It was his dinner that he didn't want to eat, kept as a late-night snack. Take it and eat. The soldier handed the bun over, across the safety line. Finish eating quickly and leave. Don't stay here. If the leaders see you, I'll get into trouble too. A white steamed bun. Big and soft. It smelled of wheat. For a child who had been hungry for half a month, it was a deadly temptation. But Sway Sway didn't take it. She looked at the bun. That was charity. That was proof that she was treated like a beggar. Bang! Sway Sway suddenly swung her hand and slapped the bun away. The bun rolled into the snow and dirt. The soldier was stunned. His face immediately darkened. Child, how ungrateful can you be? Sway Sway ignored him. She turned around and picked up the rope on the ground again. Since the photo was gone, since you don't believe me, then I will drag the box inside. As long as I drag the box in front of Qin Shao, even if he doesn't recognize me, he will definitely recognize the golden blood. My sister's body is the best proof. Sway Sway clenched her teeth and dragged her suitcase, about to rush past the warning line. Stop! If you move again, I will really catch you. The guard was anxious. If a little beggar managed to break through the checkpoint, he might as well quit his job. Just then, two bright headlights shone from afar, followed by the deep, powerful sound of an engine. A black car was speeding toward us from the end of the road. It was moving very fast, kicking up a cloud of snow dust. The guard's face changed, and he quickly straightened his uniform, standing tall. That was a red flag car. And judging by the height of the lights and its commanding presence, it was definitely not an ordinary vehicle. It was a high-ranking official's car. Sway Sway was blinded by the headlights and couldn't see clearly. She instinctively stopped and squinted to look. The car was black with sleek, flowing lines. A small bright red flag on the front of the car seemed to be burning in the snowstorm. The license plate.
Suisuiesse pupils shrank suddenly.
It was a military license plate with white background and red characters. The letters at the front were TZ, Special Forces. Her sister had taught her. Her dad was in the Special Forces. Uncle Qin Shao was also in the Special Forces. This was a vehicle from the Special Forces. This was her dad's team's car. Her heart almost stopped beating at that moment. This was her last chance. The only hope for rescue. If she missed this car, she might really die at this door. Die just a wall away from Qin Shao. No, it was impossible. Absolutely not. Sway Sway looked at the guards standing straight, ready to salute. Then she looked at the approaching red flag car. Her mind's CPU instantly overclocked. Calculating speed. Calculating distance. Calculating the guard's reaction time. The conclusion was, death was certain. But, facing death, she chose to live. Sway Sway threw away the rope in her hand. She was no longer dragging the suitcase. She left the suitcase behind. And then, that small, seemingly fragile figure, as if a gust of wind could blow it over, at this moment, unleashed a force that defied the laws of physics. She was like a small cannonball fired from a gun, facing the blinding headlights, facing the speeding steel giant. She charged forward. Are you looking for death? The guard's peripheral vision kept watching this little beggar. Seeing her suddenly rush out, he was almost scared to death. If she had been hit and killed by the leader's car, it would have been a serious accident. The guard reacted very quickly. He was a reconnaissance soldier with incredible strength. Just as Sway Sway was about to reach the middle of the road, a green figure suddenly lunged forward.
Bang!
Sway Sway felt like she had been hit by a bear. The huge force knocked her down onto the snow. Her face hit the ground. The rough ice shards immediately cut her already fragile skin. Blood started to flow, mixing with dirt, blinding her eyes. Let go. That's my
Dad. Suisui struggled desperately.
Her hands grasped the snow, her nails digging into the frozen ground, bleeding profusely. She was shouting, using her already worn-out voice to call. But her voice was too soft. It was drowned out by the wind and snow. It was drowned out by the roar of the engine. The guard held her tightly, one knee pressing down on her back. This is a standard takedown move. Even an adult would find it hard to break free, let alone a 3.5-year-old child. Sway Sway felt her bones might break. The air in her lungs was squeezed out, and her vision darkened. But her eyes still stared fixedly at the car. Getting closer. Even closer. The Hongqi sedan did not slow down. The driver was clearly experienced, Seeing someone being controlled on the roadside, he only slightly turned the steering wheel to avoid the broken wooden box. Squeak! The sound of tires rolling over snow. The car brushed past Sway's fingertips. The black windows were tightly shut, like a wall of despair. Sway saw it. Through the dark bulletproof glass, she faintly saw someone sitting in the back seat. A figure in a military uniform. Was that Qin Xiao? That must be Qin Xiao. Qin. Sway opened her mouth wide. At that moment, her voice was forcibly torn from her throat. A burst of blood sprayed from her mouth.
Qin
Xiao. These two words were not shouted out loud. They were vomited out, carrying blood, tears, and the full life force of a 3-year-old child. It was sharp and desperate, like a cuckoo crying blood, like a lone wolf's mournful cry before death.
But
the car window was too thick. The snowstorm was too strong. As soon as the words left her mouth, they were torn apart by the cold wind. A red flag car sped past. Its taillights left 2 long red streaks. As if mocking, as if sneering, the car drove through the gate. The 2 imposing iron gates slowly closed behind it.
Bang!
A loud crash, completely sealing off 2 worlds. Inside was warmth, safety, and the home she had searched for 300 miles. Outside was wind and snow, coldness, and the graves of her and her sister.
Sui, stop it straddling.
She lay in the snow, like a small dog with its spine broken, tears mixed with blood, spreading out in a large patch beneath her. The soldier pressing her also sighed in relief and slowly loosened his grip. Looking at her small, motionless body, the soldier felt a bit uneasy. That shout just now, although he didn't hear exactly what was said, the tone made his heart race. It was too tragic. Really too tragic. Child, don't blame me. The soldier panted heavily, lifting Sway up. If that car had hit you just now, you'd be meat. I'm saving you. Sway didn't respond. She was like a rag doll, allowing the soldier to carry her. Her eyes stared straight at the closed iron gate. Hollow and empty. Silent and dead. That was a look of a heart that had died. Inside the red flag car, the heater was on full blast. The leather seats emitted a faint smell of leather. In the back seat, a man in his early 30s was dozing with his eyes closed. He is dressed in a neat Special Forces camouflage uniform, carrying 2 medals on his shoulders. He holds the rank of colonel. That is an honor earned through the sacrifice of many lives. He is handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, but there is always a deep, unbreakable anger in his expression. That anger comes from fighting through countless battles and bloodshed. His name is Qin Xiao. He is the eldest grandson of the Qin family in Beijing and the youngest, Soldier King, in the Special Forces. He is also Lin Song's closest brother. Just as the vehicle entered the gate, Qin Xiao was thinking about tomorrow's training plan. Suddenly, his heart clenched tightly. It was a strange feeling. Not pain, but a sense of panic. A fear like never before. As if something very important was slipping away from him. He had only felt this way once before, 3 years ago. That was the day Lin Song sacrificed himself. Stop the car. Qin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, voice hoarse. What's wrong, Commander? The driver was startled and quickly pressed the brakes. Qin Xiao didn't speak. He rolled down the window, stuck his head out and looked back. The gate was already closed. Through the narrow gap in the iron door, he could only see the dim yellow streetlights and swirling snow outside. There was nothing else. Only a vast, white emptiness. Commander, what are you looking at? The guard in the front seat also turned to look back. It seems a little beggar tried to cut in line earlier, but the sentry stopped him. A beggar? Qin Xiao frowned. The feeling of panic hadn't gone away. It was growing stronger. His hand instinctively reached into his chest pocket. There was a photo inside. A picture of him with Lin Song and his wife. That child. Qin Xiao muttered softly. For some reason, just then he thought he heard someone calling his name. That voice. It sounded very much like Lin Song's daughter, whom he had never met. The girl he had searched for 3 whole years. Go back and check. Qin Shao suddenly said.
Huh?
The driver froze. Commander, the senior officer is still waiting in the conference room to report to you. It's already late. Qin Shao was silent for 2 seconds. His reason told him this was just a hallucination. He had been too tired lately and kept thinking about past events. Also, Lin Song's daughter had been missing at the border for 3 years. How could she appear at the entrance of the military district in the capital city, thousands of kilometers away, and in the form of a little beggar? This didn't make sense. Forget it. Qin Shao sighed and rolled up the car window again. Let's go. Don't keep the senior officer waiting. Yes. The red flag car restarted and headed toward the office building deep inside the military district. The taillights of the red flag car disappeared into the snowstorm. It was like scissors cutting the last thin thread, called hope. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from the guard post. The snow crunched underfoot. What's going on? Who was that just now trying to get through the checkpoint? The person was a man in his 30s, wearing a military rank on his shoulder. He was the duty officer tonight, Old Sue. His face was as dark as a pot lid, and he held his 95-style rifle tightly, the safety off. He saw the scene clearly on the monitor just now. If that unknown person had collided with the senior officer's car, their entire shift would be in trouble. Report to the squad leader. The sentry immediately stood at attention and saluted, placing Sui Sui on the ground. He's a stray kid. Tried to stop the car, but I held him back.
Old Sue said nothing.
His sharp eyes, as keen as an eagle, swept over Sui Sui. At this moment, his brow furrowed into a Chuan shape. This was no ordinary stray kid. He looked like a fierce ghost crawling out of a pile of corpses. His whole body was battered. The thin hospital gown he wore was torn like fishing net, revealing skin bruised and frostbitten. Especially his eyes. Old Sue, who had been a soldier for over 10 years and seen many tough people, had never seen such fierce eyes in a 3-year-old. They looked like a wolf. A wounded, desperate lone wolf pushed to the brink. Any movement from you, and it would pounce to bite your throat. This child. Something's wrong. Old Sue's heart skipped a beat. His eyes followed Sui Sui's footsteps to a broken wooden box lying beside the warning line. The box was large. It was roughly made, as if it was haphazardly nailed together. It was covered in mud and snow water, with some strange dark red stains. Most importantly, a crack had appeared in one corner of the box due to the recent violent impact. Although it was blocked with mud and torn cloth, a drop of liquid was slowly seeping out through the crack. Drop. It fell onto the pure white snow. Instantly, a dark red flower bloomed on the snow. Old Sue's pupils suddenly shrank. He smelled it. Despite the strong wind and snow and the faint scent, he recognized it. It was a mixture of corpse water, formalin, and the smell of rust. He had smelled this on the battlefield. It was the smell of death. Alert! Old Sue shouted loudly. Clatter! The other 2 guards nearby immediately cocked their guns, aiming their dark barrels directly at Sui Sui and the box. The atmosphere froze instantly, like ice. Squad leader, what's going on? The guard who had been startled earlier trembled as he held his gun. It was just a small beggar girl after all. Why such a big fuss? Look at that box. Old Sue stared intensely at the dark red liquid, veins bulging on his forehead. There's something inside. It could be contraband, or a bomb. In this sensitive period, just a few hundred meters from the command building, an unknown child dragging a blood-stained box through the checkpoint was a huge warning sign of danger.
Sui Sui moved.
Once like a lifeless doll, she suddenly came to life when she heard the word box. That was her bottom line. That was her sister.
No.
I can't. Sui Sui roared like a gust of wind. Without hesitation, she lunged toward the box. It was instinct. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, even when facing an eagle, she fluffs up her feathers all over. Stop. Don't move. Old Sue shouts sternly, lowering his gun slightly. If you move again, I will shoot. Sui Sui can't hear him at all. Or maybe she simply doesn't care. What does death matter? How many times has she died along this journey? She throws herself onto that cold wooden box, using her small body to tightly cover the crack. It must not leak out. It must not let anyone see what her sister looks like now. Her sister loves beauty so much. If people see her turned into bones, her sister will cry.
And
If they see there's a dead person inside, they will take the box away. They will burn her sister. Just like that, Doctor said, as if she were trash to be burned. Sway Sway opens her mouth and lets out a silent roar at the dark gun barrels. Her dirty little face twists with anger. It's fierce. It's crazy. She tightly grips a rusty surgical blade, hidden in her sleeve, but her murderous intent to die together almost seems real. Old Sue's palms are sweaty. He looks at the child, lying on the box, going mad, and his uneasy feeling grows stronger. What kind of monster is this? So young, yet so full of deadly anger. Squad leader, what should we do? A guard asks nearby. We must check. Old Sue grits his teeth and gives the order. This box is too suspicious. We can't let her take it in, and we can't just leave it here. Xiao Lu Daqiang, come up and pull her away. Be careful, don't hurt the child, but we must open the box. Yes. The two guards, carrying guns on their backs, stride forward. They are both tall, strong men over 1.8 meters, wearing heavy military coats, like two walls pressing toward her. Sway Sway watches their big hands reaching for her. Despair floods her mind like a rising tide. She can't fight back. She really can't fight back. All her calculations in her mind come to zero.
but
Big sister. Sway Sway pressed her face against the rough wooden board, tears mixed with blood flowing into the wood grain. I'm no good. I can't protect you. But Sway Sway won't leave. If we're going to die, we die together, sisters. She no longer resisted. She just pinned herself to the box like a nail. Her fingers tightly gripped the edge of the box, her nails breaking, blood flowing out, freezing her hand and the box together. Move away. The soldier named Xiao Lu reached out to pull Sway Sway's arm. She didn't move. This child looked thin, but her strength was frightening. It was as if she had grown onto the box. Hey, you stubborn kid, Xiao Lu got a bit anxious, increasing his grip. Crack. Sway Sway's already tattered hospital gown was torn off, revealing her skinny, bony back. And the shocking scars on her skin. Burns, cuts, and countless needle marks. They look like tattoos from hell. A few soldiers nearby froze in shock. Is this really a child? It looked like a scene of torture. In that moment of hesitation, far away, on the asphalt road leading to the office building, suddenly, the roar of an engine sounded. This noise. No, it wasn't receding. It was approaching, and at a very fast speed, with a wild force that seemed to tear through the snowstorm. Old Sue quickly turned around. Two blinding headlights, like two sharp swords, instantly pierced through the swirling snow. That red flag car, which had just left less than 5 minutes ago. It was coming back, and it was reversing into the scene. Speeding incredibly fast, the tires screeched on the snow. Screech. A stylish drift. The black steel beast stopped steadily about 3 meters outside the warning line, just blocking all the snow and wind. The car door hadn't opened yet, but an overwhelming sense of pressure was already spilling out from inside. Old Sue's heart suddenly clenched tightly. He was very familiar with the owner of this car, the man known as the living king of war in the Special Forces unit. How did he come back? Could it be because of this child? The car door was pushed open. A black military boot stepped onto the snow. It made no sound when it touched the ground, but it felt as if it pressed on everyone's heart in the area. Qin Xiao got out of the car. He wasn't wearing a coat. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, with 2 stars on his shoulder epaulets shining coldly under the spotlight. The snow and wind were strong, but he stood there like a tall mountain. The wind couldn't move him, and the snow couldn't break him down. His handsome but stern face showed no emotion. Only his eyes, deep, cold, with a fierce look like he had come from a battlefield of blood and death. His gaze passed over the soldiers standing at attention and saluting. It also passed over the broken wooden box with blood on it. Finally, it settled on a small, trembling figure lying on the box, like an injured little animal. Earlier, in the car, that feeling of panic hadn't gone away. Instead, it felt like a hand was squeezing his heart tightly, getting tighter and tighter, so tight that he couldn't breathe. His reason told him it was just an illusion, but his instinct told him that if he left today, he would regret it forever. In his life, Qin Shao trusted his instincts more than fate. "Commander," old Su shouted loudly, giving a standard military salute. Cold sweat ran down his forehead, dripping from his hat brim. He didn't understand why this king of war had returned. Was it because he didn't handle things well? Or because of that strange box? Qin Shao ignored old Su. He took long steps forward, approaching slowly. With each step, the air around him seemed to grow colder. Soldiers Liu and Chang instinctively stepped back to make way. That was a natural fear of a powerful person. Qin Shao stopped about 2 meters from Sui Sui. He looked down at the dirty little thing. It was too dirty. Really too dirty. There was not a single clean spot on the entire body. It was covered in dirt, mud, and blood. Her hair was messy like a chicken coop, with a few dry grass strands hanging from it. The tattered hospital gown couldn't hide her body. Her back was full of wounds, especially her hands. They were tightly gripping a broken box. Her knuckles were pale, her nails cracked, and her flesh was torn. Qin Zhao's eyebrows slightly furrowed. For some reason, seeing the child's miserable state, a restless anger in his heart seemed to fade a little. Instead, a strange feeling, a kind of sourness. "Lift your head," Qin Shao spoke. His voice was low, deep, and hoarse, with a commanding tone that couldn't be ignored. Sui Sui heard it. That voice, that tone, although it was much colder and more stern than the voice she remembered, and carried an unfamiliar authority. But this was that voice. The voice she heard in the video, laughing with her father and hugging his shoulder. The voice her sister had mimicked countless times, telling her, "This is a hero." Sui Sui trembled all over. Slowly, bit by bit, she lifted her head from the cold box. Her muddy face finally appeared under the light.
And it was seen by Qin Shao.
Their eyes met. It felt like the air froze at that moment. Qin Shao was stunned. Those eyes. Even if her face was dirty and her features covered in mud, those eyes were so pure and so familiar. Big eyes with slightly upturned corners, pupils as black as ink. At this moment, the fierce, wolf-like eyes just moments ago, all their anger and hostility collapsed in an instant. Like ice meeting fire. Like a child who had endured much hardship finally seeing a parent.
Tears.
Large tears suddenly rolled down her face without warning, washing away the soot, leaving 2 glaring white streaks. Ugh. Sui Sui opened her mouth, wanting to call for help. But only a broken, breathless sound came out. She was no longer angry. She quietly loosened the surgical blade hidden in her sleeve. The blade fell into the snow. She no longer needed a weapon, because she had found something more powerful than a weapon. She looked at Qin Shao. Her eyes were full of sadness, dependence, and a kind of "you finally came" accusation. Qin Zhao's heart was suddenly struck. That familiar feeling made his scalp tingle. Like who? Exactly like whom? He was sure he had seen those eyes somewhere before. And it was a deep, unforgettable memory. Qin Shao took a deep breath, calming the turbulent waves in his heart. He squatted down. That high-ranking Special Forces commander, the feared, living king of the enemy, now knelt on the snow with one knee. His gaze was level with the small beggar. "Who are you?" Qin Shao looked into her eyes, speaking softly. Although still cold, his tone was softer than before. "Why did you break into the military camp? Who told you to come?" 3 questions in a row. Each one hit the core. The girl, Sui Sui, cried even harder. She couldn't speak. She hated being mute. She hated not being able to say Uncle Qin. Her hands trembled as she reached into her pocket again. The movement was slow, careful, as if afraid of breaking something precious. Old Sue watched nearby, clutching his gun tightly, worried she might pull out a grenade. But Qin Xiao didn't move. He just watched quietly. He watched her trembling, frost-bitten little black hand pull out a torn, mushy paper bundle. Sui Sui handed the bundle over. It was in front of Qin Xiao. Her big eyes held her last hope. Please, look. Just one glance. Even if it's rotten. Even if it's hard to see. As long as you look, you will recognize it. That's you and Dad. Qin Xiao looked at the brownish paper pulp. His brow furrowed even deeper. What is this? Trash? But seeing the child's eyes, that desperate look as if this trash was her life, he felt a strange ache in his heart. He suddenly reached out his hand. The hand, wearing a clean white glove, took the dirty, blood-stained piece of paper pulp. It was very light, but strangely heavy at the same time. Every year he saw him take it, and his tense body finally relaxed a little. She pointed with her other finger at the box behind her. Then she pointed to her chest. Her lips moved. There was no sound, only her mouth shape. Qin Xiao understood. That mouth shape clearly said, older sister, unfair. Although his face was no longer clear, and his features were blurred together, the outline, the stance, and the way he was leaning on his friend were very familiar. It was him and Lin Song. That was the last time Lin Song visited the army 3 years ago, when they took a photo together outside the dormitory. Lin Song had smiled and said, I need to keep this photo. Later, I'll show it to my daughter and tell her that her godfather is the most handsome soldier in the army. At that time, Lin's wife was standing nearby, smiling. There are only 2 copies of this photo in the world. One is in his wallet now, and the other is with Lin Song. Later, Lin Song sacrificed himself, and this photo was not among his belongings. Everyone thought it was lost during the fight, but now it has appeared. It's in the hands of a wounded child, miles away from the border, looking like a little beggar. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's mind felt like a bomb had exploded. All his reason and calmness shattered in that moment. He quickly looked up. His usually steady eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and overwhelming fear. He stared hard at Sui Sui, at those very eyes that had just seemed so familiar. Yes, they looked so much alike. Wasn't that Lin Song's always smiling eyes? Weren't they Lin's wife's gentle eyes? Are you? Qin Zhao's voice trembled. The fierce soldier, who never hesitated to fight on the battlefield, couldn't even speak a full sentence now. He reached out tremblingly with his rough hand, wanting to touch Sui Sui's face. But halfway there, he stopped. He was afraid. Truly afraid. He feared this was just a dream. He was afraid that if he touched it, the dream would shatter. Are you Lin's daughter? Are you Sui Sui? Qin Zhao's eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse, like he was speaking through gravel. Sui Sui looked at him, at her finally recognized uncle. She smiled. That smile was sad, broken, yet also a relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She nodded. She nodded very hard. Yes.
I am Sui Sui.
I am Lin Song's daughter. I found you, Uncle Qin Xiao. In that moment, Qin Xiao felt as if his heart was stabbed hard. It hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. Lin Song's daughter. The little princess who, in his memory, should be wearing a princess dress and being held in her parents' hands. The genius baby that Lin Song always proudly mentioned. How did she become like this? How did she turn into this ghostly, unrecognizable state? In these 3 years, what exactly has she gone through? Sui Sui. Qin Xiao couldn't hold back anymore. He pulled Sui Sui into his arms tightly, as if he wanted to melt her into his bones and blood. But at that moment, tears burst from Qin Zhao's eyes instantly. So light. Too light. The child in his arms was as light as a piece of paper. There was no weight at all. Through her tattered clothes, he could clearly feel the protruding ribs. She was skin and bones, severely malnourished. And this small body was burning hot, like a piece of red-hot coal. She had a high fever, maybe for many days. What kind of willpower did she rely on to drag her fragile body here?
Saw thee.
Sorry. Qin Shao held her, the strong man, crying like a child. Uncle came too late. Uncle is so sorry. Uncle didn't recognize you. Sui Sui leaned into that warm, broad embrace. That was the warmth she longed for in her dreams. That was her father's scent. That was the scent of safety. Her nerves, tense for half a month, finally broke at this moment. That last breath that supported her to walk the final 300 miles finally disappeared. Everything in front of her started to turn black. The sound of wind and snow in her ears began to fade away. So sleepy. Really so sleepy. Can I finally sleep now? Sui Sui softly collapsed into Qin Zhao's arms. But just before her consciousness was completely swallowed by darkness, her hand still tightly grasped Qin Zhao's collar. With her last bit of strength, a strength that seemed like a final flicker of life, she raised her hand, pointing at the broken wooden box lying in the snow. That finger trembled, but was unwavering. Her eyes were full of pleading. Box, sister, sister. After saying these two words, her hand fell weakly. She fainted completely. Sister, sister, Qin Shao shouted in panic, quickly checking her breath. Fortunately, she was still breathing. But she was too weak. Medic. Call the medic. Send the best doctor from the military hospital immediately. Qin Shao picked up Sui Sui and stood up, shouting angrily at Lao Su, who was already staring in shock. His voice was full of anger and urgency.
Yes.
Yes. Lao Su shivered in fear and turned to make a call. Wait. Qin Shao suddenly stopped him. His gaze followed the direction Sui Sui had just pointed. It was the broken wooden box. The box was covered in blood and mud. Sister? Did Sui Sui just say? Sister? Qin Shao remembered that Lin Song indeed had two daughters. The older daughter was called Nuanyuan. The younger daughter was called Sui Sui. Since Sui Sui was here, what about Nuanyuan? What was inside that box? A very bad feeling, like a poisonous snake, crawled up Qin Zhao's spine. It made him feel icy cold. He held Sui Sui and slowly walked toward the box, looking at the dark red liquid seeping from the crack. At the broken hole covered in mud, Qin Zhao's breathing trembled. He turned his head to Lao Su, his eyes terrifying, as if ready to eat someone. Open it. Just two words. But they sounded like they came from hell. Open it. Two strong-looking guards, as sturdy as young bulls, swallowed hard and nervously stepped forward. They bent down and reached out to try to pick up the small bundle lying on the box. Be gentle. Qin Shao suddenly spoke. His eyes stayed fixed on Sui Sui's dirty little face. Even though she was unconscious, her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was dreaming a terrible nightmare. Don't hurt her. Xiao Lu's hands trembled. He carefully supported Sui Sui's armpit, trying to lift her up. But he couldn't do it. This child was as light as a piece of paper, but her hands seemed glued to the broken wooden box. Her 10 fingers, with nails already broken and bloody, were deeply pressed into the rough cracks of the wood. What kind of strength was that? It was a stubbornness that refused to let go, even in death. Report. Report to the captain. Xiao Lu was so anxious he was sweating, and his voice was trembling with tears. I can't pull her free. I really can't. If I try harder, her fingers will break. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly clenched. It hurt. It really hurt. This was Lin Song's daughter. The girl in the photo, smiling like a little sun, proudly held up by a big, silly-looking person. Now, she looked like a small beast protecting its food, unwilling to let go of the broken box, even if it meant breaking her fingers. Qin Shao took a deep breath. The cold air filled his lungs, stabbing like a knife. He carefully tucked the crumpled, rotten photo into his pocket, pressed it close to his heart. Then he knelt down again, on one knee. His neat military pants directly touched the cold, muddy snow water. He reached out his large, warm hand and gently covered Sui Sui's terrible little hand. His hand was big and warm, with calluses from holding a gun. That was the feeling of safety.
Sui Sui.
Qin Shao lowered his head, his lips almost touching Sui Sui's gray, dusty ear. His voice was so gentle, it was almost unbelievable. It was like he was afraid to disturb the snow and wind, or scare this injured child. I am Uncle Qin. I am Qin Shao. I saw the photo, and I recognized you. You are my older brother's son, and you are my own daughter. Be obedient and let go of your hand. This is the army, our own home. We're home now, no one will bully you anymore, and no one will hurt your sister. Uncle promises you, if anyone dares to touch this box, Uncle will twist their head off and kick it like a ball. Maybe it was the familiar name that worked. Maybe it was the warmth that carried through the cold skin, reaching the tense nerves of Sui Sui.
Sui, unconscious, trembled slightly.
The tears that had been hanging at the corner of her eyes finally fell. Then, the fingers that tightly held the wooden board slowly, very slowly, loosened. Stiff. They had been holding that position for too long, and the joints were frozen. As they loosened, a soft crack sound was heard. Qin Zhao's heart trembled. He quickly wrapped the bloodied little hand in his palm, gently rubbed it, trying to pass some warmth. Good child. Be good. Qin Shao gently picked up Sui Sui, as if holding a fragile porcelain doll. He turned around and handed the child to the guard behind him, who had already turned red in the eyes. Hold her. Don't let her see. Cover her ears. The guard was a young man in his early 20s, tears welling in his eyes. When he took Sui Sui, his hands trembled. Yes, he turned around, with his back to the box, wrapping Sui Sui tightly in his coat, both hands firmly covering her ears. The scene was cleared. Only the lonely, ugly, broken wooden box remained, lying in the snow. Like a coffin filled with endless guilt. Move. Qin Shao stood up. The gentle, fatherly expression from before disappeared instantly. Instead, there was the sternness of the king of hell entering the hall. Old Su drew a dagger from his waist. It was a sharpened Type 95 military dagger, gleaming coldly. He walked to the side of the box. Up close, the smell was even stronger. Although covered with mud and torn cloth, the smell of formalin mixed with rotten flesh still seeped through the cracks and went straight to the nose. Old Su is a veteran who has fought among dead bodies before. But now his hand holding the knife was a little slippery. All of his sweat was cold. Pry. Old Su growled softly to boost his courage. He forcefully pushed the bayonet into the gap between the box lid and the body. Squeak. The rusty nail scraped against the wood, making a sharp, grating sound. This noise was especially harsh in the quiet, snowy night. 1 nail. 2 nails. The box was nailed shut very tightly. Not to prevent theft, but to stop the contents from falling out. Or to prevent that smell from escaping. Every nail felt like it was driven into Qin Zhao's heart. That child named Sui Sui. How did she manage to drag this all the way? The box weighed at least 60 or 70 pounds.
How old was she?
3.5 years old? Dragging such a heavy thing for 300 miles? Qin Shao didn't dare to think about it. The more he thought, the more murderous his heart became. Bang! The last nail flew off. The box lid loosened. Old Su took a deep breath, holding it. Captain, it's open. Qin Shao didn't say anything. He took a step forward. His military boots crunched on the snow. Lift it. Old Su clenched his teeth and suddenly pushed hard. Clatter. The heavy wooden board was flipped aside. In that instant, a strong, suffocating smell burst out like a trapped evil spirit rushing free after 1,000 years. It wasn't just the smell of decay. It was a mixture of high-concentration preservatives, disinfectants, old blood, and the sickly sweet smell of rotting flesh. Ugh! Xiao Lu, standing downwind, was a trained soldier who normally wouldn't flinch at slaughtering pigs or sheep. But at this moment, he couldn't hold back. He bent over and vomited loudly. Even his bile came out. Old Su's face turned pale, and his stomach churned violently, but he forced himself not to vomit, covering his mouth and nose tightly. Qin Shao did not move. It was as if he had lost his sense of smell. He stood straight by the box, looking inside with his head lowered. The spotlight shone fully into the box. It lit up that hellish scene. In that moment, Qin Shao felt a thunderbolt strike his head directly, as if a lightning had split his mind. His whole body seemed to turn to ashes. His soul left his body. His mind went blank. What was that? What was that thing? Inside the box, there was a layer of moldy cotton. On the cotton there was a person. If you didn't look carefully, it really looked like a person, wearing a dirty, ill-fitting red dress. But underneath the dress it was empty. The left sleeve was empty. The right pant leg was also empty. It was not a complete body. It was a pile of stitched-together limbs. There was a large, fierce cut on the chest, as if crudely sewn together, with loose threads hanging out. That was the mark where the heart had been taken out. That face. That small face, once delicate and beautiful. Now it was pale as paper, so thin it looked like it could fall apart. Eyes closed tightly, with frost on the eyelashes. If you ignored the missing limbs, it looked like she was sleeping. Quiet. Obedient. But on her neck, on that thin neck that seemed to break easily, was a red scarf. The scarf was old, pilled, and some parts had even unraveled. It was handmade. The stitches were uneven, clearly the work of a beginner. Qin Shao stared fixedly at the scarf. His vision began to blur. The world started to spin. At that moment, the door to his memories was forcefully opened by that red scarf. 5 years ago, Lin Song had just become a father, and he was so happy he looked like a fool. During the new year, Lin's wife insisted on learning to knit scarves, saying she wanted to make one for each of their 2 daughters. Qin Shao was helping nearby, winding yarn. "Old Qin, do you think these stitches are okay?" "Madam, this is a bit crooked. Go away, this is called art. From now on, when my daughter wears it, she will be the most beautiful girl in the whole neighborhood." On the lower right corner of that scarf, Aunt Lin deliberately embroidered a crooked, warm character with gold thread. Qin Zhao's hands trembled. Slowly, he reached out toward the scarf. He opened a corner of the scarf. There. Even if it was stained with blood, even if it was dirty, the golden, warm character still remained there. It felt like a thorn, piercing into Qin Zhao's eyes. Warm. This is Warm. This is Lin Song's eldest daughter, Lin Warm. 5 years ago, when he went to Lin Song's house for a meal, she ran over with short legs, calling him Godfather in a soft voice, insisting he lift her high. She had 2 dimples when she smiled, saying she wanted to marry a hero like her godfather when she grew up. Now, she lay inside this broken wooden box, turned into a pile of scrap. A scream that no human could produce suddenly tore through the silent night sky. Qin Shao knelt down. That brave man who had won 3 consecutive championships in the military competition, who could walk 10 kilometers without a sound even with broken leg bones. That soldier called the living king of hell, the special forces commander who bled without shedding tears. At this moment, his knees buckled and he fell heavily into the snow. He gripped the edge of the broken wooden box tightly with both hands. His nails gouged into the wood, drawing blood. Warm. Warm. Qin Shao buried his head in the stinking box. He didn't mind the dirt. He didn't mind the smell. He only felt cold. So cold that his bones ached. He trembled as he reached out to touch that pale little face. But halfway there he pulled back. He was afraid. He was afraid that if he touched her, this assembled body would fall apart. He was afraid that if he touched her, she would really be gone. How could this happen? How did it become like this? Tears streamed down Qin Zhao's face, like broken beads, falling loudly onto Warm's empty sleeve. Scenes from 5 years ago flashed wildly in his mind like a slideshow. Godfather. Godfather, hug me. Godfather, do you like my new dress? Godfather, Dad says you're a hero. Can you defeat the monster? That soft, gentle voice still echoes in his ears. That small, warm body still seems to be cuddling in his arms. But now, it's gone. Everything is gone. The dress is still there, but the person is shattered. The monster came, but Godfather was not there. Old Lin, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your family. Qin Shao cried loudly. He cried like a lost child. He cried with a broken heart, feeling torn apart. He remembered a call from 3 years ago, just before Lin Song sacrificed himself.
It was a secret channel.
Only that one sentence. Old Qin, take care of my wife and kids. If there's a next life, let's be brothers again. At that time, Qin Shao swore into the radio. As long as he was alive, he would never let Lin's family suffer even a little bit. But later, his wife and children disappeared at the border. He searched for 3 whole years. Used all his connections, searched like crazy. And what was the result? He found them. One had become mute, covered in wounds, dragging a coffin for 300 miles. Another had been dismembered, lying in a trash bin, with no complete body left. Is this what he promised his brother? Is this the vow of a soldier king? Qin Shao suddenly looked up. His eyes, once filled with sadness, now burned with intense hatred. It was like a demon crawling out of hell, mad to devour all evil in the world. He looked at the worm in the box, at the terrible wound on her chest. That was a scar from a surgical knife. A precise, emotionless cut. This was not an accident. This was not revenge. This was an experiment. An experiment where living people were slaughtered like animals. Angel Project. Suddenly, that phrase flashed through Qin Zhao's mind. This was a code name he had heard in a top-secret intelligence report. At the time, he thought it was just a legend. He never expected it to be real. And, even more shocking, it was used on the orphan of a hero. Animal. A bunch of animals. Qin Shao suddenly stood up.
He pulled out his sidearm.
It was his Model 92 pistol, fully loaded.
Bang! Bang!
Bang! 3 gunshots.
Deafening. He was shooting toward the sky.
And also at this messed-up world. The gunfire echoed across the empty snowy plain, making snow fall from the trees. All troops assemble, Qin Shao shouted loudly. His voice was hoarse, like he had swallowed coal, but it carried a strong, undeniable authority. Sound the alarm, level 1 alert. Get everyone in the Special Forces unit up. Even if they are sleeping in coffins, make them get up. Old Su was startled by the sudden gunfire, but when he heard the orders, he instinctively stood straight. Yes, and Qin Shao turned around, his blood-red eyes fixed on Old Su. Bring the medic to me. Tell the hospital staff to bring the best equipment and medicine. If we can't save that child, Qin Shao pointed at Sui Sui, who was unconscious in the guard's arms. His hand was trembling. If we can't save her, I'll tear a hole in the sky. Ugh, ugh. The shrill air raid siren suddenly blared throughout the military base. The red warning lights flashed wildly, turning the snowy night into a sea of blood. Lights in many barracks flickered on instantly. Countless soldiers in underwear and tank tops jumped out of bed, grabbing their guns and rushing outside. This was the emergency assembly order. A warning siren only sounded when war was about to break out. And 2 kilometers outside the military base gate, on a small hill, a black SUV had stopped, quietly parked among the trees. Inside the car, 2 men in black trench coats were using binoculars to observe the situation at the gate. One man cursed and put down the binoculars. It's exposed. That kid actually broke in. And, from Qin Zhao's reaction, he probably recognized us. Another man looked grim. What about the box? Did you see it? Yes, I saw it. It's open. This is bad. The man took a deep breath, his hand trembling slightly. That's the perfect 79. If the people above find out we lost such an important sample, and it's in the hands of the military.
Retreat.
The man made a quick decision. Pull back quickly. Report back. Qin Shao is about to attack. This city is about to change. The off-road vehicle started silently, not even turning on its lights, like a frightened mouse, quickly disappearing into the dark night. But they didn't know. This time, they had angered not just a wild dog, but a group of fierce beasts about to wake up, bloodthirsty and ready to protect their young. Where's the car? Qin Shao roared like a furious lion in the snow. It's here, Commander. Driver Xiao Wang was quick-witted, already driving the red flag car over with the door wide open. Qin Shao snatched Ye from the guard's arms. The moment he grabbed her, his heart sank again. She was burning hot. Even through the thick military uniform, he could feel the intense heat. Ye's breathing was getting weaker. Her small, kitten-like voice was faint and uneven, as if she might stop breathing at any moment. The tires kicked up snow and mud, carving deep ruts into the ground. The speedometer needle suddenly shot up. 60, 80, 120. On this snowy and icy night, on the slippery road. It's almost like risking their life. But driver Xiao Wang didn't even frown. He pressed the accelerator to the floor and held the steering wheel tightly. He knew this wasn't just driving.
It was a race against death. Yuan.
Don't sleep. In the back seat, Qin Shao held Yuan tightly. He didn't dare pull too hard, afraid of hurting her. But he also didn't dare let go, worried she might disappear. He lowered his head, rubbing his rough chin against Yuan's hot forehead. Hold on. Uncle will take you to find second dad. Your second dad is a great doctor. He's the best in the world. He will definitely save you. You haven't even met him yet. He's a bit grumpy, but he's a good doctor. Don't you want to see your dad? Once you get better, Uncle will take you to him.
Please.
Don't sleep. Qin Zhao's voice choked with emotion. A hot tear rolled down Yuan's face. Yuan seemed to sense it. Her tightly closed eyes moved slightly, her lips moving.
Cease.
Even in this life-and-death moment, she was still thinking of her sister in the box. Qin Zhao's heart almost broke. Your sister is here. Just behind us. Let's go together. No one will be left behind. Qin Shao pressed Yuan's small hand to his face, tears flowing uncontrollably. At that moment, he felt something sticky in his palm. He looked down.
Blood.
Yuan's wounds had reopened from the intense movement earlier. Blood stained her torn hospital gown and also dyed Qin Zhao's sharp military uniform.
It was shocking to see.
Drive faster. Faster. Qin Shao shouted at the front, his eyes full of bloodshot veins. There's a red light ahead. Run through it. Crash through. If this kid doesn't make it, I'll blow up this road myself. The siren of the red flag car blared. They sped forward wildly. He ran through 8 red lights in a row. The vehicles on the roadside quickly moved aside in fear. When the traffic police tried to stop him, they saw it was Carnot, one from the Special Operations Brigade. They hurriedly saluted and let him go. 15 minutes later, at the General Hospital of the Military Region. This is the place with the highest medical standards in the city and even the whole country. It was already late at night. The emergency room was very quiet, with only a few nurses dozing off. Suddenly, a loud bang. The glass door of the emergency room was kicked open. Cold wind and snowflakes rushed inside. Doctor, help us. A loud shout shook the chandelier in the hall. The on-duty nurse was so scared she almost fell off her chair. When she looked up, she saw a blood-covered officer, holding a dirty child, rushing in like a madman. His eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone.
Sir,
this is the leader. The nurse was so frightened she stammered. Where is Lu Ci? Qin Shao ignored her and shouted directly. Get Lu Ci out here, Lu. Director Lu. The nurse froze. Lu Ci is the deputy director of the General Hospital of the Military Region, a respected figure in the medical world. Usually, it's hard to even see him, let alone call him out in the middle of the night. He's in a meeting, in the conference room on the top floor. Before she finished, Qin Shao had already carried Sui and rushed toward the elevator. Behind him, 2 guards were carrying a blood-stained wooden box, panting heavily. The smell of decay quickly filled the entire emergency hall. Top floor conference room. The lights were bright. A seminar on new battlefield emergency rescue techniques was underway. Sitting at the head of the table was a man in a white coat. He was in his early 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, handsome and refined, but his eyes were as cold as a surgical knife. This was Lu Ci. He was Lin Song's second brother and Sui's second godfather. He was also the famous Dr. Qin Shao called Grumpy. At this moment, He was frowning, listening to the reports below, tapping his pen lightly on the table. Clearly, he was very dissatisfied with the plan. This type of hemostatic clamp is not designed with ergonomics in mind. It's a waste of time on the battlefield. Lu Ci interrupted the report coldly. Redo it. Just then, bang, the door of the conference room was forcefully kicked open. The heavy wooden door slammed against the wall with a loud bang. All the experts and professors were startled and turned around. At the door stood a man covered in blood. Qin Xiao. Lu Ci frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He hated being interrupted during meetings, and he disliked Qin Xiao's rough way of doing things. What are you doing? This is a hospital, not your special forces unit. Lu Ci pushed up his glasses, speaking coldly. Coming in covered in blood, are you killing someone or what? He didn't finish his sentence.
Luci frose.
Because he saw the child in Qin Zhao's arms. That child was tiny, filthy, and barely breathing. And Qin Zhao's eyes were blood-red, as if they were about to bleed. Second brother. Qin Zhao's voice trembled, full of vulnerability and pleading he had never shown before. Save her. This is Lin Song's daughter. This is Sui Sui. Clang. Lu Ci's pen fell onto the table. The usually calm medical expert, known for never trembling during surgeries. At this moment, his face turned deathly pale instantly. He stood up abruptly, knocking over the chair without care. He rushed a few steps to Qin Zhao's side.
Who?
Did you say? Lu Ci's voice also trembled. But he didn't wait for Qin Xiao to answer. His professional instinct made him immediately place his hand on Sui Sui's fragile wrist.
Cold.
Her pulse was rapid like a drumbeat, yet weak enough to stop at any moment.
Luci opened Sui's eyelids.
Her pupils were already starting to drift. Damn it, Lu Ci's face turned extremely grim. Heart rate 180. High fever convulsions. Signs of multiple organ failure. She's in shock. Quick. Take her to the emergency room. Lu Ci snatched Sui Sui from Qin Zhao's arms. He didn't mind the dirt or the smell. Holding the child, I ran outside quickly. As I ran, I shouted at the group of still standing experts and professors behind me. Why are you all just standing there? Focus. Brain and heart. Pediatrics. Follow me. Prepare the ECMO. Get the adrenaline shot ready. If this child dies in my hands, you all can forget about it. The entire meeting room instantly turned into chaos. A group of usually proud medical experts at this moment looked like they were being chased by wolves, rushing frantically after Lu Ci. Qin Xiao stayed in place. He watched Lu Ci carry Sui Sui and disappear at the end of the corridor. His tense nerves finally relaxed a little. His legs went weak, almost causing him to kneel. Just then, 2 security guards hurried over, carrying a box.
Captain.
This box. Qin Xiao leaned against the wall, slowly straightening up. His gaze turned cold again. Bring it in. Take it to the autopsy room. Call the forensic doctor. I need to know. Qin Xiao clenched his teeth, each word like it was squeezed from between his teeth. I need to know what they went through. I want a forensic report. Unaware doctors and nurses passing by had to walk close to the wall, not daring to breathe loudly. Commander. Old Su carefully approached, holding a pack of cigarettes. He wanted to persuade Qin Xiao to sit for a moment, but seeing Qin Zhao's grim face, he swallowed his words and only offered a cigarette. Qin Xiao didn't take it. His eyes were fixed on the red light, bloodshot and full of red veins. His hands trembled. That steady hand, capable of shooting and killing enemies from 1,000 meters away on the battlefield, was now shaking uncontrollably. He was afraid. This man, who had carried his head tucked into his waistband for half his life, was experiencing fear for the first time. He was more afraid than when he heard about Lin Song's death 3 years ago. Back then, there was only despair. Now, he watched helplessly as the small flicker of hope flickered in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Old Lin. Qin Xiao fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a torn, mushy photo. He gently touched the blurry red part. Your daughter is inside. You must protect her. If you dare to take her away, I will dig up your grave, he muttered to himself, his voice hoarse as if he had swallowed sand. Inside the emergency room, this was another battlefield. No gunfire, but more brutal than a war zone. Scissors. Lucy's voice was cold, like ice. The nurse handed over the scissors. Lucy's hands were steady. As the best surgeon in the country, his hands were the most precise tools. But when the scissors touched the tattered hospital gown on Sui Sui, his hands froze. The clothing and flesh had grown together. Blood scabs, pus, and mud had glued the fabric to the wound. Every cut was not just opening the cloth, but tearing the child's flesh. Prepare for anesthesia. Lucy took a deep breath, his eyes behind the glasses, showing a hint of compassion. Director, her blood pressure is too low. Anesthesia is too risky. The anesthetist's voice trembled. Then local anesthesia. Quickly, Lucy gritted his teeth, carefully guiding the scissors. As the layer of dirty clothes, like armor, was removed, the small body was finally fully exposed under the shadowless light. Sigh. Even the experienced medical staff gasped in shock at this moment. It was terrible. Too terrible. This was not the body of a 3-year-old child. It looked more like a living display of punishment. The ribs were clearly visible, as if they might pierce through the thin skin. The skin was covered with tiny puncture marks. Some were scabbed over, others still bleeding. These were marks left by long-term injections. There was a fresh, healing hole at the back of the neck, as if something blunt had gouged out a piece of flesh. That was where Sui Sui had removed her locator device. These animals.
Lucy's teeth clenched loudly.
His gaze shifted downward to Sui Sui's feet. Her left foot was wrapped in a dirty red cloth that was so stained it was hard to tell the color, and her right foot was half covered by a plastic bottle. Lucy reached out to try to untie the red cloth. It was difficult. The cloth had embedded into the flesh. He could only use tweezers to carefully peel it away bit by bit. When the last piece of cloth was finally removed, a young nurse nearby cried out in shock, covering her mouth as she rushed out of the emergency room. There was no sole on her foot. The entire bottom of her foot was worn away, exposing the white heel bone and the ball of the foot. Fragments of stones and coal dust were embedded in the bones. This was the price she paid for walking 300 miles. Lucy felt as if his heart was clenched tightly. It hurt so much he couldn't breathe. This was Lynn's child. The little niece they all looked forward to so much. They held her carefully, afraid to drop her, and kept her close, afraid she would melt away.
And now?
She had been so badly hurt. Clean the wounds. Lucy growled, forcing down the rising urge to kill. Be gentle. Even a grain of sand must be cleaned out. Yes. Just then, the doctor in charge of the tests rushed over with a report. His face was pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Director Liu, the blood test results are in. Read it, Lucy said without looking up, carefully tending to the rotten flesh on Sui Sui's foot. White blood cell count is extremely high, indicating a severe infection. And also, the lab doctor's voice trembled, as if he had seen some unbelievable data. We detected a large amount of unknown chemicals in her blood. There are high concentrations of nerve-blocking agents, strong stimulants, and a new synthetic drug similar to adrenaline, but 10 times more powerful. Lucy's hand suddenly froze. The scalpel hovered in midair. He quickly looked up, a cold gleam flashing across his glasses. What did you say? Nerve-blocking agents. Yes. The lab doctor swallowed hard. At this dose, an adult would have gone crazy long ago. She's been using this drug to block pain, overexerting her life force just to hold on until now. This isn't medicine to cure or save lives. This is creating super soldiers, or rather, monsters. Lucy's pupils shrank sharply. Human experiments. These 4 words hit him like a heavy hammer, pounding in his mind. Renai Hospital. Lucy managed to squeeze out these words from between his teeth. He remembered Qin Xiao said that this child had escaped from that terrible place. Good. Very good. Using orphaned children of martyrs for experiments? We'll settle this score slowly. Continue to save her. Lucy took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Start ECMO. Keep her alive. As long as she's breathing, even the Grim Reaper can't take her. At this moment, the young nurse who had just run out hurried back in, stumbling. She waved another lab report in her hand. Her face was full of fear and shock. Director, what is it now? Lucy was annoyed and anxious. Blood type. This child's blood type. The nurse panted heavily, thrusting the report in front of Lucy. It's RH-null, golden blood, and the nurse pointed outside the door, her voice trembling. The forensic team just sent word, the body in that box. The body in the box also has golden blood. They are sisters. Boom. Lucy's mind went blank. Golden blood. That is the rarest blood type in the world, occurring in only one in hundreds of thousands.
A universal do unir.
The living panda of the medical world. But for some underground black markets, it is like walking a treasure chest. The highest level, spare parts bank. Lucy looked at the dying sway on the operating table. He also thought of the worm, broken in the box outside. Finally, he understood why these two children were taken, why they suffered such inhumane torture. Because of their blood. Because of their noble, rare blood that can save or harm lives. Damn it. The hemostat in Lucy's hand, with a loud snap, was bent by his force. Outside the emergency room, Qin Xiao was still smoking. He had already dropped 7 or 8 cigarette butts. Suddenly, the door to the emergency room opened slightly. A young nurse ran out holding a test report. Commander Qin. Qin Xiao suddenly turned around, his eyes red and burning, fixed on her. How is she? Is she alive? The nurse was frightened by his intense gaze and took a step back, stammering, She's alive. Director Liu is doing everything he can to save her. Qin Zhao's tense shoulders relaxed a little. As long as she was alive, there was hope. But the nurse hesitated, then handed over the test report. Director Liu asked me to tell you, this child's blood type is golden blood, same as the corpse in that box, Director Liu said. This might be the reason they were harmed. Qin Xiao took the report. He couldn't understand the complex medical data, but he understood the words golden blood. He also understood reason for harm, golden blood. Qin Xiao chewed on the words. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was a very cruel, very bloody smile. All right, so it's because of the blood. Because blood is valuable. They just slaughter people like pigs and dogs, right? Qin Xiao slowly crumpled the test report into a ball and clenched it in his hand. The paper ball was crushed into pieces. He turned his head and looked toward the end of the corridor. That was the way to the dissection room. Old Sue. Qin Zhao's voice was soft but carried a chilling coldness that made people's scalps tingle. Yes, Old Sue, who had been standing nearby, immediately stood at attention. Check it out. No matter if it's Renai Hospital or some underground organization, even if they dig 3 feet into the ground, bring these blood-drinking beasts out one by one, I want them to know that the blood of the Lin family is not just gold. It's also like molten lava, hot to the mouth and even hotter to life. The rescue room lights were still on. Yuesue's vital signs were barely maintained at a dangerous balance under medication. Lucy came out from inside. He took off his mask, and his usually gentle and refined face was now as gloomy as a stormy sky. The person is temporarily saved, Lucy told Qin Xiao, who was guarding at the door. But he showed no happiness at all, because he knew this was just the beginning. Yuesue's body had been pushed to its limit, like a machine that had been overclocked for too long, with all parts broken. Whether he could wake up, or if there would be aftereffects, was still unknown. Qin Xiao nodded. He didn't speak, only reached out and patted Lucy on the shoulder. Brothers don't need many words. I'll go see over there. Lucy pointed toward the dissection room at the end of the corridor. There was that broken wooden box, and that already shattered worm. I'll go with you. Qin Xiao extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Don't go. Lucy stopped him, his eyes flickering with hesitation. That kind of scene. You can't handle it. I'm a special forces soldier. Qin Xiao looked at him. What dead body haven't I seen? That's different. Lucy's voice trembled slightly. That's old Lynn's daughter. That is warm. Trust me, wait outside. After speaking, Lu Xi didn't give Qin Xiao a chance to reply and turned to walk quickly toward the dissection room. His back was firm, but there was a clear sadness in his posture. Dissection room. It was even colder here than outside on the snowy night. The air was filled with the strong smell of formalin and the nauseating odor of decay. The broken wooden box had already been opened. Its contents had been moved onto a stainless steel dissection table. Forensic Dr. Lao Zhang was a man in his 50s who had worked as a forensic expert his whole life. Had he seen cases of dismemberment or strange murders before? But right now, Lao Zhang was crouched in the corner, taking off his mask and vomiting into a trash bin. When he saw Lu Xi come in, Lao Zhang wiped his mouth and stood up with a pale face. Dr. Lu. His voice was trembling. I've been a forensic doctor for 30 years. I've never seen anything as terrible as this. Lu Xi said nothing. He walked to the dissection table and put on rubber gloves. A white cloth covered the table. Under the cloth was the small angel who once called him Second Dad. Lu Xi's hand paused in midair for 3 seconds. Then he suddenly lifted the white cloth. Although he had heard from the nurse at the emergency room and was mentally prepared, seeing this scene in person still felt like his head was being opened. A cold wind rushed up from his feet. This was not a complete body. It was a pile of assembled parts. The left arm was missing. The right leg was missing. The abdomen was crudely sewn up, like a giant centipede crawling on pale skin. Let's begin. Lu Xi's voice was frighteningly calm. He picked up a scalpel and started the autopsy. This was not to find the cause of death. The cause was obvious. It was to gather evidence, to seek justice for this child. The victim, female, about 5 years old. Delayed development, severe malnutrition. Lu Xi checked and recorded as he examined. The assistant beside him cried while taking notes. Upper left arm amputated at shoulder level, with a smooth incision and clear clamp marks on the wound. Li Su carefully examined the cut. His expression grew colder. This isn't caused by violence or an accident. This is a surgical amputation. And Li Su gently touched the edge of the broken bone. There was a thin layer of bone scab. The wound has healed for at least 3 months. So, Li Su's voice sounded strained. Her arm was cut off 3 months ago. She was still alive then, alive. These 2 words felt like a sharp knife stabbing everyone's hearts. A 5-year-old child, conscious or perhaps anesthetized, watching her arm being cut off, and then kept in that hellish place, waiting for the next cut. Li Su continued his examination. Lower right limb amputated about a month ago. Both eyeballs missing, filled with medical cotton in the sockets. The corneas have been removed. Li Su's hand trembled. He unfastened the gruesome stitches on the abdomen. Inside was empty. Truly empty. Both kidneys missing. Part of the liver missing. Heart missing. This isn't an autopsy. It's more like a list of items from hell. Who were the kidneys sold to? Who received the corneas? And that beating, golden-blooded heart, whose chest is it in now? Li Su looked at the empty chest cavity. As a doctor, his professional dignity was shattered. A scalpel is meant to save lives, not to dismember children, not to treat people like objects to be taken apart. These monsters, these demons hiding behind human skin. Bang. Li Su suddenly punched the stainless steel dissection table. The scalpel in his hand snapped with a loud crack. The sharp blade sliced through his glove, piercing into his flesh. Blood dripped down. It had seeped into Nuan's already dried-up chest cavity. Lu Xi couldn't feel any pain. He only felt sick. He was disgusted with this world and with the so-called medicine. Dr. Lu. Are you okay? Old Zhang was very frightened and quickly came forward to bandage him. Stay back. Lu Xi pushed old Zhang's hand away. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to stay calm. He couldn't lose control.
Not now.
He needed to find more clues. This child's death was so tragic, it was definitely more than just organ trafficking. The Angel Project must have deeper secrets. Lu Xi changed into a new pair of gloves. He picked up a new pair of scissors. Check the digestive tract. Lu Xi cut open Nuan's stomach pouch. The stomach was very clean. No food. Only some undigested grass roots and cotton. This child was hungry before she died. Lu Xi's heart clenched again. Just as he was about to sew her up, suddenly, the tip of the scissors touched something hard. Clink, a soft, crisp sound.
Luci frose.
He carefully probed with tweezers. From the folds of the stomach wall, he pinched out a small, dark round ball, only the size of a thumb. It was wrapped in a thick layer of wax. This was a wax pill? This ancient preservation method was usually used to hide very important information, to be swallowed and later retrieved.
Lucie's breeding weekend.
He placed the wax pill on a tray, gently scraped away the wax layer with a scalpel. Inside, there was a tiny film reel. Lu Xi held the reel, trembling. This was left by Nuan. The 5-year-old girl had swallowed it with her last breath, risking her life. She knew she wouldn't survive. She hid her last hope inside her body. Let her sister take her body out and reveal the truth.
Ah, Luci exhaled deeply.
Tears finally started to fall. Foolish child, really a foolish child. You've suffered. Second Godfather promises you, no matter what is inside this film, no matter who is involved, even if it's the King of Heaven himself, I will make him pay for it. Lu Xi took off his blood-stained gloves and threw them forcefully on the ground. He grabbed the tray and strode out of the dissection room. Outside the door, Qin Xiao was leaning against the wall, smoking. Seeing Lu Xi come out, noticing the tray in his hand and his pale face, Qin Xiao didn't ask anything. He simply threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. Let's go, Qin Xiao said. To the office, get someone. If nothing unexpected happens, this record contains the core data of the Angel Project, or perhaps the list of buyers.
Buyers.
These 2 words stirred Qin Xiao's nerves. Without trade, there would be no killing. Those doctors holding surgical knives deserve to die. Those powerful people hiding behind the scenes, paying for organs and lives, deserve even more to die. This matter can't be handled just by the 2 of us. Qin Xiao stood up and walked to his desk. There was a red phone there. No dial pad, only a few encrypted buttons. This is the highest-level secret line in the military district. What are you planning to do? Lu Xi looked at him.
Do what?
Qin Xiao picked up the receiver, a cold, bloodthirsty smile on his face. Old Lin's revenge can't be just the 2 of us. That's a shared secret among our 7 brothers. Now that our sister has been bullied like this, it's time for those old guys to move their muscles. Lu Xi was silent for 2 seconds. Then he also stood up and walked over to Qin Xiao. Let's do it. Whatever happens, we'll face it together. Qin Xiao pressed the first button. In the Northwest Desert, a top-secret weapons testing base. The sky was filled with yellow sand. A man in an explosion-proof suit, with a full beard, crouched under a huge missile launcher, holding a wrench, with an unlit cigar in his mouth.
He was Chu Kuang,
China's top weapons expert, known as the Mad Scientist. He was also Lin Song's 3rd younger brother and the godfather of his 3rd son.
Eninju.
An assistant ran over, holding a satellite phone. Who is it? Am I busy right now?
Chu Kuang senapet impatinti.
If the data isn't wrong, don't bother me.
It's
the red line, the assistant panted. From Beijing. Commander Qin.
Chu Kuang frose.
The wrench in his hand clattered to the ground. Old Qin? That guy never does anything without a reason. In the middle of the night, Chu Kuang grabbed the phone. Hello? Old Qin, you better have something important. Otherwise, if this east wind missile goes off course. On the phone, Qin Zhao's voice was so cold that it made him shiver. Old Lin's child has been found. Chu Kuang's impatience instantly disappeared. Instead, he was filled with joy. Really? Where? My niece? I've even prepared tank models for them, and now they're all dusty. Nuan is dead. Qin Xiao didn't give him time to be happy. A cold shower, instantly dousing Chu Kuang's enthusiasm. She was used as a living organ bank and was torn apart. Sui Sui was seriously injured and is being rescued. On the other end of the line, there was dead silence. Only the wind in the desert howled. After 3 seconds,
Boom! A loud explosion.
Chu Kwang kicked over a testing device worth millions. F you. Who did this? Who the hell did this? Chu Kwang roared into the phone, his eyes bloodshot, like a furious beast. I'm going to blow him up. I'm going to turn all those bastards to dust. Go back to Beijing. Qin Shao only said 3 words. Bring your best guys. Wait for me. Chu Kwang hung up. He turned around and shouted at the terrified scientists. Prepare the aircraft. Get that stealth fighter just finished off the line. Load the weapons. Fully armed. Target, Beijing. In a dark underground room in a certain country. This is a secret base of the intelligence agency. A man dressed in a black trench coat, with a gentle but sinister face, sat in a chair, playing with a butterfly knife. Opposite him, a foreign agent had been tortured beyond recognition. He is Shadow, director of the National Intelligence Bureau, code name Ghost, for Godfathers. Ring ring. The encrypted phone on the table vibrated. Shadow glanced at the number. The butterfly knife in his hand stopped instantly. He answered. Speak. Only 1 word. Calm, gloomy. 4th brother. Old Lin's child is in trouble. Qin Shao briefly explained the situation. Shadow listened without showing any emotion. Even his eyes showed no change. But then, snick, the butterfly knife in his hand suddenly stabbed into the foreign agent's thigh. The agent let out a painful cry. The Shadow seemed not to hear at all. He stood up, tidied his collar, and said calmly, Understood. Send me the list. Give me a list of suspects. After tonight, they will disappear from this world. Not even their ashes will be found. He hung up the phone. The Shadow left the basement. He calmly ordered the man in black at the door. Activate the Sky Eye system. Lock onto all suspicious people in Beijing, and prepare a private jet. I am returning to the country to eliminate them. In the magical city, on the top floor of the tallest skyscraper in Lujiazui, an international board meeting was underway, involving billions of dollars. Seated at the head was a well-dressed, elegant man.
Shen Wansan,
the world's richest person, controlling a huge business empire. His godfather. At this moment, he was smiling as he listened to the other side's offer. Suddenly, his secretary rushed in, looking anxious, whispered a few words in his ear, and handed him a phone. Shen Wansan's smile froze. He took the call. Listened for less than half a minute. Snap. The priceless custom phone was forcefully thrown onto the marble floor. It shattered. The entire conference room fell silent. Everyone looked at this usually gentle and refined wealthy man in shock. Now, his handsome face was twisted in a terrifying rage. Mr. Shen. The contract. The foreign businessman on the other end cautiously spoke. Get out. Shen Wansan pointed at the door and roared. Everyone get out. I'm not doing this deal anymore. Money? To hell with money. My daughter is about to be lost. What do I need money for? Shen Wansan tore off his tie and strode out. As he walked, he shouted at his secretary. Mobilize all liquid assets. Block all private hospital accounts in Beijing. Put out a bounty. Who can provide clues about Renei Eye Hospital? I'll give him 1 billion yuan. Anyone who dares to hide information, I will use money to ruin his entire family. That night, it was destined to be a sleepless night. 7 men at the top of China's power hierarchy, in different places in different fields. Because of the same name, the same bloodline, they completely lost control. Military, medical, military industry, intelligence, business. A terrifying web was closing in on Beijing. A storm had already formed, and, at the center of the storm, was a 3-year-old girl lying in the ICU, her life uncertain. Qin Shao put down the phone, looking at the gradually brightening sky outside. The snow had stopped, but the weather was about to change. Sway, sway, don't be afraid. Qin Shao looked into the distance and softly said, Your godfathers are all back, the ones who bullied you. None of them will escape. The feet were so badly damaged that their original shape was unrecognizable, with bones exposed. Qin Shao was a man who carried a gun, had killed people, seen blood, and slept among dead bodies. But when he saw those small feet wrapped in layers of gauze, his fingers trembled. 300 miles. This child had carried a coffin weighing over 100 pounds, walking barefoot for 300 miles. Qin Zhao's heart felt like it was being tightly squeezed, hurting so much he couldn't breathe. Beep! The monitor suddenly made a slightly urgent sound. Qin Zhao quickly looked up. On the hospital bed, those eyes, which had been closed for 2 days, fluttered slightly, like a frightened butterfly's wings.
Sui sui?
Qin Zhao's voice was hoarse, as if filled with gravel. In the next moment, those eyes suddenly opened wide. What kind of eyes were they? No drowsiness from just waking up, no innocence of a child. Only extreme fear. Like a small animal falling into a deep abyss, seeing sharp teeth in the darkness. Sui Sui's pupils shrank sharply, and her body instinctively jerked. Pain suddenly hit her, but she seemed unaware of it, her hands flailing in the air. Empty. Her hands were empty. Where was the rope? The rope that was around her shoulders? The stretcher? The box? Sui Sui's mind exploded like a bomb. Her memory still lingered at the gate of the military district, the overturned wooden box, the blood that seeped out. Her sister had fallen. Her sister would be hurt.
Ha, ha.
She opened her mouth wide to scream, but her throat felt like it was filled with burning charcoal, only able to produce a raspy sound. Fear instantly overwhelmed her reason. She suddenly sat up, ignoring the force still inserted into her hand. Rip! The tape was torn off violently, the needle skewed, and blood flowed back through the tube, staining the white sheets red. She didn't care. She wanted to get out of bed. She wanted to find the box. Her sister was still in the snow, afraid of the cold.
Sui sui.
Don't move. Qin Zhao was startled by her reaction and quickly reached out to stop her. Don't pull out the needle. You'll bleed. Qin Zhao's large hand just touched Sui Sui's shoulder. Every year, she feels like she's been shocked, her whole body tense. This is a very strong reaction to being around adult men. In the laboratory, those masked men also hold her shoulders and insert needles into her body. Bad people. They are all bad. Sui Sui's empty eyes suddenly flash with a fierce light. She doesn't seem like a child, but like a wolf cub pushed to the edge. She suddenly lowers her head and bites into Qin Zhao's arm. Bites hard. Using all her remaining strength, Qin Zhao hums softly, without even frowning, letting her bite. Blood quickly seeps through his uniform fabric, staining the corner of Sui Sui's mouth. But he remains still, carefully protecting her head with one hand, worried she might hurt her neck. Keep biting, Qin Zhao says softly. It will stop hurting once you bite enough. Sui Sui's teeth tremble, and she tastes a metallic, rusty blood flavor in her mouth. This taste makes her a little more alert. It's not the disgusting formalin smell from the lab. It's warm blood. She releases her grip, gasping heavily, still watching the tall man in front of her with caution. She recognizes this outfit.
Green.
Her sister said that good people wear this kind of clothes. It's Qin Zhao. But why is Qin Zhao hiding her sister? Sui Sui struggles to push Qin Zhao away, her frostbitten hands clutching his collar tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. She points at the door, lips trembling, trying desperately to speak.
Box.
Box, her voice hoarse and broken, with a hint of crying.
Sis.
Sis. Cold. Each word sounds like it's squeezed out from bloodied lungs. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly turn red. This tough man, who bleeds and sweats without tears on the battlefield, now feels his eyes sting with tears. He pulls this frantic little wolf cub into his arms, holds her tightly, with a strength that seems to want to melt her into his bones and blood. Don't look for her anymore, Sui Sui. Don't look anymore. Qin Zhao gently pats her emaciated back, his voice surprisingly tender. The box is here. Big sister is here too. Uncle brought her in. She is sleeping in a very beautiful room. Uncle covered her with a thick blanket made of new cotton, so it's very warm. Really, it's not cold anymore. Qin Zhao kept repeating this over and over. No one can bully Big Sister now. And no one can bully Sui Sui anymore. Sui Sui's struggles gradually weakened. She stiffly leaned against Qin Zhao's chest, her ear pressed to his broad chest. She could hear his strong heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Steady and powerful. Like the words her sister said during that snowy night when she protected her. Sway, sway, don't be afraid, big sister is here. Is it really not cold anymore? Did big sister cover her with a blanket? Sway, sway looked up, her big eyes filled with tears, hesitating as she looked at Qin Xiao. It seemed she was checking if he was lying. Qin Xiao looked into her eyes, nodded seriously, and raised 3 fingers. Uncle swears. Lying is like a little puppy. Sway Sway was stunned for a moment. She had heard her sister say that childish phrase too. At that moment, the tense nerves that had been tight for half a month, like a broken string, finally relaxed completely. All her frustration, fear, and pain burst out. Wow! A sharp cry finally broke free from her throat. No longer silent tears, but loud, heartbreaking sobs, tearing her apart inside. She buried her face in Qin Zhao's smoky-smelling chest, trembling with her crying. Those were tears she had been holding back for a whole journey. 300 miles of snow and wind. She didn't cry. Her feet were worn out, but she didn't cry. Chased by dogs, beaten by people, she didn't cry. Because her sister once said that tears freezing could cut her face. Now, finally someone was wiping her tears. Qin Xiao stayed still, letting tears and snot stain his military uniform, a symbol of honor. He just kept patting her back and clumsily comforting her. Cry if you want, it's okay to cry. Papa's here. Grandpa is here. After a while, Sway Sway's crying gradually lessened, turning into intermittent sniffling. Her strength was already drained to the limit, and this outburst left her unable to even lift her fingers. But her hand still tightly clung to Qin Zhao's sleeve. It was as if she was holding onto her last lifeline. Qin Xiao wanted to gently place her back on the pillow, but he noticed Sway Sway's lips moving. Was she talking? He quickly leaned in, pressing his ear close to her mouth.
Sui Sui, what are you saying?
Does anything hurt? Sway Sway's eyes looked a bit unfocused, and her small face was flushed from the high fever. She stared at the white ceiling above, as if she could see something beyond it. That was something she remembered deeply from when she was in the lab, tied to the operating table. It was something her sister had risked her life to protect. She couldn't forget it. She must not forget it, even in death. C.8, H.11.0. Her voice was very weak, like a faint whisper in a dream. 3.5.7, methyl.phenyl. Qin Xiao frowned. What was that? Gibberish? Nonsense? Just then, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. A man in a protective suit, with messy hair and thick glasses, rushed in. It was third uncle, Chu Kuang. A weapons expert, a genius in the National Defense Science and Technology Committee. He had come in hurriedly after hearing Sway Sway had woken up. But as soon as he stepped inside, he heard Sway Sway's faint murmuring. Chu Kuang's steps suddenly stopped. His eyes behind the thick glasses widened instantly, pupils trembling violently. He pushed aside the nurse blocking his way and almost lunged to the bedside.
Sui Sui.
Say it again. Chu Kuang's voice trembled with shock and disbelief. What were you just saying? Qin Xiao was stunned by Chu Kuang's reaction and blocked him, frowning. Third uncle, are you crazy? You're scaring the child. Chu Kuang ignored Qin Xiao completely, staring fixedly at Sway Sway. Sway Sway looked at this strange uncle, her eyes a bit confused, but she instinctively repeated. C8H11 no.
Erdva.
Structural formula. After saying these words, Sway Sway tilted her head and completely lost consciousness. The room fell into complete silence. Qin Xiao looked at the sleeping child in his arms and then at Chu Kuang, whose face was pale. Third brother, what is that? Qin Zhao's voice grew colder. Chu Kuang swallowed hard, took off his glasses, and tremblingly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He looked up at Qin Xiao, his eyes filled with seriousness and anger like never before. Big brother, that's nonsense. It's the molecular formula of a new type of nerve toxin, and Chu Kuang paused, speaking very softly, as if afraid to disturb the dust in the air. It's an unpublicized, theoretical drug, a brain development enhancer. Qin Zhao's pupils suddenly contracted. A drug. Is that what they injected into Sui Sui? Is that why Sui Sui, only 3 years old, has such an incredible memory? They are risking their lives to boost intelligence. Qin Zhao tightened his arms around Sui Sui, his veins bulging. These monsters.
They really deserve to die.
On the top floor of the hospital, in a secret meeting room, heavy curtains were drawn tightly, blocking out the noon sunlight. Only the cold glow from the projector cut through the air, casting dust particles into motion. The room felt suffocatingly tense. 7 men. 7 powerful figures in China, whose every step could shake the ground. All silent now. The silence was heavier than the calm before a volcano erupts. The air was thick with the smell of tobacco. Qin Zhao sat at the head, a cigarette burning down to the filter, burning his fingers. But he didn't notice. His gaze was fixed on the projection screen on the wall. It was a film reel taken from Warm's stomach by their second father, Lu Ci, and restored by their fourth father's intelligence bureau. The photos were blurry.
Dim lighting, skewed composition.
Clearly taken in extreme tension and secrecy. But that didn't stop everyone present from seeing what was on it. The first photo. A surgical table. The angle was very low, as if shot from a ventilation duct or a crack in the floor. On the table lay a small, thin figure. Although her face was covered with cloth, that hanging hand and the hand wearing a red braided bracelet. Qin Zhao recognized it. That was Warm's hand, which he had made himself on her 5th birthday. The hand was pale and weak. A thick tube was inserted into her wrist, and bright red liquid was being drawn out continuously. Next to the operating table, several people in full protective suits stood. Although their faces were not visible, they were holding not a surgical knife, but a chainsaw. With a sharp sound, crack, Lu Ci, the second father, broke his pen forcefully. Ink splattered on his hand, black as blood. This internationally renowned surgeon's hands, usually steady with a scalpel, trembled like those of a Parkinson's patient. He stared tightly at the chainsaw. It was an industrial one, used for cutting bones.
They
didn't use anesthesia. Lu Ci's voice was soft, but it sounded like it was coming from hell. From the muscle contractions, Warm was awake at that time. Bang! 5th father, the richest man controlling the global economy, suddenly kicked over the solid wood conference table. Valuable tea sets shattered everywhere. I'm going to kill them. 5th father's eyes turned red, like a furious lion. How much money? How much to buy their lives? Is 100 billion enough? 1 trillion. 5th brother? Sit down, Qin Zhao shouted sternly. His voice was not loud, but it carried undeniable authority. Only the slight trembling in his tone revealed the huge storm inside his heart. Keep watching, Qin Zhao said coldly. The screen switched. The second photo. It was a document. Probably the so-called doctor casually left it on the table. Warm desperately took a photo of this page. The document's heading read 4 large characters. Angel Project. Donor Allocation List. Below was a row of dense tables. Each line represented a child's life. Blood type, gene sequence, organ compatibility. And behind each organ, there was a code or name of a buyer. 4th father, the head of the intelligence agency. At this moment, he was standing in front of the curtain, holding a laser pointer in his hand. The red moved across the list one by one. With each move, his expression grew darker. I've found information on these code names, he said coldly, with a stern tone. Tao Tian is the Southeast Asian drug lord who just had a kidney transplant last month. Vampire is the head of an old European noble family who's been searching for a matching heart to extend his life. And this one, the red dot in the hand of the 4th person stopped at a name at the bottom of the list. It was a Chinese name. Although slightly blurry, it was still recognizable.
Likis.
A high-ranking official in charge of health and medical affairs in the capital city. Next to his name, the note read, Rh null-type golden blood, hematopoietic stem cells, for treating hereditary leukemia in the family. The temperature in the meeting room suddenly dropped to freezing. Golden blood. That was the blood type of Sui Sui and Nuan Nuan. Extremely rare, 1 in a million. So, this was the reason they targeted these two children. Not for any other reason. It was simply because these powerful figures, these wealthy elites, in order to prolong their own lives and cure their family diseases, had turned the orphan of a martyr into a blood bank they could use at any time. They treated them as living parts factories.
Well,
This is really good. Qin Shao suddenly smiled. That smile was so sinister it sent chills down one's spine. He slowly stood up, walked to the window, and drew back the curtain. The glaring sunlight shone on him, but it couldn't warm the icy cold in his eyes. Old Lin and his wife, on the border, fought to catch drug traffickers and didn't even manage to recover all the bodies. But their daughter is here in the capital, right under our noses, being torn apart and sold for money, sold to serve others. Qin Shao turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over everyone present. Is the sky in this city too dark? Lulu, the head of the criminal investigation team, took off his police cap and threw it heavily on the table. Commander, give the order. I'm going to lead the team to catch them right now. No matter how high their rank is, no matter what background they have, as long as this evidence is real, I will tear off the skin and execute him. However, the fourth brother shook his head, looking serious. It's not that simple. He pointed to a small corner in the background of the photo. There was a metal box there. On the box, there was a silver logo. It was a double helix snake staff wrapped around a skull. This is the symbol of the Eternal Life Society, the fourth brother said in a deep voice. It's a large international biotech company based in international waters with a very mysterious background. They are involved not only in organ trafficking but also in gene editing and human experiments. That official, Li Gao, is just a shield for them in the country, a mere puppet. If we attack Li Gao now, we might vent our anger, but we will also alert the enemy. If the Eternal Life Society cuts off the clues and destroys the data, we will never find the antidote for the toxin in
Sui Sui esse body.
When mentioning Sui Sui, everyone's hearts clenched. Xu Kuang once said that if the toxin inside Sui Sui isn't cured, her overloaded brain will eventually damage her nerves. She won't live past 20. Qin Shao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the madness in his eyes was replaced by absolute rationality. He is the commander. He cannot act recklessly. Fourth brother, here, don't move against Li Gao for now, but keep a close watch. Find out everything about his family ancestors, even if he just used a few sheets of toilet paper. I want to know. Yes, fifth brother. Here, cut off all the financial links behind Li Gao. I want him to see his wealth evaporate and experience what despair feels like. Rest assured, boss. If I let him withdraw even 1 cent from the bank in 3 days, I won't be a rich man anymore. Sixth brother. Here, organize the files and review all missing children cases. Investigate them together. I want a complete web of evidence. When we make the move, I want no one to escape. Understood. After arranging all this, Qin Zhao's gaze finally settled on the logo. As for this Eternal Life organization, he touched his gun at his waist, his voice deep and heavy. Since they want to play with Eternal Life, I'll send them to hell. It's midnight. The lights in the hospital corridor are dimmed. Only a few emergency lights emit a faint green glow. Most of the patient rooms are dark, and the entire floor is asleep. Only the nurse station has slight sounds of medical records being flipped through. In the ICU room, Sui Sui lies on the bed, breathing steady. Qin Shao and the other guardians were urgently called to a meeting, apparently because of new clues. 2 special soldiers stand guard at the door. This should be the safest place in the world. But Sui Sui is not asleep. She keeps her eyes closed, her eyelashes unmoving, even controlling her breathing to match deep sleep. This is a survival instinct she learned in the laboratory. As long as she pretends to sleep, the doctors won't bother her. If she plays dead, she can sometimes avoid a beating. Right now, her high IQ brain at 200 is working rapidly. Something is wrong. The smell in the air is off. Although the hospital smells of disinfectant everywhere, this particular scent mixes with a very faint, strange sweet and metallic smell. That is ether. And there's a faint tobacco smell, mixed with a cheap men's cologne. This is not the nurse's scent. The nurse only smells of milk and hand sanitizer. And the footsteps are also wrong. Although they are deliberately quiet, the sound of footsteps is heavy. It's the weight of an adult man wearing soft-soled shoes on the floor, not the light steps of a nurse. Someone has entered, and the two soldiers at the door made no sound. Most likely, they were knocked out. Sway's heart starts to race, but she forces herself to slow her heartbeat. She must not panic. Panicking means death. Her sister was caught because she panicked. The footsteps are getting closer. They stop at the bedside. Sway could feel a cold gaze fixed on her face. Next, there was a faint sound of equipment clinking. It was the sound of a syringe drawing liquid. A tiny hissing of air escaping. Sway quickly imagined what the other person was doing. He was releasing air from the syringe. He was about to give her an injection. But what kind of injection? It definitely wasn't something good. Sway quietly moved her hand under the blanket. Her wrist still had an 4-tube attached. Though the needle had been removed, the catheter was still there. Under the pillow. She had secretly hidden a long needle during the nurse's change of dressing earlier in the day. It was a large needle used for drawing blood. It was thick and sharp. And on the bedside table, there was a bottle of high-concentration potassium chloride injection, unopened. That was left by her second father, Lutzibai, during a test for drug resistance. He had said that injecting this stuff directly at high concentration could cause the heart to stop instantly. It was highly toxic and dangerous. The nurse bent down. Sway felt the breath of the other person on her face, carrying a foul smell of smoke. A gloved hand gently pinched the connection of her 4-tube. He was searching for a vein.
Now.
Sway suddenly opened her eyes. Those eyes, which should have been sleepy and scared, were now cold and dead.
No emotion.
Only calculation. Angles, force, speed. The man disguised as a nurse clearly didn't expect this 3-year-old girl to wake up suddenly, especially with such a cold look. He hesitated. At this critical moment, Sway moved. Her tiny body burst with surprising speed. She grabbed the bottle of potassium chloride she had already unscrewed and poured it forcefully into the attacker's face.
Ah!
The high-concentration salty liquid splashed into his eyes, causing a burning sensation as intense as pouring sulfuric acid. The attacker screamed and instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes. The poisonous needle in his hand fell to the ground. But he was a professional killer, and his reaction was very quick. Another hand immediately reached out like iron clamps, trying to choke Sway's neck. As long as he cut off this child's neck, the mission would be complete. However, Sway had already predicted his move. She quickly shrank her body like a slippery eel, using the friction of the bedsheet to slide instantly to the head of the bed. Her right hand shot out like lightning from under the pillow. That large, cold-looking needle was tightly held between her fingers. Without hesitation, without a tremor, Sway stared at the large artery on the side of the killer's neck that was exposed. That is one of the most fragile parts of the human body. If punctured, blood would gush out like a fountain. This was knowledge she learned from her second dad about anatomy.
Pop.
A soft sound. It was the noise of metal piercing skin and blood vessels. Sway used all her strength to stab the needle into the killer's neck. The brain's CPU was working at its maximum capacity at that moment. There was no way to escape. This was absolute force suppression. The attacker was too close, moving too fast. Since escape was impossible, a cold glint flashed in Sway's dark eyes, filled with a fierce determination. Then I'll make you blind too. Just as the attacker's large hand was about to touch her neck, Sway suddenly raised her left hand. In her grip was a bottle of high-concentration potassium chloride injection, already opened. That last shot was just a distraction. This was the real attack. With a loud splash, she poured every drop of the liquid, precisely aiming it into the attacker's eyes. If it had been ordinary water, it would just make him blink. But this was high-concentration potassium chloride. Pouring it into the eyes was like pouring sulfuric acid. A sharp, Burning pain instantly erupted. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the quiet of 2 a.m. The attacker covered his eyes and staggered backward. The intense pain, as if his eyeballs were on fire, made him lose all ability to fight. My eyes.
Ah!
My eyes. He wildly waved the dagger in his other hand, trying to scare off any enemies nearby. The blade sliced through the air, making a hissing sound. It even chipped a corner off the bedside table. Sway remained still. She looked like a calm cat, curled up in the corner of the bed. That was the blind spot where the attacker's attack couldn't reach. She tightly held a broken foretube, torn during her struggle. She watched coldly as the man on the ground rolled and screamed. Her eyes showed no fear, only a calm indifference, surprisingly mature for her age. It was like watching a dying mouse struggle. Meanwhile, her right hand precisely pressed the red emergency call button on the bed. Beep, whir, beep, whir. The shrill alarm instantly echoed through the entire floor. In the conference room, Qin Xiao was analyzing the list with a few brothers.
Suddenly,
the loud alarm from the walkie-talkie around the waist sounded harsh. ICU alarm. ICU alarm. Qin Xiao's cigarette stub was instantly crushed. Sway, he suddenly stood up, knocking the chair over. He shot out of the meeting room like a black lightning bolt. Chu Kuang followed closely behind.
Damn.
Who dares to hurt my niece? Chu Kuang took a homemade mini electromagnetic gun from his white coat pocket, his eyes red. The two rushed toward the ICU like crazy, one after the other. At the door, 2 Special Forces soldiers had already collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Qin Zhao's heart sank suddenly. It's over. Did they arrive too late again?
Bang!
Qin Xiao didn't have time to open the door. He kicked the heavy explosion-proof door directly. The lock shattered. The door burst open with a loud crash. Qin Xiao, holding his gun, rushed inside immediately. Don't move. But when he saw the scene inside the ward, he froze in place. Chu Kuang also stopped in shock. The scene he had expected, Sway being kidnapped or already harmed, did not happen. Instead, a man dressed in black was kneeling on the ground, covering his eyes with both hands, crying out loudly like a pig being slaughtered. There were marks all over the floor from rolling around. On the bed, a small, thin figure was curled up in the shadow at the corner of the bed. She was hugging her knees, holding a half-cut, blood-stained foretube. Her big eyes shone brightly in the dark, frighteningly so. When she saw Qin Xiao rush in, Sway didn't cry or shout. She simply raised her hand, pointed at the man on the ground, and then, with a calm, chilling tone, made a gesture with her mouth. Bad person. Qin Xiao felt like his scalp was about to explode.
This.
Did Sway do this? A 3.5-year-old child turning a professional assassin into this state? Chu Kuang pushed up his glasses and quickly walked over to the man. He smelled that strange scent in the air. Then he looked at the empty medicine bottle on the ground. Potassium chloride. Chu Kuang gasped sharply and turned to look at Sway, his eyes full of shock. High-concentration potassium chloride causes blindness. This girl actually knows about this. It's not just knowledge. It's an instinct to fight back using all available resources in desperate situations. It's a natural talent for combat ingrained in her bones. Ah, the killer on the ground heard the footsteps and knew he was finished. He suddenly stopped screaming. His face, twisted with pain, showed a determined, fierce smile. Mission failed. Long live the Eternal Society. He clenched his teeth suddenly. Snap. A crisp sound. It was the sound of the potassium cyanide capsule in his back molar being crushed. Not good. Stop him. Qin Zhao's face changed drastically. He rushed forward to try to remove his jaw. But it was too late. The poison took effect instantly. The killer's body twitched violently a few times, foam appeared at his mouth, and his eyes rolled back. He was dead. Completely gone. The clues were cut off. Qin Xiao punched the wall, creating a shallow dent. Damn it! He turned around and quickly walked to the hospital bed. The murderous aura from before disappeared instantly, replaced by fear and concern. Sway. Qin Xiao reached out to try to hold her. But Sui Sui shrank back slightly. She was still holding the four-tube, which looked like a dagger. "It's me, Uncle Qin." Qin Xiao raised both hands to show he had no weapons. "The bad person is dead. Uncle is here." Hearing that familiar voice, the wariness in Sui Sui's eyes slowly faded. The four-tube in her hand fell onto the bed. She seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed softly into Qin Zhao's arms. Afraid, Sui Sui buried her face in Qin Zhao's chest, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Her calmness just now was a disguise. It was sustained by medicine and instinct. Now that she was safe, she reverted to that 3-year-old girl. Qin Xiao held her tightly, feeling her small body tremble in his arms. His heart ached as if it was being torn apart. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Uncle is here. From now on, Uncle will stay here to guard and I won't go anywhere. Even if the King of Hell comes, he has to get through me first." Chu Kuang stood nearby, watching the scene.
He didn't speak.
He quietly picked up the empty medicine bottle from the ground. Then he looked at the bloody needle in the corner. His eyes were very complicated. They showed both sadness and a kind of excited admiration for discovering a rare gem. "Old Lin, oh old Lin," Chu Kuang muttered to himself. "Your daughter is incredible. Her mind, her reactions, her determination. If she is properly trained, who in this world could bully her in the future?" The next 24 hours.
Chu Kuang visa paper.
He used the hospital's underground equipment room to bring in several large boxes filled with strange parts. There were sounds of drilling, welding, and hammering all day and night. Early the next morning, Chu Kuang, with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, carried a small pink backpack and ran happily into the hospital room.
Sister.
"Look what I brought you from Dad." Su Su was leaning against the bed, eating porridge. After a night of rest, her face looked a little rosier, but she was still weak. When she saw the pink backpack, her big eyes blinked. It was a common style with a Hello Kitty pattern. It looked ordinary, even a bit childish. Su Su didn't react much. She had seen many similar things in the lab. They were used to trick children. Just carrying the backpack meant being taken to school, followed by endless shocks and injections. Su Su shrank back, burying her face in her bowl. "Don't like it?" Chu Kuang was momentarily surprised, then smiled proudly. "Hee, don't be fooled by its appearance. Actually, it's a mobile weapons cache." Chu Kuang placed the backpack on the bed and pressed a hidden button on the strap. Click, a soft sound. The side of the backpack suddenly opened, revealing a metal structure inside. "Look here," Chu Kuang pointed proudly at the compartment. "This fabric looks like canvas, but it's actually the latest liquid bulletproof material. Not even a close-range AK-47 spray can pierce it. And this." Chu Kuang pointed to a cute little bunny charm hanging from the strap. "Just pull hard on this bunny ear. Zzz." A blue arc of electricity instantly jumped across the surface of the backpack. Instantly releases 50,000 volts of high voltage. If anyone dares to grab you from behind, they'll get electrocuted like a roasted pig. And here. Chu Kuang became more excited, pointing to 2 exhaust vents at the bottom of the backpack. "Press this red button if you encounter danger. It instantly releases a high concentration of tear gas and smoke grenades. It covers 50 square meters in 3 seconds, giving you time to escape." Qin Xiao listened nearby, frowning. "Third, are you making toys for children or equipment for spies? What if this thing accidentally goes off?" "Impossible," Chu Kuang said confidently. "I added a biometric lock. Only your fingerprint and iris can activate it." Sui Sui, who had been silent, put down her porridge bowl. Her big, calm eyes fixed tightly on the opened backpack. It lit up, like 2 cold stars, suddenly ignited. She reached out her scarred hand and gently touched the complex mechanical structure. It wasn't fear,
but
fascination. In the lab, besides being used as a test subject, her only joy was watching the repair workers fix machines. She could remember the path of every wire, understand how each gear meshed. That was her genius brain's favorite game. "Do you like it?" Chu Kuang asked eagerly.
Sui Sui nodded.
She nodded very hard.
Then
she did something that stunned both men. She stretched out her slender finger and precisely inserted it into the gap of the circuit board inside the backpack. Then, she gently moved a red wire, switching it from one connector to another. "Hey, don't touch that," Chu Kuang exclaimed in shock. "That's a voltage regulator. If you move it, it will." Before he finished speaking,
Chu Kuang froze.
he stared at the modified circuit. His mind raced quickly. If it bypassed the voltage regulator and connected directly to the capacitor, the risk was higher, but the sudden voltage surge could double the power, and it would activate 0.5 seconds faster. For life-saving gear, that 0.5 seconds could mean life or death. Wow. Chu Kuang couldn't help but curse. He looked at Sui Sui as if she were a monster.
You
understand this." Sui Sui didn't speak. She picked up a pen from the bedside table and grabbed a tissue. She quickly drew on the tissue.
No ruler, no compass.
But the lines she drew were as straight as if printed. After a few minutes, a complex mechanical diagram appeared on the tissue. It was an improved design of the tiny robotic arm inside the backpack. The original design had a single joint and could only grasp. Yaya added a rotating bearing and changed the gear ratio. Although her drawing was rough, expert Chu Kuang could see at a glance what she had done. After the modifications, the robotic arm could not only grasp but also rotate 360 degrees to cut. Its power was greatly increased. Genius. This is definitely a genius. Chu Kuang trembled with excitement and almost kneeled to Yaya. He grabbed her small hand, eyes shining with green light. "Girl, don't hang out with your big dad. Becoming a special forces soldier? That's rough work. Follow Third Dad. Third Dad will give you the laboratory. From now on, you'll be our country's top weapons expert." Qin Xiao looked very upset nearby. He grabbed Chu Kuang and pulled him up. "Get lost. Your child is only 3.5 years old. Do you want her to make missiles? How is that possible?"
Chu Kuang struggled lao.
"Look at her talent. It's a gift from heaven." Yaya watched the two men, almost 70 years old, arguing like children. A faint smile appeared on her lips. She looked down at the pink backpack. This was the first time someone gave her something to protect her, not to hurt her. She picked up the pen and drew something in the corner of the tissue. It wasn't a part of the backpack. It was a large, cylindrical device, with many complex pipes and a big glass cover. Next to it, she wrote a crooked chemical formula. That was the thing she saw deep inside that hellish laboratory. That was the place where her sister was last pushed into. As Chu Kuang kept arguing, his peripheral vision caught sight of the diagram. The sound suddenly stopped. He moved closer and carefully looked at the picture. His face instantly became very serious. "Old Qin." Chu Kuang pointed at the picture, his voice trembling. "Look at this." "What do you think it is?" Qin Xiao leaned in. "What is this?" "A boiler. Don't be ridiculous." Chu Kuang took a deep breath, his eyes full of anger. "This is a centrifuge, and it's an industrial-grade centrifuge used specifically to separate blood stem cells. This model is made by only one company, Yongxing Society." Qin Zhao's fists clenched tightly. Sui Sui looked up at her two guardians. She pointed at the picture, and then at her arm, made a blood-draw gesture. Her calm gaze was heartbreaking, as if to say, "It's this thing that drained my sister." The atmosphere in the hospital room was so tense it felt suffocating. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the window. Vroom, vroom, vroom. It was the sound of helicopter blades chopping the air. And not just one. The noise was so loud that the glass windows vibrated with a humming sound. Qin Xiao frowned and walked to the window to look outside.
Wow.
3 black private helicopters were circling above the hospital building. The bodies had a golden, shun character on them. They were arrogant, dominant, completely ignoring the flying ban in the capital city. "Old 5 is here." Qin Xiao relaxed her brow, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. This guy still loved to show off. A few minutes later, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed in the corridor. Not the neat sound of military boots hitting the ground, but the crisp sound of leather shoes on marble. "Move aside. Make way. Get these junk out of here." What kind of broken hospital is this?
No carpet.
How are people supposed to walk? A voice with a magnetic tone but clearly full of disdain came through. The hospital room door was pushed open. The first to enter was not a person. It was a group of bodyguards dressed in black suits and white gloves. They quickly laid a red carpet at the entrance. Then, someone sprayed air freshener into the air repeatedly. Finally, a man dressed in a custom-made suit, with neatly combed hair, walked in along the red carpet.
Shun Wan-san.
The richest man in the world. The man who is said to be so poor that he only has money left. As soon as he entered, the originally spacious VIP ward suddenly felt crowded and cramped. Oh, my dear little one. Seeing Sui Sui on the bed, Shun Wansan's commanding attitude instantly melted away. He rushed to the bedside, ignoring that the carpet hadn't reached the bed, and knelt on his expensive trousers. Why have you become so thin? Your face is so pale like paper. Is this broken hospital not feeding you? Shun Wansan looked at Sui Sui's emaciated figure, feeling so distressed that tears almost came to his eyes. He turned to Qin Xiao with a furious look. Boss, are you really letting the kids stay here? This place is so run down. The walls are peeling, and the smell of disinfectant is so strong and choking. This isn't good for the kids' lungs. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes. This is the General Hospital of the Military District, the best hospital in the country. Good grief. Shun Wansan waved his hand grandly. I've already bought the building next door. And the park behind the hospital, connected to that villa area, I bought that too. Just now, I had my private medical team fly over from Switzerland. They're all Nobel laureates in medicine. We're not staying in this broken place anymore. Moving. Move immediately. Qin Xiao and Chu Kuang exchanged a look, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. That's the power of money. Simple, direct, and effective. Sui Sui looked at the loud and lively handsome uncle in front of her. She was a bit confused. Who is this person? Why does he want to buy a building as soon as he meets her? Shun Wansan seemed to notice Sui Sui's confusion. He quickly took out a black card from his pocket. It wasn't an ordinary black card. It was a limited edition, diamond-encrusted, exclusive card in the world. He handed the card to Sui Sui. Girl, I am your fifth dad. Fifth dad doesn't have many skills, just lots of money. Take this card. Use it freely. Buy whatever you want. If someone bullies you, just use the money to scare them away. Sui Sui held the cold, hard card. Although she didn't know how much money was inside, she could feel that this uncle, though a bit silly, was truly kind to her. And this too. Shun Wansan clapped his hands. The bodyguards outside immediately entered one after another. Each carried big or small gift boxes. Suddenly, the room was filled with presents. It looked like they wanted to bury Sui Sui in them. This is a limited edition Barbie doll from Hermes. This is Dior's high-end princess dress. This is a set of gold-made building blocks. This is... Shun Wansan introduced each item like a salesperson. All of them were things girls liked. All of them were extremely expensive. But Sui Sui just looked at them lightly. She wasn't interested. The doll was just a toy. The dress wouldn't help her run faster. The gold blocks were too soft to make weapons. Seeing Sui Sui's indifference, Shun Wansan started to feel nervous. Don't you like them? It's okay. There are more trucks coming. Tell Fifth Dad what you like. Even if you want stars in the sky, Fifth Dad will buy you a rocket to reach them. Sui Sui looked around at the colorful gift boxes. Finally, her gaze stopped at a dull corner. There was a still unopened Transformers model. It was brought by Chu Kuang earlier, meant to show Sui Sui how the mechanical parts worked. Sui Sui pointed her finger at the Transformers. I want that. Shun Wansan was surprised. Transformers, that's for boys to play with. Girl, we are little princesses. We should play with dolls. Sui Sui shook her head. Her eyes were firm. I want that, because that thing had gears, bearings, and structure. That is a symbol of strength. Although Shun Wansan felt a little disappointed, thinking his taste was being rejected. But he is a big fan of spoiling his daughter. Since his daughter liked it, he had to arrange it.
Yes.
I want that one. Shun Wansan immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? This is Shenwan-san. Check for me. What is the market value of that company called? Hasbro, already bought. Yes, a full acquisition. Move their production line to Beijing. From now on, produce transformers just for my daughter. Really? The kind that can transform, walk, and fight. He hung up. Shenwan-san looked at Sui Sui with a proud expression. How about it? Daddy is amazing, right? Sui Sui blinked. Although she didn't quite understand what an acquisition meant.
But
A fighting transformer? It sounds really cool. For the first time, Sui Sui showed a very faint smile at Shenwan-san. That smile made Shenwan-san feel it was worth going bankrupt. 2 hours later, the moving operation began. This was not just a move. It was more like an armed convoy. Dozens of black armored luxury cars lined up. Special Forces armored vehicles led and protected the convoy. There was also Shenwan-san's private helicopter patrolling in the air. Sui Sui was wrapped up tightly, sitting inside a specially modified armored van. Inside, it was like a moving palace. Temperature-controlled, sterile, and even with a small playground. Sui Sui leaned against the window, watching the scenery fly past. Is this what being spoiled feels like? No longer sleeping in ventilation ducts. No more eating moldy bread. No more worrying about being taken away for slicing. It's so good.
but
Just as the convoy passed over a flyover, Sui Sui's beast-like intuition made her tense all over again. Someone was watching her. That cold, murderous gaze. It was far away, but from a high place. Sui Sui suddenly looked up, staring at a dilapidated building in the distance. At the same time, the walkie-talkie in the car suddenly crackled. Report to the commander. Falcon 1 reporting. Target spotted. At 2 o'clock on the top floor of the abandoned building, there's a reflection. It's a sniper. Qin Xiao sat beside Sui Sui, his face turning serious instantly. Take him out. Just 3 words. No hesitation at all.
bang!
A muffled gunshot sounded through the walkie-talkie. Then came the observer's report. Target has been shot. Confirmed identity. A cleaner from the Eternal Life Society. Qin Xiao sneered. He reached out and covered Sui Sui's ears. It's okay. I set off a firecracker. Sui Sui looked at Qin Xiao. She knew that wasn't a firecracker. That was gunfire. But she wasn't afraid. Because she knew. This time, someone was standing in front of her. She lowered her head, clutching her transforming robot tightly. Her fingers gently moved the joints. Big sister, she silently said in her heart. It seems we are really safe now, but this is just the beginning. Those who want to hurt us, I will make them pay. Sui Sui's small hand forcefully snapped. Crack. The robot's arm was torn off, revealing the sharp joint inside. Like a tiny dagger. Inside this bulletproof car, surrounded by love. 3.5-year-old Sui Sui. Her eyes still clear, yet painfully so. She knew. Fairy tales are not real. Only the weapons in her hands are real. The bulletproof van smoothly entered a hidden private estate. This wasn't a villa Shenwan-san bought recently, but a basement level 3 of a private sanatorium in the western suburbs of Beijing. It housed Asia's top cold storage laboratory and was the private territory of her second father, Lu Ci. There was no smell of disinfectant in the air, only a cold, mint-like chill. The huge explosion-proof door slowly slid open, and white mist flowed out along the ground, covering Sui Sui's ankles. She was wearing a small black velvet dress that Shenwan-san had just bought for her, with tiny silver stars embroidered on the hem. It was chosen especially by her 5th uncle, who said it was a little princess in the night, but to Sui Sui, it looked like morning clothes. Sui Sui, are you ready? Qin Xiao crouched down and gently held Sui Sui's cold little hand. He took off the blood-stained military uniform and put on a black shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to show his strong arms.
Sui Sui nodded.
She tightly hugged a washed-out, slightly faded red scarf. It was her sister's only keepsake. They entered the laboratory, where a clear crystal coffin stood in the center. The lid was not closed yet. Lu Ci stood nearby, wearing a black suit instead of his white coat. He had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on, hiding the heavy redness in his eyes. He had just finished the hardest surgery of his life. It took 10 whole hours. He used the finest beauty needles and the most expensive silk threads, carefully piecing together the broken warmth. Sui Sui let go of Qin Zhao's hand and slowly walked over. Inside the crystal coffin, Warm was lying quietly. She wore a pure white lace dress, with delicate lace at the cuffs and collar, covering her hideous wounds and missing limbs. Lu Xi even did her makeup, giving her a light blush on her pale cheeks, making her look like she was sleeping and dreaming sweet dreams. But her chest no longer moved. Sui Sui tiptoed and leaned over the edge of the crystal coffin. The glass was cold, making her chin tremble. "Big sister," Sui Sui softly called. No one responded. There was no gentle voice saying be good, Sui Sui, nor was there the warm hand to pat her head. Sui Sui sniffed and unfolded the red scarf in her hand. Her movements were slow and careful, as if afraid of waking her sister. She draped the scarf around her sister's neck, covering the last faint stitch. "Sister, this is the new dress that Dad sewed for you. Do you like it?" Sui Sui pointed with her finger, drawing her sister's features in the air. "Fifth uncle bought me many things, dolls, building blocks, and a card that I can't finish coloring. But I don't like them. None are as pretty as the grass ring you made for me. Third dad gave me a backpack that can discharge electricity. He said no one would dare bully me anymore. Uncle Qin. He's like a stepfather. He's very strict, but his arms are warm." Sui Sui kept talking softly, her voice young but filled with a deep sadness beyond her age. In the shadows behind her, 7 men standing at the top of China's power were all crying, their eyes red. Shun Wansan turned away secretly, using a precious handmade cloth to wipe his tears. Chu Kuang clenched his teeth, his glasses frame almost breaking from his grip. Qin Xiao stared tightly at the crystal coffin, his fists clenched with a creaking sound. "Big sister," Sui Sui suddenly stopped. She pressed her face against the cold glass of the coffin, tears sliding down her cheeks, falling beside the warm eyes that would never open again. "I'm not in pain anymore," Sui Sui whispered softly, like a secret. "Second dad gave me the best medicine. The skin on my feet grew back, though it itches a little, it doesn't hurt anymore. So, you shouldn't hurt either, okay? The saws cutting the bones must have hurt a lot, right? The needles piercing and must have been cold, right? From now on, it won't hurt anymore. Sui Sui will live for you, carrying your part of life with her." This sentence hit like a heavy hammer, smashing through the defenses of all the men present. Lu Xi suddenly looked up, staring at the blinding ceiling light, fighting back tears. He's a doctor. He knows that pain well. It's like slow slicing, like being skinned alive. Qin Xiao stepped forward, placing a large hand on Sui Sui's trembling shoulder. "Sui Sui, let sister sleep." Qin Zhao's voice was hoarse. "It's cold here. We should go out." Sui Sui didn't move. Her hand reached into the pink little backpack, feeling around for a moment. She pulled out a small black square, about the size of a fingernail. It was something she secretly made in Chu Kuang's lab, using discarded electronic parts, a tiny signal transmitter. As long as the battery had power, it could send a location signal every 10 seconds. While Qin Xiao was fixing her sister's skirt, Sui Sui quickly slipped the black square into the velvet cushion under her sister, hiding it very deep. Beep! A very faint sound was drowned out by the humming of the cooling machine. Sui Sui let out a sigh of relief. She didn't trust this place. She didn't trust anyone, not even these seemingly powerful guardians. In that hell, her sister was taken away by so-called good people and turned into a pile of parts. She was afraid her sister would get lost, afraid she would disappear like the waste, thrown into the incinerator. With this, no matter where her sister was, she could find her. All right, Sui Sui straightened up and wiped away her tears. Her big eyes, once filled with sadness, now showed a cold, hard look that made her feel uneasy.
"Close it," she said.
Lu Xi pressed the button. The heavy crystal coffin lid slowly closed, fitting tightly. A cold white mist circulated inside, forever sealing the little angel who was only 5 years old in this moment. Qin Xiao looked at the worm inside the coffin, then slowly raised his right hand.
Salute.
Behind him, all the special soldiers and bodyguards saluted in unison. Their movements were precise and disciplined, carrying a serious, solemn air. Worm, watch this. Qin Xiao spoke to the ice coffin, each word deliberate. Your guardians will go now to settle your debts. Those who hurt you, those who bought your blood, and even those who just handed over a knife in this game. I will place their heads at your grave. To honor your spirit in heaven. Sui turned around, no longer looking at her sister. She held Qin Zhao's large hand and looked up. Let's go, to fight the ghosts. In fact, beneath the ground lie the bones and despair of countless children. At this moment, in the director's office, Director Wang is holding a glass of red wine, smiling warmly as he entertains several foreign guests with blonde hair and blue eyes. Mr. Smith, please rest assured, the quality of our goods is definitely top in the world. Director Wang is a man in his 50s, bald, with a kind face, but his squinting eyes reveal greed. He points to the large screen on the wall, which shows various biological data of some children. This batch of new observation samples has very high tolerance, especially the boy with code name S007. His liver activity is perfect, exactly what your client needs. The foreign guest called Smith nods satisfactorily and speaks in awkward Chinese. Wang, your efficiency always surprises me. But I heard one escaped a few days ago? Director Wang's hand trembles, spilling a few drops of red wine. That was an accident. He quickly wipes his hand, his eyes turning fierce for a moment. A little girl, she didn't get far. With all this snow blocking the mountains, she probably froze to death in that valley and was eaten by wolves. That's good. Smith takes a sip of wine. Eternal life doesn't need useless people, and no mistakes are allowed. Yes, don't worry. Director Wang is about to show loyalty again. Suddenly, the water glass on the table vibrates. At first, just slight ripples, then the shaking becomes more intense, causing the entire desk to tremble. What's going on? An earthquake? Smith stands up in panic. Director Wang is also stunned. He quickly walks to the window and pulls back the heavy curtain. In the next second, his highball glass drops with a crash, shattering on the floor. The red wine spreads across the expensive carpet like blood. Outside the hospital, on the snowfield, a steel flood appears unexpectedly. Dozens of heavy armored transport vehicles, like a group of black steel giants, form a fan shape around the entire hospital. In front, 3 main battle tanks proudly raise their gun barrels, tracks crushing snow and frozen earth with a deafening roar. That is a true war machine.
What?
What is going on? Director Wang was so scared that his legs went weak, and his voice became sharp and high-pitched. The army? How could there be an army? Before he could react further, boom.
A loud explosion.
The hospital's $1 million, supposedly bulletproof and explosion-proof pure copper door was smashed open by the barrel of a tank. The copper door fluttered like a dry leaf, spinning twice in the air before crashing onto the fountain sculpture in the yard, kicking up a shower of broken stones. Immediately after, countless fully armed Special Forces soldiers jumped down from armored vehicles. They wore black combat uniforms, face paint in camouflage colors, and held silenced assault rifles. Their movements were quick, their eyes cold. They made no shout, gave no warning. They simply stormed in. Don't move, get down, resistors will be shot. Gunfire, breaking glass, and screams instantly filled the entire hospital building. The once peaceful and quiet nursing home suddenly turned into a battlefield. Those who usually wore white coats and looked like doctors or security guards were like chickens waiting to be slaughtered in front of the real Special Forces. Hurry! Activate the defense system. Director Wang crazily rushed to his desk, trying to press the alarm button. But before he could reach it, bang! The red wooden door of the office was kicked open with great force. The impact broke the hinges, causing the door to fall apart with a loud crash. Amid the dust, a tall figure stepped inside. Qin Xiao was dressed in a neat camouflage combat uniform, with a tactical vest loaded with magazines and grenades. He held a smoking assault rifle, his gaze cold, as if he were looking at a corpse. In his arms, he was actually holding a small girl. Sui Sui wore a black velvet dress, with a camouflage tactical vest over it, and a slightly oversized tactical helmet on her head. She wasn't holding a gun. She clutched a pink school bag tightly, her big eyes staring fixedly at Director Wang, who was curled up in the corner. That look in her eyes was more terrifying than the gun in Qin Zhao's hand. It was a gaze from hell. Director Wang, long time no see. Qin Xiao sneered and strode over the door panel on the ground. With each step, the sound of his military boots hitting the floor felt like it was pounding on Director Wang's heart.
Who?
Who are you? Director Wang trembled and backed away. Breaking into someone's home. That's illegal. I have diplomatic immunity.
I have. Smack.
Qin Xiao didn't bother to talk. He directly hit his face with the butt of his gun. Director Wang screamed, half of his teeth knocked out, and blood mixed with spit dripped from his mouth. Law. Qin Xiao pressed his foot on Wang's chest, pointing his gun at his forehead. I am the law today. Open your eyes wide and see. This is who. Qin Xiao slightly turned to the side, revealing Sui Sui in his arms. Sui Sui peeked out from Qin Zhao's embrace. She reached out her small, scarred hand and slowly took off her helmet. Her face, though cleaned, was still thin and pale. Director Wang's pupils suddenly shrank, as if he saw a ghost. S-001?
You
didn't die? He couldn't believe it. He thought the experiment that he threw into the trash and believed had frozen to death in the mountains was gone forever. But it had come back with an army, ready for revenge, crushing and destructive. Sui Sui looked at this familiar face. The face that had appeared countless times in her nightmares. The face that once smiled as her sister was pushed onto the operating table. She didn't scream or tremble. She simply took something out of her pink school bag. It was a transformer's arm. She had taken it apart, sharpened it into a dagger-like shape. Director Wang. Sui Sui spoke softly, her voice young but icy. You signed the paper to cut off my sister's hand, didn't you? Director Wang shivered all over, cold sweat soaking his back instantly. And no, it wasn't me. It was orders from above. Shut up.
Sui Sui interrupted him.
She pointed to Director Wang's right hand.
If you sign for it,
then you don't need this hand anymore. Qin Zhao's eyes sharpened, with no hesitation.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out. The bullet precisely hit Director Wang's right wrist.
Ah!
Director Wang let out a loud scream like a pig being slaughtered, clutching his broken hand and rolling on the ground. Blood splattered onto the carpet, mixing with the red wine from earlier, making it hard to tell them apart. Next to him, Smith was so scared he wet his pants, raising his hands and trembling in the corner. Don't kill me. I am an American citizen. I want to see the ambassador. Qin Xiao didn't even look at him. Take him away. Hand him over to Lao Si. Let him carefully question him about what the Eternal Life Society really is. Several Special Forces soldiers rushed forward, dragging Smith out like they were pulling a dead dog. Qin Xiao looked down at Director Wang on the ground.
Speak.
Where is the basement? Where are the remaining children? Director Wang's face twisted in pain, but suddenly he stopped screaming. His bloodshot eyes flashed with madness and malice. He chuckled nervously, then took out a black remote control from his pocket with his left hand. His thumb pressed hard on the red button. Want to save someone?
Dream on.
The basement is filled with a ton of C4 explosives. And the latest liquid bombs, too. As soon as I let go, or my heartbeat stops.
Boom.
Director Wang sneered, blood all over his mouth. Let's all die together. Bury me with my rehabilitation center. Qin Zhao's face instantly changed. Damn it. This old fox had left a trap. C4 plus liquid bombs, enough to blow the entire mountain to smithereens. Everyone stopped shooting. Qin Xiao shouted into his earpiece, retreat. Everyone fall back.
What?
Afraid? Director Wang laughed proudly, Captain Qin. Aren't you tough? Come on, shoot.
Kill me.
As soon as I die, those dozens of kids will turn into fireworks. How spectacular would that be? Qin Zhao's hand holding the gun tensed with veins bulging. He couldn't gamble. There were dozens of lives below. They are innocent children like Sui Sui and Nuan Nuan. Just at this critical moment, when everything was at a standstill, Sui Sui in her arms suddenly moved. She was like a quick little monkey, suddenly slipping out of Qin Zhao's embrace.
Sui Sui.
Come back. Qin Zhao was shocked and reached out to catch her. But Sui Sui was too small and too fast. She didn't run toward Director Wang. Instead, she directly slipped into a ventilation duct behind the desk. That was a spot she had observed immediately upon entering. According to the building plans in her mind, this duct led straight to the central control room on the third underground floor, which was the core of the bomb. Sui Sui. Qin Zhao was anxious and wanted to go in, but his large body couldn't fit into the narrow, 30-centimeter wide duct. Uncle, don't be afraid. From deep inside the duct, Sui Sui's calm but muffled voice came. I'm going to disarm the bomb. All the wiring diagrams are in my head, and this liquid bomb is very unstable. Just a small shake and it will explode. Where is Engineer Chu? Has he arrived? In the headset, Qin Zhao's furious shout came through. Third brother is still on the way. The helicopter has 5 minutes. 5 minutes. But given how complex this bomb is, even if Old Black had 5 hours, he wouldn't dare to touch it. It's over. Everything is lost. Old Black looked at the ticking numbers, sweat dripping from his nose onto the floor.
Just then. Click.
The ventilation duct cover above was pushed open. A tiny shadow slid down the duct. It landed silently, like a light-footed kitten. Old Black was startled and instinctively raised his gun. Don't move. Sui Sui brushed off the dust from her clothes and stood up from the ground. She looked at Old Black, then at the huge bomb. In her big eyes, there was no fear. Instead, there was a hint of excitement, like she saw a fun toy.
Are you?
That little girl. Old Black was stunned. He had heard that the captain brought a child along, but he didn't expect this child to appear here. Move aside. Sui Sui walked to the bomb and nudged Old Black's leg. You're blocking the light. Old Black. At this moment, this is a bomb, for goodness sake. Little girl, run quickly. It's dangerous here. Old Black tried to carry Sui Sui away. Shut up if you don't want to die. Sui Sui looked at him coldly. In that instant, Old Black was stunned by the gaze of this 3-year-old child. That look was so professional.
So calm.
Sui Sui squatted in front of the bomb. She didn't take scissors. She simply extended her delicate little hands and gently touched the tangled wires. The overclocking mode in her mind instantly activated. Countless lines reorganized before her eyes. Power supply wire.
Dakoi wide.
Mercury balancer. Pressure sensor. This is a dual-circuit structure, Sui Sui muttered to herself. Her fingers moved swiftly between the red and green wires, dazzlingly fast. The blue line on the right connects to the backup power supply. Cutting it would speed up the countdown. The real control wire. Sui Sui squinted, her eyes fixed on the bottom of the bomb, on a small, unremarkable gray wire hidden deep among all the other wires. Here. She turned her head to look at Lao He, who was already staring blankly. Give me the pliers. Lao He instinctively handed over the wire-cutting pliers. Sui Sui took the pliers. They were too big for her. She had to hold them with both hands to keep a firm grip. Little one. Are you sure? Lao He swallowed hard. If we cut the wrong one, we might not have anything left.
Sui Sui ignoredim.
She stared at the gray wire. In her mind, she remembered 6 months ago, hiding under the table in this laboratory, secretly watching the repair workers install the device. Back then, the repair workers cursed and said, "This gray wire is the most troublesome. It has to go around the mainboard. If it breaks, the whole system will shut down." Memory Palace. Replay.
Pause.
Yes, that's it. Sui Sui took a deep breath. 010, 009, the countdown was in its final seconds. In the office above, Qin Xiao was frantically kicking the floor, trying to break through the ceiling and jump down. Director Wang was still laughing wildly.
Die. Everione, die.
In the basement, Sui Sui clenched the pliers. Big sister, please bless me. Snap. A clear sound of metal breaking. The gray wire was cut, without hesitation, by Sui Sui. In that moment, Lao He closed his eyes, waiting for death. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The expected explosion did not happen. The frantic red countdown stopped at 0:01. The last second, death paused at the threshold. Huff. Sui Sui threw down the pliers and sat heavily on the ground. Her back was soaked with cold sweat.
Done.
She clapped her hands and looked at the silent, massive object, a faint smile curling on her lips. This thing isn't even as complicated as my backpack. Old Hay opened his eyes, looked at the screen showing 01, and then at Sui Sui sitting on the ground. He froze completely. Is it dismantled already? This is the liquid bomb that even engineer Chu finds difficult. A 3.5-year-old child used a pair of pliers and took less than a minute to dismantle it? A genius. A prodigy. Old Hay muttered to himself, staring at Sui Sui with a look like he was seeing an alien. Upstairs, the director's office. Director Wang was still waiting for the loud explosion. He closed his eyes, enjoying the thrill of potential destruction.
But
a minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Nothing happened except the sound of the wind. What's going on? Director Wang suddenly opened his eyes and frantically pressed the remote control in his hand. Detonate. Why isn't it going off? Is it broken? Is the signal bad? Qin Xiao stood opposite him. Just then, he heard Old Hay's trembling voice over the headset. Captain, the bomb has been dismantled.
by Sui Sui. She's
a genius. Qin Xiao's tense body relaxed instantly. He looked at Director Wang, who was frantically pressing the remote like a clown. A cruel, cold smile appeared on his lips. It seems your fireworks got damp. Qin Xiao slowly raised his gun. Since the bomb didn't go off, let's listen to this sound instead. No, don't kill me. I have money. I have $10 billion in a Swiss bank. I'll give it all to you. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Director Wang threw away the remote and turned to run toward the window. He wanted to jump out. It's the second floor. Jumping might break his legs, but at least he could survive. As long as he escaped into the mountains, he still had a chance. Trying to run. Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold. Have you asked my daughter first? Bang. A gunshot. The bullet precisely pierced Director Wang's left knee. His bone shattered. Ah! Director Wang screamed and collapsed onto the windowsill, half of his body hanging outside. This shot was for Wan, Qin Xiao said coldly.
Bang.
Another gunshot.
To the right knee.
This shot was for Sui Sui. Director Wang collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, his legs useless, writhing on the floor. Please. Don't kill me, please. Qin Xiao stepped in front of him, looking down from above. He pressed the gun against his pants. This shot was for all the children you destroyed. Bang. That scream was more painful than any before. It was a scream of deep suffering. Qin Xiao put away the gun. He didn't kill him. Death would be too easy. He wanted this beast to live, to suffer endless pain and fear, to live until the day of justice. At that moment, the basement door opened. Old Hay carried Sui Sui upstairs. Sui Sui's small face was smeared with oil, and she held a small piece of gray wire that had been cut. She looked at Director Wang, twisted on the ground like a worm. Her eyes were calm. Uncle, Sui Sui handed the wire to Qin Xiao. This is his life. I cut it. Qin Xiao took the wire and hugged Sui Sui tightly, holding her close, like holding a precious treasure that was lost and found again. Good job. You're truly Lin's child. We won. Outside, the sun finally broke through the thick clouds. It lit up this evil hospital, and it lit up Sui Sui's dirty little face. She leaned on Qin Zhao's shoulder, looking at the distant sky. It was as if she saw her sister sitting on the clouds, smiling at her. Sister, our first revenge is done. Next, It's time for those buyers. Director Wong was tied up tightly. Just moments ago, he was arrogant and shouting about blowing everyone up. Now, he looked like a scared, battered dog, trembling all over. His limbs were secured with special belts. A medical mouth opener was stuffed in his mouth, tearing his lips, so he could only make muffled begging sounds. Qin Xiao stood at the door, arms crossed, looking cold and indifferent, as if he was looking at trash. Behind him, a row of fully armed Special Forces soldiers stood silently. No one spoke. Only the hum of the ventilation fan could be heard. Second brother, I leave him to you. Qin Xiao turned to the side. Lu Xi entered the room. He had taken off his dusty suit and was now wearing a clean, white surgical gown. He wore sterile gloves and gold-rimmed glasses on his high nose. He looked refined and elegant. If not for the red bloodshot eyes, he would still seem like a respected medical expert. Lu Xi walked to the medical cart next to the operating table. On the cart, neatly arranged, was his most treasured set of surgical tools. From number 1 to 24, various types of scalpels, round blades, and pointed knives shimmered with a chilling gleam under the light.
Ugh.
Ugh. Director Wong saw Lu Xi pick up a thin dissection knife, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, twisting his body wildly. It was pure fear from deep within his soul. He was a doctor. He knew exactly what those knives felt like when cut into flesh. Lu Xi ignored him. He carefully wiped the blade with an alcohol swab, moving gracefully, as if cleaning an art piece. Don't move around. Lu Xi's voice was soft and gentle, just like how he usually calmed patients during surgery. Director Wong, we are colleagues. You should know that moving around during surgery can easily cause mistakes. After speaking, Lu Xi took the knife and moved to the left side of Director Wong. That hand had already been broken by Qin Zhao's gunshot, hanging limply with bones exposed. This cut, Lu Xi's eyes suddenly turned cold, like a poisoned ice spear. It's for warming up your left arm. Splurt. There was no hesitation. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was amplified in the silent operating room. Lu Xi's technique was very professional. He avoided the main arteries and the deadly nerve points. Following the muscle fibers, he carefully peeled away the skin and flesh from Director Wong's left arm, like peeling a banana. Even with the mouth gag in place, Director Wong's screams were sharp and chilling. It was the pain of slow torture. It was the fear of watching himself being dismembered. Lu Xi's face was expressionless. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Warm was only 5 years old at the time. You didn't give her anesthesia to keep her alive for donation. How much she hurt back then, that's how much you'll hurt now, and I will make you hurt 100 times more. Lu Xi switched to a different knife. It was a bone-chiseling knife with barbs. He moved to the right leg of Director Wong. This cut is for Warm's right leg. A flash of cold light. Ugh. Director Wong's body suddenly curled like a shrimp, his eyes bloodshot, and tears of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. The pain. It was too much pain. He regretted it. He regretted taking this job, regretted getting involved with these crazy people. He wanted to faint, but he couldn't, because just as his consciousness was about to fade, a small hand reached out, holding a syringe, filled with a clear liquid. Second Dad. Sui stood by the operating table. She was too short, needing to stand on tiptoe to see Director Wong's face. Her pale little face showed no fear, no sympathy. Only a cold, almost cruel calm that was far beyond her age. She handed the syringe to Lu Xi. Give him this. This is a powerful adrenaline mix with hemostatic gel. Sui looked at Director Wong's pleading eyes, a faint smile curling on her lips. It was a devil's smile. Don't let him die too quickly. If he dies, he won't feel the pain anymore. This sentence made the battle-hardened Special Forces standing at the door feel a chill down their spines. Is this really a 3-year-old child? This is like a little demon crawling out of hell to seek revenge. Lu Xi paused for a moment. Then, he took the syringe. Looking into Sui's eyes, filled with pain and guilt. What kind of pressure must have been applied to make a 3-year-old understand these deadly skills?
Okay, Lucipate Sui said.
Listen to sway sway. The needle pierced into Director Wang's neck artery. The medicine was injected. Director Wang, who was about to faint, suddenly twitched. He woke up. Not only did he wake up, but his senses were amplified many times. Every nerve was screaming. Every cell was crying out. Continue. Sway Sway stepped back, holding her pink backpack, watching coldly. For the next half hour, the operating room became a true hell on earth. Lu Ci was like a precise machine, cutting away each debt of blood owed by Director Wang.
Kidneys.
Liver. Corneas. Every organ that was lost, Lu Ci left an indelible mark on Director Wang's body at the corresponding spots. Until the very end, Director Wang had completely turned into a bloodied corpse. He didn't even have the strength to scream. Only his chest was heaving violently, showing he was still alive. Lu Ci threw away the already dull surgical knife. He removed the bloodstained gloves and tossed them onto Director Wang's face. Speak. Lu Ci's voice was full of deep exhaustion. Besides those buyers on the list, who is providing you with technical support? Where did the drugs come from that make people lose pain and boost intelligence? Director Wang's eyes were vacant. He just wanted to die now. If he could die, he would say anything. He struggled to spit out the mouthpiece, his voice hoarse like a broken windbag.
It's
the Eternal Life Society. I am just a puppet. All the medicines, all the orders, are directly issued by them. I'm only responsible for providing the venue and raw materials. When Sway Sway heard the words, Eternal Life Society, her pupils shrank slightly.
Again that name.
Who is their agent in the country? Qin Xiao stepped forward, his military boots pressing down hard on Director Wang's broken hand. Director Wang let out a faint cry.
It's
the Ministry of Health's
Li Shanqing.
He is a senior member of the Eternal Life Society. All the inspections, all the green lights, are issued by him. Please.
Kill me.
Just kill me. Qin Xiao and Lu Ci exchanged a look.
Li Shanqing.
A big fish. Qin Xiao withdrew his foot, turned around, and picked up Sway Sway. Second brother, this is your job. Don't let him die. Keep him alive for now. When the day of judgment comes, let him say these words in front of the whole world. Lu Ci nodded, putting on a new pair of gloves. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I want to save lives. Even the king of hell can't take them away. Qin Xiao carried Sway Sway out of the operating room. Outside, the sun was shining just right. But Sway Sway buried her head in Qin Xiao's embrace. Godfather. Was I very bad just now? Sway Sway's voice was muffled. Qin Xiao stopped walking. He looked down at the little bundle of scars in his arms. He gently kissed her on the forehead. Not bad. Dealing with beasts, you have to be even harsher than them. Our Sway Sway is acting on behalf of heaven. Sway Sway clutched Qin Xiao's collar tightly. A hint of confusion flickered in her big eyes. Acting on behalf of heaven?
But why?
Seeing that bad person bleed and scream. That big hole in her heart. Still can't be filled?
Sister.
She still can't come back. The ground building of Renai Hospital has been fully controlled by the Special Forces. The children who were kept in hidden wards and basements have been rescued one by one. On the playground, dozens of ambulances with flashing blue lights, medical staff rushing back and forth. The sound of crying. Loud, heartbreaking crying.
Mom.
I want my mom. Ugh.
Don't hit me.
I'll be good. I don't want the shot. It hurts so much. Some of these children are only 2 or 3 years old, others 7 or 8. All of them are injured. Some have lost fingers, some are covered with needle marks, some have dull eyes and seem mentally disturbed from the abuse. The tough soldiers, these strong men, look at these children with tears in their eyes. Some soldiers even turn away to secretly wipe their tears. It's so tragic. This isn't a hospital. It's clearly a place of suffering. At the hospital entrance, countless reporters who heard the news are kept outside the police line. Cameras and microphones are pointed inside, capturing everything. Such a huge scandal cannot be hidden. Moreover, Shin Wansan has no intention to hide it. He stands in the middle of a group of reporters, his expensive suit shining in the sunlight. But his face is no longer full of confidence. It's filled with sorrow and seriousness. Dear media friends, Shun Wansan's voice comes through the microphone, spreading across the scene. I am Shun Wansan. Today, I am not here as a businessman, but as a father and elder. What you see here is the truth of a terrible crime. This is a place that hides evil behind a mask of charity. To prevent such tragedies from happening again, and to give these children a future, I announce that Shun Group will invest 10 billion yuan to establish the Warm Angel Foundation. This money will be used for the ongoing treatment, psychological recovery, and future education and living expenses of all the affected children. We want every child who walks out of darkness to stand in the sunlight. The sound of camera shutters fills the air. The flashes are so bright that it's hard to open your eyes. At this moment, Shun Wansan was no longer the greedy richest man. He was the protector of these children. Beyond the noisy crowd, in an unnoticed corner, Sui Sui stood alone. She didn't join the excitement or accept the doctors' and nurses' checkups. She wore a slightly too large tactical vest, clutching the pink strap of her backpack tightly. Watching the rescued children, seeing them being carried onto ambulances, their hands filled with candies and toys, Sui Sui's eyes looked a bit empty. She should be happy. These children were saved, just as her sister hoped. But why, amid all the noise, does she feel so quiet? It's like she's isolated from the whole world. That loneliness washes over her like a tide, making her feel suffocated. Because among the rescued children, her sister is not there. The sister who loved to smile, cared for her, and always left her the only steamed bun. She will never come back. Sui Sui turns around, her back facing the cheering and crying crowd. She walks slowly, step by step, on her still healing feet, toward the back hill of the hospital. There is a huge chimney there, emitting faint black smoke. It's an incinerator, used to burn medical waste, and the place where her sister almost got thrown in. Qin Xiao is directing the scene, his gaze constantly on Sui Sui. Seeing her walk toward the back hill, Qin Xiao's heart tightens. He wants to chase after her, but Chu Kuang pulls him back. Let her go. Chu Kuang pushes up his glasses, sighing as he looks at Sui Sui's small figure. Some goodbyes can only be made by herself. Qin Xiao stops in his tracks, his fists clenched tightly. At the back hill, in front of the incinerator, the snow here is not melted, stained gray and dirty by the black ash falling from the chimney. The air is filled with a burnt smell. Sui Sui walks to the pile of cooled ash. She squats down, reaching out her small, scarred hands, searching through the black ashes. What is she looking for? She doesn't even know herself. Perhaps she wanted to find traces of her sister's existence. Maybe she just wanted to be closer to her sister. Big sister. Sui Sui whispered to herself. Her fingertips touched something hard. She picked it up and blew off the dust. It was a small piece of unburned bone, about the size of a fingernail. The edges were blackened from the fire, but the middle still looked pale. Sui Sui didn't know whose bone it was. Maybe it belonged to an unknown child. Or perhaps it was a piece of waste from her sister's body. Sui Sui clenched the bone tightly in her hand. It hurt her palm, but she didn't let go. She pressed the bone against her chest. Big sister, look. Everyone is safe now. Father gave them lots of money and many candies, but Sui Sui doesn't want to eat candy. Sui Sui only wants you to come back. Tears finally couldn't be held back. One by one, they fell into the black ashes. At that moment, suddenly, from the woods behind her, came a faint sound of footsteps. Very light. If you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't hear it at all. But Sui Sui's ears moved. It was her instinct, honed through countless life and death escapes. She quickly turned her head. Her eyes, filled with tears, instantly became alert and sharp. Who's there? From the shadows of the woods, a small boy stepped out. He looked about 7 or 8 years old, wearing the same striped hospital gown as the other affected children. But he was very clean. Too clean. No injuries on his face, no frostbite on his hands, and even his clothes were neat. He held a teddy bear in his hand, standing there, shyly looking at Sway Sway. "Me little sister." The boy's voice was soft and gentle. "I got lost too. Can you take me to find the police officer?" Every year, she noticed a faint, very subtle sign that didn't belong to a child. A sense of evaluation. It was like a poisonous snake hiding in the grass, assessing the value of its prey. That look. Sway Sway was very familiar with it. It was the gaze of the observers behind the one-way glass in the laboratory. "You're not lost." Sway Sway slowly stood up. She put the bone into her pocket. Her right hand quietly reached for the rabbit charm on her backpack strap. That was the switch for the high-voltage shock. "Who are you?" Sway Sway asked coldly. The boy hesitated. He didn't expect such strong aggression from a 3-year-old girl. The suspicion in his eyes quickly disappeared, replaced by a more genuine look of grievance, and tears started to fall.
I'm
Ming Ming. I was kidnapped by bad people. Little sister, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." At this moment, a Special Forces patrol team from afar approached. "Hey, there are 2 children over there. Quick, take them back." 2 soldiers ran over, grabbing the boy and Sway Sway. The boy immediately hugged the soldier's neck, crying terribly. "Uncle."
I'm scared.
"Boo-hoo." The soldier patted his back with concern. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Uncle will take you home." Sway Sway was carried by another soldier.
She didn't resist.
She just leaned on the soldier's shoulder, her dark eyes fixed on the boy called Ming Ming. The boy was also leaning on the soldier's shoulder. Through the gap in the crowd, he slightly smiled at Sway Sway. A very strange smile. Beijing. A grand office building in the city center. This is the center of power. Everyone coming in and out holds a stamp capable of changing many lives. On the top floor, the minister's office. Li Chongqing sat behind a large redwood desk. He was in his 50s, well-maintained, with neatly combed hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and like a public servant. At this moment, he was holding an urgent video conference. On the screen were several officials, all holding high positions. Immediately suppress the public opinion about that private hospital. Li Chongqing held his teacup tightly, speaking sternly, with authoritative tone. "This is just rumors. It's slandering our healthcare system. Notify the internet authorities to remove the trending topics. Block all related videos. And also, investigate Shen Wansan, the troublemaker. Check his tax records. Make him stay silent." The people on the screen nodded in agreement. Li Chongqing took a satisfied sip of tea. This is the taste of power. In this city, as long as he wants, there's nothing he can't handle. Even if the hospital really had issues, he could easily turn black into white with a single move. After all, he is protected by the Eternal Society, the highest shield in the country. As long as he remains strong, that huge chain of interests will never break. Suddenly, the red confidential phone on the desk rang.
Li Chongqing Frounat.
Only a few people knew about this call. He picked up the receiver. "Hello?" There was no response on the other end. Only a disturbing crackling sound. Then beep, 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 the line went dead. Li Chongqing's heart suddenly sank. A very bad feeling rose in his mind. He instinctively wanted to call back. But no matter how he pressed, the line was silent. It was cut off. At that moment, the heavy door of his office, symbolizing power and status, was slowly pushed open from outside, without any knocking. The movement was gentle, but carried an oppressive weight that made it hard to breathe. A man in a black trench coat entered. He was tall and thin. Like a shadow, he moved silently. His face was ordinary, unremarkable in a crowd. But those eyes, cold, hollow, without any emotion. It was like a soulless killing machine. He was a shadow. The head of the National Intelligence Agency, codenamed Ghost, a godfather figure.
Who
are you?" Li Chongqing suddenly stood up, spilling water all over the table.
"Who let you in?" "Secretary."
"Security guards," he shouted loudly. But outside the door was silent. The secretary and guards who should have been guarding the door seemed to have vanished. The shadow said nothing. He walked to the desk. Across the table, he looked quietly at Li Chongqing. His gaze was like looking at a dead person. Li Chongqing. The shadow's voice was soft and calm. Male, 52 years old, currently Deputy Minister of Health. Actually, you are a senior partner of the Eternal Life Society in Asia, codenamed Ferryman. For 3 years, you used your position to illegally transport living organs 128 times. Your approval of illegal drug experiments led to the death of 46 children and the disappearance of 12 others. Every word felt like a nail, stabbing hard into Li Chongqing's mind. His face turned pale instantly. But he was a seasoned fox in politics. After a brief panic, he forced himself to stay calm. Nonsense! Li Chongqing slammed the table and shouted fiercely. Do you know who I am? This is slander. Defamation. I will call the police. I will have the guards arrest you. He reached out to grab another internal phone on the desk. Suddenly, the shadow raised his hand. A stack of photos was thrown like snowflakes into Li Chongqing's face. The sharp edges of the photos cut his cheek, leaving a bloodstain. Li Chongqing instinctively looked down. His pupils widened instantly. It was photos. Many photos. Some showed him and Director Wang drinking together at a club. Some showed him signing to accept huge bribes.
And
one was a photo of him pointing at children locked in cages during a secret meeting. Every piece of evidence is solid proof.
this.
Li Chongqing's hands trembled like he had Parkinson's disease. He sat slumped in his chair, cold sweat soaking his back instantly. It's over. Everything is finished. How could these things have leaked out? Director Wang. That useless man. Didn't he say everything was foolproof? Also, the shadow took a black evidence bag from his coat pocket. Inside was a tiny film roll. This was taken from a 5-year-old girl's stomach. To get it out, she was disassembled into parts alive. The shadow's voice remained calm. But at this moment, beneath that calm tone, there was a fierce killing intent. Minister Li, you are also a father. Are you willing to take someone else's life to save your sick son? Li Chongqing's mental defenses completely collapsed. He suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. All his previous authority was gone. Now he was just a dog begging for mercy. Don't arrest me. I can help with the crime. I know the secret of Eternal Life Society. I know where their headquarters is. I have money. I have accounts overseas. I will give you everything. Please. Let me go. The shadow looked at this pitiful man on the ground. A sneer of mockery appeared on his lips. It's too late, Captain Qin said. Your life we will take. Your money we will take too. As for the secret, the shadow turned around. Outside the door, a group of uniformed agents entered one after another. They held cold handcuffs. Take him away. 2 agents stepped forward, roughly dragging Li Chongqing up from the ground, handcuffing him behind his back.
No.
You can't arrest me. I'm the deputy minister. I have immunity. Li Chongqing struggled wildly, like a wild boar pushed into a corner. When they reached the door, he suddenly stopped struggling. He turned his head and stared fixedly at the shadow. That originally gentle face was now twisted like a fierce demon. His eyes shone with a strange, intense light.
Li Chongqing sudan li starta laubing.
His laughter was chilling. Do you think catching me means you win? You're so naive. You have no idea what you've gotten into. He suddenly leaned close to the shadow, lowering his voice. In a nearly cursed tone, he said, You've disturbed the god's cake. God will punish you. That little girl. S001. She is the god's chosen vessel. She can't escape. Ha ha ha. Li Chongqing was dragged out amid his wild laughter. His laughter echoed in the empty corridor, lasting a long time. The shadow stood in the office, looking out at the scenery of the capital city. The sun was shining brightly, and the traffic was busy. But he felt a cold chill all over his body. God? Vessel. The shadow frowned. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Old Qin, we caught the person, but it seems more complicated than we thought. There might be something even more terrifying behind eternal life. On the other end of the call, Qin Xiao was feeding porridge to Sui Sui. When he heard this, his movements paused. His eyes instantly sharpened like blades. No matter what it is, as long as it dares to interfere, I'll cut it down. Qin Xiao hung up. Looking at Sui Sui, obediently drinking her porridge, he remembered the strange little boy in the hospital, smiling eerily at Sui Sui. A storm. It has just begun. Night fell. The private sanatorium in the western suburbs of the capital was like being covered by a huge black hand, silent and unsettling. The shadows of the trees outside stretched long under the streetlights, like a group of fierce ghosts twisting wildly on the curtains. Qin Xiao sat stiffly in a chair beside the bed. He was still holding the bowl of porridge that hadn't been finished. The porridge had cooled completely, forming a thin skin on top. Sui Sui was sleeping on the bed, but her sleep was not peaceful. Her small body was curled up tightly, like a frightened hedgehog, protecting herself as much as possible. Her tiny hands clutched the blanket tightly, with her knuckles turning pale. Her brows were furrowed, and her eyelashes twitched occasionally, as if she was being chased in her dreams. Qin Xiao gently placed the bowl on the bedside table. He moved quietly, afraid to make any noise that might wake her. He reached out his large hand, trying to smooth the wrinkles on Sui Sui's forehead. His fingertips just touched her cold skin. Don't cut. A very faint whisper escaped from Sui Sui's mouth. It sounded like she was crying, filled with deep fear. Qin Zhao's hand froze in midair. His heart felt like it was squeezed tightly, hurting so much that he almost couldn't breathe.
Sui Sui?
He softly called her. Wake up, it's just a dream. All just a dream. But Sui Sui did not wake. She was trapped in that terrifying nightmare, unable to escape. In her dream, it was the cold basement again. That pale, shadowless light. Her sister Warm was lying on the operating table, covered in blood, yet still smiling at her.
Sui Sui, don't look. Run.
Then a huge chainsaw fell down. Sizzle, flesh and blood flew everywhere.
Ah!
Sui Sui suddenly woke up with a sharp, piercing scream. She shot up from the bed, her hands flailing in the air as if trying to chase away invisible evil spirits.
Sui Sui.
Dad is here. Dad is here. Qin Xiao quickly pulled her into his arms, wrapping her trembling little body with his broad chest. It's okay, it's okay. The light is on. The bad guys are gone. But this time, Sui Sui did not calm down as she usually did. Hurts. Sui Sui buried her face in Qin Zhao's chest, trembling violently. Cold sweat poured down her, soaking her thin pajamas as if a faucet had been turned on. It hurts so much. My bones hurt. My flesh also hurts. Sui Sui's small hand tightly clings to Qin Zhao's arm, her nails digging into the flesh, leaving a few blood marks. Qin Xiao panics. He is completely frightened. Although Sui Sui has been weak these days, she has never cried out in pain before. Even when her wound was being cleaned and the rotten flesh was being removed, she just gritted her teeth and stayed silent. Why does it hurt so suddenly now? Where does it hurt? Tell Dad, where does it hurt? Qin Xiao wants to check her body, but he notices that the small bundle in his arms is burning hot. It feels like a piece of red-hot iron. Everywhere hurts. Sui Sui screams, her voice hoarse like a broken wind instrument. This pain is not from a single wound. It feels like every nerve and every cell in her body is being cut and ground by countless tiny knives. It's as if a million ants are biting inside her marrow. Ah, Sui Sui can't hold back anymore. She suddenly pushes Qin Xiao away, curling up on the bed like a cooked shrimp. She is rolling around, bumping her head against the bed frame, hitting her legs with her hands. It seems that only creating new pain can suppress the intense agony that threatens to tear her apart inside.
Sui Sui.
Don't move. Qin Zhao's eyes turn red as he rushes forward to hold her hands and feet.
Someone.
Call the doctor. Call Lu Xi. Qin Xiao roars at the door, his voice filled with unprecedented fear and anger. He doesn't need to shout. Lu Xi, who lives next door, has already heard the commotion. The door is suddenly pushed open. Lu Xi, still in his white coat, rushes in with a medical box, followed by Chu Kuang and Shenwan San, both looking anxious. What's going on? Lu Xi reaches the bed quickly, grabbing Sui Sui's wrist. Her pulse is chaotic, like a tangled mess. It's shockingly fast.
Pain.
Second dad. Help me. Seeing Lu Xi, Sui Sui seems to see a life-saving straw. She extends her tiny hand full of needle marks, trying to grab Lu Xi's sleeve. But just as her hand reaches halfway, another severe spasm hits her. Ugh. Sui Sui bites her own tongue. Blood flows from the corner of her mouth. Qin Xiao quickly moved to put his finger into Sui Sui's mouth. Bite me. Don't bite yourself. Sui Sui's teeth clenched tightly. Qin Xiao let out a muffled sound but didn't frown. Lu Xi quickly opened Sui Sui's eyelids and shined a flashlight into her pupils. Her pupils contracted sharply and were very sensitive to light. Damn it! Lu Xi's face turned deathly pale, whiter than the sheets. It's a backlash. Lu Xi's voice trembled. What backlash? Just tell me. Chu Kuang was so anxious, he kept jumping in place, wishing he could swap places with Sui Sui. Lu Xi took a sedative from the medicine box and swiftly injected it into Sui Sui's vein. That angel plan drug. Lu Xi pushed the medicine while gritting his teeth and explaining. It's a drug that blocks nerve signals so you don't feel pain, and it also makes the brain cortex overly active. This is why Sui Sui could walk 300 miles with a hurt leg and still stay so alert. But Lu Xi paused, looking at Sui Sui, who was gradually stopping convulsing but still furrowing her brows. His eyes were full of pain and helplessness. The drug's effect has worn off. It's like borrowing money at high interest. All the pain she blocked before is now coming back with interest, and her nervous system was forcibly altered by the drug, and now she's repairing and reorganizing itself. This process is like pulling out all the nerves and reconnecting them one by one. That's torture. 10 times worse than torture. The room is silent. Only the beeping of the monitor and the heavy breathing of several men could be heard. Qin Xiao looked at Sui Sui, who was sleeping unconscious in his arms. He saw the blood at the corner of her mouth, left from biting his finger, and the red scarf she was clutching tightly in her hand. It was a gift from her sister. When the pain was at its worst, she bit down on this scarf and forced herself to swallow her screams. Is this the price? Qin Zhao's voice was hoarse. To survive, to send us messages. This child has pushed himself to the limit. Shen Wanson turned away and secretly wiped away tears. How much does it cost to treat him? Second brother, what medicine do you need? I'll buy any medicine in the world for you. It's not about money. Lu Xi, exhausted, took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead. It's nerve damage. And also, Lu Xi walked to a nearby table and picked up a printed lab report. It was the result of his sleepless days of analyzing Sui Sui's blood sample in detail. Look at this. Lu Xi pointed to a complex molecular structure diagram on the report. This is the main component of the drug remaining in Sui Sui's body. Chu Kuang leaned in to look. He was familiar with chemical and weapon structures, so this diagram wasn't new to him. Is this a benzene ring structure? Chu Kuang frowned and pushed up his thick glasses. Why does this look so familiar? Could it be methamphetamine, like ice drug? Lu Xi nodded, his face serious. Exactly, but this isn't just a drug. They modified the molecule and added a special biological enzyme. This enzyme allows the drug to cross the blood-brain barrier and directly affect the hippocampus and frontal lobe. This is why Sui Sui has super memory and very high intelligence. Those monsters. Lu Xi slammed the report onto the table. They're feeding children drugs, using highly addictive medicine to control these so-called test subjects. Once they stop the medication, there will be severe withdrawal symptoms and nerve pain. Qin Xiao listened to these technical terms. Although he didn't understand everything, he caught the most important point. Sui Sui is not only in pain now. She is also suffering from withdrawal-like pain. Is there an antidote? Qin Xiao looked up, his eyes red and burning as he stared at Lu Xi. You're a miracle doctor. You must have a way. Lu Xi was silent. He looked out the window at the dark night, the darkest moment before dawn. Conventional methods won't work. This new synthetic toxin has no ready antidote, unless— Lu Xi turned around, his eyes sharp. Unless we can find the original experimental data of that doctor, or the main formula of this batch of medicine. Otherwise, I can only use alternative drugs to ease her pain, but this is just a temporary fix. It will also cause secondary damage to her liver and kidneys. Qin Xiao took a deep breath. He held Ye tighter in his arms. Find him. That doctor isn't in international waters, is he? I'm going to catch him now. Make him kneel by Ye's bed and develop the antidote. Don't be impulsive. The shadow, fourth brother, who had been silent, stepped out of the darkness. He wore a black trench coat, like a ghost. I've already assigned people to watch the international waters. The Poseidon gambling ship won't dock for supplies until next month. Attacking now could scare them off, and if they destroy the data, Ye will really be beyond help. So what should we do? Qin Xiao growled in a low voice. Just watch the child suffer to death. Wait, the shadow said calmly. Wait until Ye's condition improves a bit. Wait until we get the ship's structural plans and security arrangements. And also, the shadow glanced at Ye on the bed. This child is stronger than we thought. She can get through this. After all, she is Lin Song's daughter. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. Ye woke up several times in the middle of the night. Each time, she was awakened by pain. But she didn't scream or shout anymore. She just silently shed tears, biting her red scarf, trembling in Qin Xiao's arms. Qin Xiao held her like that, sitting by the bed all night. He wiped her sweat, fed her water, and told her stories from the army with her father. Yeah, do you know? Your dad was also a tough guy back then. Once during an exercise, I broke my leg but still crawled 5 kilometers to get the red flag. That's just how he is. Exactly how he is. As Qin Xiao spoke, tears fell onto Sui Sui's face. By dawn, Sui Sui finally stopped trembling. The intense pain seemed to temporarily ease. She opened her eyes and weakly looked at Qin Xiao, who had a tired face and a rough beard. She reached out her small hand and touched Qin Xiao's stubbly chin. Godfather, Sui Sui's voice was soft, like a feather brushing her heart. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Qin Xiao quickly held her small hand. Sui Sui shook her head. She looked out the window at the faint white light of dawn. Her eyes showed a calm and coldness beyond her age. I'm not afraid of pain, Sui Sui said. When my sister's leg was cut, it hurt much more than this. I want to remember this pain. When we catch that doctor, I want to make him feel it too. Qin Xiao was surprised, looking at this 3.5-year-old girl, full of fierce determination. He felt both proud and a little sad. This child has grown up. She has been hardened by hatred. Okay. Qin Xiao kissed her forehead. Godfather promises you, we will make him feel it. Even more. Over the next few days, Sui Sui's condition gradually stabilized. The pain still came back sometimes, but less often. Lu Xi used traditional medicine and acupuncture to help her slowly recover her damaged nerves. Shen Wansen even brought expensive supplements to the hospital, like they were free. They gave her ginseng that was 1,000 years old, top-quality bird's nest, trying to fatten her up. Sui Sui's face finally had some color. Though still thin, she no longer looked like a fragile porcelain doll ready to break. The dead tissue on her foot healed, forming a new pink skin. She still walked with a slight limp but could run around. That morning, the sun was shining brightly. Qin Xiao was sitting with Sui Sui in the yard, enjoying the sunshine. Sui Sui was sitting on the swing, holding her broken transformer toy, trying to figure out how to put the gears back inside. The 7 guardians rarely gathered together. They sat around a shaded umbrella, holding a very serious family meeting. The topic of the meeting was about how to educate little Sui Sui. I think it's about time. Lu Xi pushed up his glasses and looked at Sui Sui nearby. Her health is almost back to normal. She still needs long-term care, but she can live normally now. This child is too shy. She spends all her time either dismantling things or staring into space, and she doesn't talk much. If this continues, she might have psychological problems. We need to let her interact with children her age. Exactly. Shen Wansen was the first to raise his hand in agreement. I've already arranged it. The best noble kindergarten in Beijing, Golden Sun International Kindergarten. The teachers there are all written PhDs, and the nannies are trained in 5-star hotels. Plus, I donated a building to the kindergarten. Sui Sui will be the boss there. Who would dare to bully her? Chu Kuang frowned. He was turning a screwdriver in his hand. What kindergarten? Those little brats are always crying or wetting their pants. How can they play with Sui Sui? With her intelligence, going to kindergarten is like a step down. It's a waste of time. I say just take her to the research institute with me. I'll teach her how to make missiles. That would be so exciting. Stop fooling around. Qin Xiao shot Chu Kuang a sharp look. She's only 3.5. Making missiles? Old Lin's biggest wish was that his daughter could grow up happily, like an ordinary child. I also think she should go to kindergarten, learn some singing and dancing, make a few friends. That's childhood. Besides, with so many of us protecting her, how could she suffer any wrongs at kindergarten? After a heated debate, the decision to send Sui Sui to kindergarten was finally approved with a 6-1 vote. Chu Kuang's opposition was invalid. Qin Xiao stood up, walked over to the swing. He squatted down, trying to look kind and friendly. Sui Sui, dear godfather, I want to talk to you about something. Sui Sui didn't lift her head and kept playing with the gear. I'm not going. Just 2 words.
Clear and firm.
Qin Xiao. I haven't even said anything yet. How do you know what I want to say? Qin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Sui Sui finished fixing the gear, looked up, and gave Qin Xiao a look that seemed to say, Are you silly? You guys argued for half an hour over there. The noise was so loud. I'm not deaf. And Sui Sui pointed at the flyer in Shun Wansan's hand. It had pictures of silly, smiling children and big words, Golden Sun Kindergarten enrollment now open. Such a ugly flyer, I saw it. Qin Xiao. This kid is too smart. It's hard to fool her. Ahem. Qin Xiao cleared his throat and tried to reason with her. Sui Sui, look, other kids are going to kindergarten. There are lots of fun toys and friends. You can play games with them and have so much fun. Sui Sui pouted, with a look of disgust. I won't play with fools. They just have runny noses, fight over toys, and cry over small things. That's childish. I want to go to Dad's lab. I want to see the particle collider. From afar, Chu Kuang listened and laughed happily. Listen. Listen. This is the spirit of a genius. I told you kindergarten isn't good enough for our girl. Qin Xiao shot a glare at Chu Kuang, making him shut up. Then he turned back and continued to persuade gently. Sui Sui, the lab is too dangerous. There's radiation. Your body isn't fully recovered yet, so you can't go. And this is also your dad's wish. He hopes you can have a happy childhood. When mentioning her dad, Sui Sui's eyes dimmed a little. That man who always held her high up in the air was gone forever. But Sui Sui still didn't want to go. She felt that being with kids her age was like humans sneaking into a monkey troop. Unable to communicate. Let's do this, Qin Xiao said with a quick thought, revealing his secret plan. Let's make a deal. You go to kindergarten and experience it for a month. If after a month you still think it's boring, you don't have to go anymore. And as long as you go to school obediently. On weekends, I will let third uncle take you to the laboratory to teach you how to assemble that. That mechanical arm. Sui Sui's big eyes lit up instantly. A mechanical arm? The one that can rotate 360 degrees and cut? She had always wanted to try it herself. Really? Sui Sui looked at Qin Xiao with a hint of doubt in her eyes. When has my godfather ever lied to you? Qin Xiao patted his chest to guarantee. Lying is for little kids. Sui Sui thought for 3 seconds, lowering her head. Her brain quickly calculated the pros and cons going to kindergarten, and daydreaming for a month equals gaining access to a top-level laboratory learning how to assemble the mechanical arm. This deal is a sure win. Deal. Sui Sui reached out her small hand. Qin Xiao let out a sigh of relief and quickly high-fived her. This girl is even harder to negotiate with than a professional. The next morning, the entire sanatorium was in chaos. Today was Sui Sui's first day of school. Shun Wansan specially brought in a styling team, wanting to dress Sui Sui as a fairy tale princess. Pink fluffy dress, lace-trimmed white socks, and a pair of crystal-embellished leather shoes. No. Sui Sui looked at herself in the mirror, feeling like a steamed bun stuffed into lace. She felt uncomfortable all over. If there was danger, she wouldn't be able to run. Too ugly. Sui Sui immediately took off the dress and threw it on the ground. I want to wear this. She pointed to a set of clothes in the corner of the wardrobe. It was a mini uniform modified from a Special Forces combat suit by Chu Kwang. Dark green multi-pocket pants, black tactical jacket, and a pair of specially made anti-stab tactical boots. Both durable and easy to move in, with pockets for various tools. The stylist looked at Shen Wansan with a troubled expression. Shen Wansan clutched his chest, looking very worried. Girl, that's for boys. We are ladies, so we should wear dresses. Dresses make fighting difficult.
Sui Sui coldly replied.
Then she quickly changed into her work uniform. She tightened her belt and tied her shoelaces. She turned around in front of the mirror. She looked cool. This is really her style. Shen Wansan had no choice but to accept with tears that his daughter was a cool girl. Next was the gear check. Chu Kwang walked in carrying a small pink backpack. It looked like a normal Hello Kitty bag. But the weight. Qin Xiao picked it up. It was at least 5 pounds. Third, are you carrying bricks inside? Bricks?
No.
That's technology. Chu Kwang opened the bag and showed everything. There are bulletproof plates inside, light but able to block 9mm bullets. In this side pocket, there are tiny smoke bombs. Pull the ring, and it turns white fog instantly. This water bottle is actually a high-pressure sprayer filled with special pepper spray, great for self-defense. And this pencil case. Chu Kwang opened the pencil case. There were no pencils or erasers. Instead, neatly arranged were tiny screwdrivers, wrenches, and even some lockpicking probes. This is for Sui Sui to have fun. In case the kindergarten door lock breaks, my girl can help fix it. Qin Xiao. Shen Wansan. This isn't just going to kindergarten. It's more like a special operations mission. Isn't this a bit too much? Qin Xiao was a little worried. If the teacher sees this, she'll be scared to death. Don't worry, I've disguised everything. The smoke bombs look like candies. The pepper spray looks like a cartoon water bottle. The lock-picking tools are hidden inside a mechanical pencil. As long as Sui Sui doesn't say anything, who would know it's military gear? Sui Sui took the backpack and put it on her back. The heavy weight made her feel very safe. This is true security. Much better than any bodyguard. Let's go. Sui Sui adjusted her backpack strap, slipped her small hands into her pockets, and walked out with a cold look. Off to school. At the entrance of Golden Sun International Kindergarten, luxury cars gathered. Mercedes and BMW are just basic here. Rolls-Royce and Bentley are common. This is because it's the top noble kindergarten in the capital city, and just 1 year's tuition is enough for a normal family to live on for a lifetime. Parents crowded the entrance, crying loudly. Mommy, I don't want to go to school. I want to go home. I want grandma. Children dressed in brand-name clothes clung to their parents' legs, crying desperately. The scene was chaotic. Suddenly, a deep engine roar sounded. A black armored Hummer SUV, like a steel beast, forcefully pushed aside the delicate luxury cars. It stopped steadily at the kindergarten gate. The door opened. First, four tall men in black suits and sunglasses stepped out. They were retired Special Forces bodyguards chosen by Qin Xiao. They quickly took positions at four corners, eyes alert, scanning around. This startled the parents, who all stepped back.
Whose family is this?
Such a big show? Looks like a gang. Then, Qin Xiao got out of the car. He wore casual clothes, but his commanding presence from years of leadership couldn't be hidden. He walked to the back seat, opened the door, and took Sui Sui out. Sui Sui wore work clothes and carried a pink school bag with "Hidden Power" written on it. Her face was expressionless.
No tears, no smiles.
Like a cold-hearted assassin inspecting her territory. She stood at the door, coldly watching the crying children, her eyes full of disdain.
So noisy, Sui Sui muttered.
She reached into her pocket and pulled out a special noise-canceling earplug, putting it in her ear. The world became quiet. Sui Sui, go inside. Qin Xiao squatted down and adjusted her collar. Remember what your godfather said. If someone doesn't bother me, I won't bother them. But if someone does bother me, I'll cut them off completely. Sui Sui added her own line. Qin Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. Cough, cough, no need to be so harsh. Just fight back. And also, don't use things from your backpack unless you're in real danger. Got it, Sui Sui nodded. Then she turned and walked into the kindergarten without looking back. Her back was firm, carrying a sense of brave determination, like a hero facing a tough challenge. Qin Xiao stood at the door, watching her small figure disappear into the classroom. Suddenly, he felt a little empty inside, like a small vegetable plant being trampled by a pig. Commander, don't worry. Old Sue comforted him. Our young lady is quite capable. It's good she doesn't bully others. If anyone dares to bother her, they'll be very unlucky. Qin Xiao sighed. I'm not worried about her being bullied. I'm worried she might accidentally cause trouble in the kindergarten. In the first grade classroom, the teacher was organizing the children to sit properly. Sui Sui was placed in the last row, in the corner. She chose this spot herself. It's safe, with a wide view, and against the wall, no blind spots. Perfect for watching everything. The other children were chatting happily, talking about their recent experiences. My dad bought me a new Lego set. My mom took me to Disneyland. This dress is the same as Princess Elsa's. Sui Sui sat quietly, pulling out a thick book from her bag. It wasn't a picture book. It was advanced mathematics. She had taken it from Chu Kuang's laboratory. Some symbols were still hard to understand, but it was much more interesting than stories about little cats fishing. She lowered her head, lost in the world of numbers, completely blocking out the noise around her. Suddenly, she felt a gaze fixed on her. It wasn't curious or friendly. It was cold, scrutinizing, with a strange sense of familiarity. Sui Sui quickly looked up. Her gaze was sharp, shooting toward another corner of the classroom. There sat a young boy. He looked about her age. He was wearing a white shirt and black suspenders. He looked neat and polite, but he wasn't playing like the other children. He sat quietly, holding a Rubik's Cube. The cube spun quickly in his hand. In just a few seconds, all 6 sides were solved. But he didn't stop. He scrambled it again, then solved it again. He kept doing this over and over. His eyes were fixed on Sui Sui. When she looked at him, he didn't hide. Instead, he slightly smiled. That smile made Sui Sui's hair stand on end. It was a look she had seen in the mirror.
It was
The same kind of expression, the same kind of feeling. A uniquely shaped, carefully built bridge was just taking shape. Just as Sui Sui was about to place the final bridge deck, suddenly, a chubby hand reached out. Crash. Without warning, that hand pushed hard. The suspension bridge Sui Sui had spent half an hour building collapsed instantly. Wooden blocks scattered everywhere. Ha ha ha. It fell. It fell. A harsh laugh echoed overhead.
Sui Sui slowly looked up.
Standing in front of her was a chubby little boy. He was wearing a brand-name sports outfit and had a gold necklace around his neck. His face was full of flesh, and he looked arrogant. This was Zhao Tianba, the bully of the first class. His father was in the coal business, and his family owned a mine. He was used to being bossy at kindergarten. Hey, new kid. Zhao Tianba pointed at Sui Sui and said proudly. This corner is my territory. Why are you playing here? Get out of the way. Sui Sui looked at the mess of blocks on the ground. That was her hard work. Although they were just building blocks, it was a structure she designed carefully. And now it was destroyed.
Sui Sui stood up.
She was shorter than Zhao Tianba by half a head and looked small and thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. But her eyes were cold, like ice.
Apologize, Sui Sui said coldly.
Huh? What did you say? Zhao Tianba looked like he heard a joke, exaggeratedly scratching his ear. Let me apologize. Do you know who I am? My dad is Zhao Defu. Believe it or not, I can get my dad to buy you as a servant. The other children gathered around, some happy to see trouble, some looking sympathetic. Everyone knew Zhao Tianba was not easy to mess with. Some kids had tried to resist before, but they ended up crying after being beaten by Zhao Tianba. The teachers didn't dare to intervene because Zhao Tianba's family donated a lot of money to the kindergarten. I'll say it again. Sui Sui quietly reached into her bag and touched the rabbit pendant hanging from the strap. That was a high-voltage shock switch. Just one press. And this fat bully would turn into a roasted pig.
But Sui Sui remembered Kinxiao's words.
Don't use things from your backpack without permission. This is just a kindergarten. Using a stun gun is a bit too much and could cause trouble. Sui Sui let go of her hand.
No apology. Sui Sui nodded.
Fine. She turned and walked to the nearby dining table. There were plates left over from the children's afternoon snacks. Some plates still had unfinished cream cakes and ketchup. Zhao Tianba thought Sui Sui was scared and felt even more proud.
Humph.
You're smart. Next time you see me, remember to stay away. He plopped down on the spot where Sui Sui had just built with blocks and grabbed a block to put in his mouth. At that moment, Sui Sui moved. She didn't rush to fight. She picked up some long rectangular blocks and a round block as a fulcrum. Then she used a rubber band, the one she used for her hair, to fix it. In just a few seconds, she assembled a simple catapult on the table. Though crude, its structure was very proper. Fulcrum, resistance arm, force arm, perfectly following physics principles. Sui Sui took a plate filled with cream cake and ketchup and placed it at the launching end of the catapult. Then, she squinted her eyes. Her mind started calculating rapidly. Distance, 3.5 meters. Height difference, 0.8 meters. Target, Zhao Tianba's big face. Air resistance ignored. The required launching force. Sui Sui pressed her finger on the other end of the catapult, adjusted the angle, made small adjustments, and then fine-tuned again. The other children around stared in amazement. What was she doing? Playing a game? Zhao Tianba was still happily gnawing on his blocks, unaware of the danger approaching.
Fire, Sui Sui whispered.
Her fingers suddenly released. Whoosh! The plate filled with cream and ketchup shot through the air in a perfect parabola, speeding fast, with a whistling sound. It flew precisely toward Zhao Tianba's big face. A sharp sound. The plate hit Zhao Tianba's face firmly. Cream splattered everywhere. Ketchup flew through the air. Zhao Tianba leaned back suddenly, falling flat on his back. The plate seemed to be stuck to his face, holding tightly. The whole room was silent. Everyone stared with their mouths open, watching the scene. 1 second. 2 seconds. Wow, Zhao Tianba finally reacted. He quickly tore off the plate from his face. His face was covered with a mix of red and white, looking like a clown or a person covered in blood ketchup. My eyes. My mouth. It's so spicy. Ugh ugh ugh. I'll tell my dad. You dare hit me, I will hurt you. Zhao Tianba crawled up from the ground, snarling and ready to rush at Sui Sui. But as he took a step forward, he slipped on the cream on the floor. Plop, he fell again, worse this time, hitting his front teeth on the floor. Oops, someone started laughing first. Soon, all the children burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhao Tianba turned into a big clown. Serves him right. He always bullies others. Zhao Tianba sat on the ground, crying even louder as he listened to the teasing. It was heartbreaking. Sui Sui stood by the table. She still held the simple slingshot in her hand. She watched this scene expressionlessly, like she was observing a successful physics experiment. Parabola calculation is correct, Sui Sui said calmly. Then she started to dismantle the slingshot, putting the pieces back in place, and readying the rubber band into her hair. She was erasing all evidence. Just then, the teacher rushed over after hearing the noise. Seeing the mess on the floor and Zhao Tianba crying like a pig, the teacher almost fainted. What's going on? Who did this? Zhao Tianba pointed at Sui Sui, gasping and crying. It's her, the new girl. She threw a plate at me. The teacher turned to look at Sui Sui. She was sitting quietly in the corner, reading a book, looking like a well-behaved child. And also, that distance, the teacher roughly estimated. From the dining table to where Zhao Tianba fell, it was at least 3 or 4 meters. How could a 3-year-old girl throw a plate that far, and with such accuracy? Zhao Tianba, lying is not a good thing. The teacher frowned and said, It's probably you who knocked over the blocks and slipped accidentally, right? No, it's really her.
She has
Has a mechanism. Zhao Tianba stomped his feet anxiously. But the table was empty. There was no mechanism. Sui Sui looked up innocently at the teacher. Teacher, I was just reading. It was him who pushed the blocks over, and then fell. Her big, clear eyes looked harmless. Plus, considering the scene when Qin Xiao brought her here, the teacher subconsciously didn't dare to offend this well-connected little girl. All right, don't cry. The teacher could only try to smooth things over. Zhao Tianba, don't bully new classmates in the future. Go wash your face. This conflict ended with Sui Sui's victory. Sui Sui lowered her head again and continued reading her advanced mathematics. A faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Dare to challenge her? Still too young. Just then, a figure blocked the light.
Sui Sui looked up.
It was the gloomy boy who had been sitting in the corner playing with a Rubik's Cube. He walked over to Sui Sui, looking down at her from above. His eyes sparkled with a kind of knowing everything. He didn't expose Sui Sui. Instead, he bent down, leaned close to her ear. In a voice only the two of them could hear, he whispered, "Your calculation has an error. The window wasn't closed earlier. The wind speed wasn't included. If you had missed by 2 millimeters to the left, it would have hit his nose perfectly, making him suffocate for 10 seconds. Sui Sui's pupils suddenly shrank. She stared intensely at this boy. Did he understand? Did he understand the principle of the catapult? And even calculate the effect of the wind? She stared intently at the boy. In a voice only the two of them, did he grasp the principle of the catapult? Did he even calculate the effect of wind speed? In this kindergarten full of crying, nose-blowing, and the smell of milk, someone actually understands wind speed, trajectory, and suffocation time? For the first time, a flicker appeared in Sui Sui's normally calm eyes. It was caution. And also
excitement.
Like a lone wolf wandering the wilderness, suddenly sensing the presence of a fellow. Who are you? Sui Sui didn't turn around but kept her eyes on the boy behind her. Her hand was still in her pocket, lightly touching her special mechanical pencil. Hidden inside was a probe capable of opening any lock. The boy didn't answer. He casually tossed the perfectly restored Rubik's Cube into his backpack. His movements were relaxed, but there was an indescribable weariness in him.
Goodbye.
The boy spoke 2 words. His voice was soft, still a bit childish, but his tone was mature, like a weathered adult. The air here is too noisy. Gu Bei frowned, glancing at the small children still gathered around Zhao Tianba, watching the scene. His eyes showed disdain. Go over there. He pointed to the other end of the classroom, the building blocks area. It was the quietest corner, filled with unopened, high-end imported building blocks. Sui Sui hesitated for a second. Then she loosened her grip on her pencil. She didn't smell that nauseating formalin scent from the boy, nor did she sense the greed or malice typical of adults. There was only a coldness. That coldness, seeping from the bones, the same as hers.
Sui Sui nodded.
The two of them, one after the other, crossed the noisy crowd and reached the building blocks area. The children around were still talking about the ketchup on Zhao Tianba's face, not noticing the meeting of these two freaks.
Gu Bei crouched down.
He didn't start randomly stacking the blocks like the other children. First, he dumped all the blocks out. Clatter, hundreds of wooden pieces of various shapes scattered across the carpet. Gu Bei stretched out his long, fair fingers and began sorting the blocks. Rectangular, cylindrical, triangular. His movements were very quick, so fast that it was dizzying, like performing a precise assembly line task. Sui Sui watched for a while. Then she also crouched down. Without saying a word, she picked up the 2 longest baseboards and placed them parallel. The distance was 20 centimeters. Gu Bei glanced at her.
He didn't speak.
But his hand movements changed. He picked up 4 cylindrical blocks and carefully placed them at the 4 corners of the baseboards. That was the foundation. Sui Sui took a beam and laid it across the cylinders. Gu Bei then took an angled support to strengthen the structure. The two of them didn't communicate with words. They hardly even exchanged looks. But with each block handed over and each part of the structure built, It was as if the same mind was controlling both hands. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. A strange-looking building, full of a kind of mathematical beauty, rose under their hands. It wasn't a castle, nor a house. It had complex cantilevered parts, a large suspended terrace, and a spiral tower that looked like it might fall but was actually very stable.
It was.
This is a double spiral structure. A passing teacher, who was supposed to check what the children were playing with, saw this and was stunned. She was a preschool teacher, but she could tell this wasn't something ordinary blocks could make. How was the center of gravity maintained? How could such a small stick of a block support such a large structure above? It didn't seem scientific.
Kids.
What are you building? The teacher crouched down, looking confused. Sui Sui and Gubei both stopped their work at the same time. They turned their heads to look at the teacher. Their big eyes were filled with the same emotion. Can't you understand this? How did you become a teacher? The teacher felt a bit intimidated by the intense gaze of these two 3-year-olds and awkwardly smiled.
Is it
an alien spaceship?
Gubei Zeit.
It was a sigh full of disappointment. This is a 3-dimensional deconstruction of a Mobius strip, Gubei said calmly. It uses tension balance and the cancellation of torque, teacher. What strip? What torque? Where am I?
Who am I?
Am I teaching a big class or college?
Sui Sui didn't explain.
She picked up the last piece of red, triangular building block. It was the tip of the tower. Her small hand was steady as she gently placed the block at the top.
Click.
A soft sound. Perfect balance. The whole structure trembled slightly under gravity, then became completely stable. It was like a precise instrument, finally fitting the last gear. Done. Sui Sui clapped the wood shavings from her hands. She looked at Gubei. A tiny, faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, genuine but very subtle. Your imagination of space is good. This was the longest sentence Sui Sui had said since entering kindergarten, and also the highest praise.
Gubei smiled too.
His smile was very handsome, the gloom in his eyes easing, like a delicate porcelain doll. Your mechanics calculations are also very accurate. Gubei took a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Sui Sui. Wipe your sweat. Sui Sui took the handkerchief. It was very clean with a faint mint scent. Not the cheap artificial fragrance, but a high-end, cool scent. Why do you know these things? Sui Sui asked casually while wiping her hands, but her eyes were fixed on Gubei's expression. Any tiny change in his face didn't escape her notice. Gubei was silent for 2 seconds. He looked down at the building blocks on the ground. The light in his eyes dimmed, covered again by a heavy gloom. Because I was bored, Gubei said softly. Once. I was locked in a very small room. No windows, no toys, only tiles on the wall. I would count the tiles, count them horizontally, vertically, diagonally. After I finished counting the tiles, I started building blocks in my mind. I imagine all kinds of structures, calculate their weight-bearing capacity, and simulate how they collapse. Gubei looked up at Sui Sui. That gaze was heartbreaking. Only when I build things in my mind do I feel free. Sui Sui's heart suddenly clenched. She was very familiar with this feeling. In that dark, airless ventilation duct. She survived each time by dismantling complex circuit diagrams in her mind and reciting boring chemical equations. That was her way of saving herself. It was also the loneliness of a monster. Where are your parents? Sui Sui asked. Although her enrollment info said he was a transfer student from a wealthy family, Sui Sui didn't believe it. That kind of look wasn't something a child raised in a loving home would have.
Gubei's eyes flickered.
He instinctively touched his left wrist. There was a black digital watch with a wide strap covering most of his wrist. They're gone. Gubei's voice was cold. Lost in an accident. When he said accident, his tone carried a hint of mockery. I'm now adopted. My foster parents treat me well, buy me big houses and lots of books. But
Gubei paused.
He leaned closer to Sui Sui and lowered his voice. They don't look at me like a son, like they're looking at a dangerous thing that could explode at any moment. Sui Sui understood. She had seen that kind of look before, in some of Lucy's colleagues. It was fear of the unknown and rejection of those who were different. "We are the same," Sui Sui suddenly said. She reached out her small hand.
Lin Zui Zui, gu bei was stund.
He looked at her outstretched hand. It was covered with tiny scars, healed but still showing the suffering she had endured. He hesitated for a moment. Then he reached out and took Sui Sui's hand. Two small, cold hands with scars held tightly together in this noisy corner of the kindergarten. Just as Gu Bei reached out, because his movement was a bit too big, his wide digital watch on his wrist slipped up slightly, revealing a patch of pale skin. Sui Sui's gaze, like a sharp knife, instantly locked onto that skin.
There.
There was a faint mark, although it had been cleaned with laser, leaving only a blurry outline. But in Sui Sui's mind, like a camera, that outline was instantly restored and reconstructed. It was a pattern made of black lines. An angel with broken wings. Below it, a string of blurry numbers. S-. The rest of the numbers were unclear. But this beginning, this font, this tattoo's color, Sui Sui would never forget it in her life. That was the exclusive number of the Angel Project. That was the mark branded on every test subject from that hellish place. That was also a humiliating proof on her sister's body.
Sui Sui esse breeding su degli stopped.
It was like a thunderbolt exploded in her mind.
Goodbye.
He was not an ordinary transfer student. He was also a demon who crawled out of that hell.
He was.
A survivor? Sui Sui stared hard into Gu Bei's eyes, trying to find even a tiny flaw on his face. Gu Bei seemed to sense Sui Sui's strange reaction. He quickly retracted his hand, pulling down his sleeve to hide his wrist. A flash of panic crossed his eyes. "What's wrong?" Gu Bei asked, pretending to be calm. Sui Sui didn't speak. She just looked at Gu Bei deeply. Then, she let go of his hand. "Nothing." Sui Sui turned around, carrying her pink backpack. "School's over. See you tomorrow." She walked away decisively. But at the moment she turned, her hand quietly slipped into the side pocket of her backpack. There was a small voice recorder inside. Every word and tone Gu Bei had just spoken was recorded by her. She was going back to find Qin Xiao. To find fourth uncle. This Gu Bei, was he an enemy or a friend? She had to find out the truth. In the capital's military district, inside the family building of the Special Forces commander. The living room was brightly lit. Four men sat around the coffee table, their faces serious. Qin Xiao, Lu Xi, Chu Kuang, and fourth uncle, known as Shadow, who had just returned from the intelligence bureau. On the table lay a black recording pen. The recording had just finished playing. Gu Bei's young but gloomy voice still lingered in the air. "Died in an accident. Looked at me as if I were something dangerous that could explode at any time." Sui Sui sat in Qin Zhao's arms, holding a toy robot, but her eyes were fixed on the file in fourth uncle's hand. It was the investigation report on Gu Bei. "How is it old for?" Qin Xiao put out his cigarette, breaking the silence. Shadow opened the file and pulled out a few thin sheets of paper. His face looked pale, as if he had just come out of an ice cellar. "This child's background is too clean." He spread the papers on the table. Gu Bei, male, 4 years old. Place of origin, none. Birth certificate, forged. Adoption record, 3 months ago, adopted by a Chinese-American couple from a private orphanage in Province S.
But
Shadow tapped his finger on the words private orphanage. That orphanage was destroyed in a fire last month. All the files, all the surveillance, even the director and staff, all perished in the fire.
No survivors.
This method. Chu Kuang pushed up his glasses and gave a cold laugh. Too familiar. Destroying evidence, leaving no trace. Isn't that the usual trick of those people from the Eternal Life Society? Qin Xiao frowned deeply. He looked down at the child in his arms. "Sui Sui, are you sure you saw that tattoo?"
Sui Sui nodded firmly.
S is the starting letter. It is black. Its wings are broken. Sui Sui said this while drawing the pattern on the coffee table with her finger. Although the lines are simple, everyone present felt a chill. It is a demon symbol. It seems it can't escape. Lu Xi sighed, leaning on the sofa, rubbing his forehead. This child is also a victim. And also, Lucy paused, his eyes becoming complicated. If Sui Sui is S001, then Gu Bei might be another important sample of the S-series. His intelligence, reactions, and even his gloomy personality. All have been influenced by drugs and the environment. He is another Sui Sui. This sentence made everyone silent.
Another Sui Sui.
It means another soul whose childhood was destroyed, used as a test subject, and struggled to survive in hell. Qin Zhao's heart felt like it was pierced. He remembered how Sui Sui looked when she was rescued. She was covered in wounds, distrustful of everyone, like a small wolf cub ready to bite at any moment. That Gu Bei. Is he also in this state now? What about the couple who adopted him? Qin Zhao suddenly asked. Checked, the shadow replied coldly. They are officially an import-export trade, but their money flow is suspicious. Every month a large sum is transferred to an anonymous overseas account, and they have a full set of surveillance cameras at home, not for theft prevention, to monitor Gu Bei. Even, the shadow took out several photos. They were internal photos of Gu Bei's home obtained through special means. In the photos, Gu Bei's room is luxurious, but there are high-strength security bars on the windows. Those are the kind used only in prisons. The door lock is installed backwards. It can only be opened from the outside. This isn't a home. It's clearly a high-end cage. Damn it. Chu Kuang slammed his fist on the coffee table, making the teacups jump. These animals, just escaped from the tiger's den, now into the wolf's trap. This child is so unlucky. Sui Sui looked at the photos. She saw the picture of Gu Bei sitting on the bed, hugging his knees, with a blank look in his eyes. Suddenly, a strong feeling of sadness and bitterness rose in her heart. It was like seeing her past self. The self that hid in the air duct, trembling with fear.
Godfather, Sui Sui su degli spoke.
She looked up at Qin Zhao. In her big eyes, there was a firm light. I want to help him. Qin Zhao was surprised. Help him? Yes. Sui Sui nodded. He is like me. Only I can help him. And Sui Sui clenched her small fist. He also wants to live, just like my sister wants me to live. Qin Zhao looked at his daughter's young but determined face. He felt both proud and worried. He patted Sui Sui's head. Okay, if my girl wants to save him, then even if the heavens come down, they have to let him go. The next day.
Kindergarten.
Today is the outdoor activity day for the older class. The teacher took the children to the big slide area on the playground. The children ran happily like wild horses, screaming as they rushed to the slides.
Only Gu Bei.
He still sat alone on a corner bench, holding a slightly worn Rubik's Cube in his hand.
Turning.
Restoring.
Turning.
Restoring. Mechanical and monotonous. Just like his life. A set program. Always circling in the same loop.
Suddenly.
A shadow blocked the sunlight. Gu Bei looked up. He saw that familiar little face. Sui Sui, with her pink backpack, stood in front of him, against the light, like a little warrior. "Wanna go slide?" Sui Sui pointed to the tallest spiral slide. It was the most exciting ride in the whole kindergarten. Many children didn't dare to try.
Gu Bei was stunned.
Then he shook his head. Not interesting. Gravity will make me land in 3.5 seconds.
No surprise. Sui Sui pouted.
Boring. She took out a piece of candy from her pocket. It was imported chocolate her dad bought her, wrapped in shiny gold paper. "Wanna eat?" Gu Bei looked at the candy. A flicker of desire appeared in his eyes, but he quickly became cautious. "No, I don't want it. Cavities might happen."
And
he didn't finish his sentence. But in his mind, he wondered, who knows if there's medicine in this candy? In that home, he always watched his parents eat first before he dared to pick up his chopsticks. Sui Sui seemed to see through his thoughts. She unwrapped the candy, broke the chocolate in half. First, she put one half into her mouth.
Hey!
Gu Bei instinctively tried to stop her. Sui Sui paused, tilting her head to look at him.
What?
Is it poison? Gu Bei's face turned a little red. He awkwardly looked away.
No. Sui Sui smiled.
She handed the other half of the chocolate to Gu Bei's mouth.
Eat it.
Ate mine too. Let's die together. For two 3.5-year-olds, this phrase was very heavy. But for Gu Bei, it was the most touching promise he had ever heard. He opened his mouth, took in that half piece of chocolate. Bitter. Very bitter. It was high-quality dark chocolate.
But
When the bitterness faded, a faint sweet taste appeared on his tongue. That sweetness spread deep into his heart. Is it tasty?
Sui Sui asked. Gu Bei nodded.
It's okay. Sui Sui sat down beside him. Her short legs swung in the air.
I saw it. Sui Sui suddenly said.
Her voice was very soft, covered by the noise of the playground. Sui Sui pointed to his left hand. Gu Bei's face turned very pale instantly. He instinctively wanted to run away. This was his biggest secret, his weakness. If someone found out, he would be finished. Those people would take him back. They would cut him apart. They would make him disappear from the world, like his friends. Don't be afraid. Sui Sui grabbed his hand firmly. Her hand was warm. That was the warmth Qin Xiao gave her every day to keep her hands warm. Look, Sui Sui rolled up her sleeve, revealing her thin arm. There were no tattoos on it, but on her fair skin, there were many tiny needle marks. Some had faded, others were still fresh. These were the scars from countless blood tests and injections. They proved she was one of them.
Gu Bei froze.
He stared hard at those needle marks. His pupils trembled violently. A huge, unfamiliar feeling of connection flooded over him like a wave.
So,
she was one of them too. She had come out of that hell. You. Gu Bei's voice trembled. His eyes instantly turned red. The loneliness and fear he had kept inside for so long found a way out at this moment. I am S001. Sui Sui looked into his eyes and said slowly, word by word. What number are you? Gu Bei took a deep breath. He no longer avoided it. He slowly rolled down his sleeve, revealing the fierce tattoo. S009.
I am number 9, Gu Bei whispered.
Our group.
Only uno survived. Sui Sui nodded.
She reached out and gently touched the tattoo, like she was caressing a scar. I only have my sister, but my sister is dead. She died to save me. Sui Sui's voice was calm, but Gu Bei could hear the turbulent emotions behind it. Do you want revenge? Sui Sui asked. Gu Bei's expression changed instantly. The gloom and fear disappeared. In their place, there was a deep, unforgettable hatred. I dream about it. I want to kill them. I want to blow up that laboratory. I want to. Gu Bei clenched his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. I want to ask them, why did they treat us like that? What did we do wrong? Sui Sui tightened his grip on his hand. We didn't do anything wrong. They're the ones who are wrong. If you want revenge, then come with me. Sui Sui pointed to the kindergarten gate. There was Qin Zhao's armored car parked there. I have a godfather. I have 7 very powerful godfathers. They can help us. But
Sui Sui paused.
His eyes became very sharp. Before that, we need to deal with the 2 spies around you. Gu Bei was surprised. Are you talking about my foster parents?
Yes, Sui Sui nodded.
They are not your real parents. They are the guards watching over you. And Sui Sui leaned close to Gu Bei's ear. They're still looking for us. I saw that symbol right at the kindergarten entrance, on that black van. That is the symbol of the Eternal Life Society. Gu Bei suddenly turned his head, looking outside the school gate. Sure enough, across the street, there was an unremarkable black van. The windows were shut tight, but on the corner of the van, there was a very hidden, silver double helix snake staff symbol. It was the scythe of the Grim Reaper, waving towards them, outside the school gate. Inside that black van, 2 men in maintenance uniforms were holding binoculars, staring fixedly at the 2 children on the playground. Target confirmed. S001, S009, both present. One of the men pressed his earpiece, his voice cold. This time, it's a double win. The order from above is to catch her alive at all costs, especially that S001. Her genetic sequence contains the key we need. Another man checked his tranquilizer gun. Don't worry, the plan is already set. The kindergarten bus driver has been replaced by our people. As soon as they get on the bus, the man showed a fierce smile. It's like catching a turtle in a jar. The school bell rang. Ding, ding, ding. Children lined up, chattering as they headed toward the school gate. Qin Xiao had an urgent meeting today and was a little late. He sent a message to Sui Sui, telling her to wait in the classroom. But Sui Sui didn't wait. She held Gu Bei's hand and joined the line of children leaving school, heading toward the bus stop. Why are you taking the bus? Gu Bei looked confused. Aren't your godfather coming to pick you up? Sui Sui tightened her backpack strap. A sly look flashed in her eyes. Because only when I get on the bus can I lure out those mice. And also, Sui Sui glanced at the yellow bus. The driver was a stranger, wearing a baseball cap pulled low over his forehead. Though in uniform, his hands on the steering wheel had thick calluses at the palms. Those were from holding guns for many years, not from holding the steering wheel. He's a bad guy, Sui Sui whispered to Gu Bei. Let's go meet him. Gu Bei's pupils shrank slightly, but he didn't back down. Instead, he squeezed Sui Sui's hand. Okay, together, 2 3.5-year-old children, carrying their backpacks, like 2 students going on a spring outing. They bravely stepped onto the bus heading into the trap. There were already more than 10 children on board, including Zhao Tianba, who had been covered in ketchup by Sui Sui that morning. Seeing Sui Sui get on, Zhao Tianba shrank back in fear, quickly turning his face away, afraid of getting another scolding. Every year, Sui Sui and Gu Bei reached the last row. They sat down. Click. The car door closed. The driver looked up through the rearview mirror and glanced at the 2 children in the back seat. A cold smile appeared on his face. Sit still, kids. We're about to leave. The car started moving. It slowly drove out of the kindergarten gate. However, it did not follow the original route to take the children home. Instead, it turned a corner and headed onto the highway toward the suburbs. At first, the children didn't notice. They were still playing and eating snacks in the car. But as the scenery outside became more deserted, tall buildings disappeared, replaced by abandoned factories and empty fields. Finally, one child realized something was wrong. Uncle Driver, this isn't the way home. I want to go home. I want to find my mom. Sniff, sniff. Where are we going? The crying started to spread inside the car. The teacher with them was a young girl who had just graduated. She was also scared. Driver, you took a wrong turn. Stop the car quickly. She ran to the driver's seat, trying to pull the handbrake. Get out of the way. The driver suddenly turned around. His normally kind face now looked fierce and terrifying. He pulled out a black gun and pressed it against the teacher's forehead. Keep yelling, and I'll end you. The teacher screamed in fear and collapsed to the ground. All the children in the car fell silent instantly. They were stunned. Seeing the dark gun barrel, even the most innocent children knew that it was deadly. Everyone shut up, the driver shouted. Anyone who dares to cry, I'll throw them out to the wolves. Zhao Tianba was so scared he wet his pants. He curled up in his seat, trembling. Only the last row, Sui Sui and Gu Bei, remained quietly seated, like they were watching a boring show. Sui Sui took a lollipop from her bag. She peeled off the wrapper and put it in her mouth. Sure enough, they are coming for us. Sui Sui, chewing candy, mumbled unclear words. Gu Bei looked at the speeding scenery outside the window. His mind was racing to calculate. Speed is 80, direction northwest. Closest abandoned factory is 5 kilometers away. That's their hideout. We only have 5 kilometers left. Sui Sui nodded. She reached into the pocket of her backpack. There, quietly lying, were 3 round objects. They were miniature smoke bombs made by her third dad, Chu Kuang. The wheels crushed the gravel at the factory entrance, making a squeaking sound that was harsh on the ears. Suddenly, the light dimmed. The huge factory building looked like a giant steel monster with an open mouth, swallowing the yellow school bus whole. The air was filled with the smell of engine oil, rust, and rotten wood. It was the smell of death. Sui Sui was very familiar with this smell. In that hellish laboratory, every piece of waste was processed through a dark, damp corridor. We've arrived. The driver put his gun back into his waistband and pulled the handbrake. He turned his head, a fierce smile on his scarred face, and his eyes swept through the bus like a spotlight. Everyone stay calm. Anyone who tries to run, I'll break their legs. The children inside the bus were already terrified. Zhao Tianba shrank under his seat, his pants soaked, too scared to cry out loud, only making squeaking sounds like a little mouse. The other children huddled together, trembling. Only the last row remained calm. Sui Sui still chewed her lollipop. The candy slowly melted in her mouth, and the sweet taste slightly masked the iron smell in the air. She glanced at Gu Bei. Gu Bei's hand was in his pocket, clutching a steel wire probe taken from a mechanical pencil. His palms were sweaty, but his eyes shone with excitement. It was like a hunter seeing prey about to step into a trap. 3. Sui Sui silently counted in her mind. 2, 1, cough. Cough, cough. A sudden burst of intense coughing broke the silence. Sui Sui's small face instantly turned bright red, and her lollipop fell to the ground. She tightly clutched her neck with both hands, sliding down from her seat, like a fish out of water, convulsing violently on the floor of the carriage.
Ha! Ha!
A strained, near-death gasp escaped from her throat, as if her windpipe was blocked. Help!
Help me!
My medicine! I need my medicine! Gu Bei reacted very quickly. He suddenly lunged at Sui Sui, shouting in alarm, "Something's wrong. She's having an asthma attack. She's going to die. Help her." The driver in front hesitated for a moment. He was a reckless man, used to killing without hesitation. But the orders from above were clear: capture her alive. Especially this S-001, the container the god had specifically requested. If she died on the way, he would have 100 heads to lose. Damn it! What bad luck! The driver cursed under his breath, unfastening his seatbelt and standing up from the driver's seat. What's going on? Was she fine just a moment ago? He cursed as he strode quickly toward the back of the carriage. Now is the time. Although Sui Sui's eyes were closed, her ears were alert like radar. Footsteps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 3 meters away. Gu Bei's body blocked the driver's view. Behind Gu Bei, the hand in his pocket had silently reached for the window lock. It was a thin piece of special steel wire, as fine as a strand of hair. In Gu Bei's extremely nimble hands, it was more useful than a key.
Click.
A very faint, crisp sound. The window lock, sealed by metal, was opened. At the same time, the driver had reached the back. He roughly pushed Gu Bei aside and reached out to grab Sui Sui's collar. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. That large, black-haired hand, carrying a strong smell of smoke, was approaching Sui Sui's face. Sui Sui suddenly opened her eyes. The expression of near-death pain instantly disappeared. Instead, there was a chilling calmness. In her big, dark eyes, reflected the stunned face of the driver. Uncle, Sui Sui's small hand reached out from her backpack pocket. She was holding 3 round metal balls. Have you heard of? Do you know what it means to catch a turtle in a jar? Click. The pull tab was pulled open. Sui Sui used all her strength to throw the 3 smoke bombs toward the front, middle, and back of the train car. Whoosh! White smoke like an explosion billowed out instantly inside the narrow train compartment. These were specially made military-grade smoke bombs by Chu Kuang. They not only blocked the view but also contained high concentrations of chili extract and tear gas.
Ah!
Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. The driver was hit first. He was closest to Sui Sui and was directly sprayed with thick smoke. It felt like someone poured hot chili oil into his eyes and windpipe. Get down, Sui Sui shouted with all her might. Her voice was firm and commanding. The children, who had been stunned with fear, instinctively ducked and covered their heads. The smoke quickly swallowed everything. A white fog filled the space, making it impossible to see anything.
Gu Bei.
Attack now. In the smoke, Sui Sui moved like a quick cat, suddenly darting behind the still screaming driver. Her hand reached for the rabbit charm on her backpack strap. She pulled hard. Zzz. Blue sparks flickered in the smoke, like a fierce lightning snake. 500,000 volts of high voltage. Without hesitation, Sui Sui pressed the conductive contact on her backpack against the driver's lower back. The driver convulsed violently, as if he was doing a lightning dance. 2 seconds later, this tall man, 1.85 meters, rolled his eyes, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed straight down. Bang! The impact shook the train floor. Meanwhile, clang! Gubei kicked open the window. Fresh air flooded in. Hurry! Run this way! Although Gubei was also crying from the smoke, he remained remarkably calm. He grabbed the nearest Zhao Tianba and threw him out of the window like a sandbag. Don't cry. Run if you want to live. The other children, seeing this, also seemed to grasp a lifeline, scrambling and crawling toward the car window. Line up. Don't push. Gubei coughed as he kept order. At this moment, this 4-year-old boy showed natural leadership skills. Outside, on the empty lot of an abandoned factory, the kidnappers waiting to intercept were all stunned. They watched as the school bus suddenly billowed thick white smoke, their eyes wide with shock. What's going on? Is it on fire? No. It's a smoke bomb. The bald man leading them changed his expression. He was the team leader, code name Wild Wolf. He was a real fighter with more lives on his hands than the children inside the bus. Damn it. We've been tricked. Those 2 little brats are up to something. Charge. Surround the bus. Don't let a single fly escape, Wild Wolf roared, drawing a military knife from his waist, leading his men toward the school bus. Inside the bus,
Sui Sui heard footsteps outside.
They were chaotic and hurried. At least 5 or 6 people.
Goodbye.
Take the others and run. Head to the scrap pile on the right. There's a blind spot, Sui Sui shouted while reaching into the driver's waist for a pistol. It was too heavy. She couldn't hold it with both hands. And the recoil might break her wrists. She decisively gave up on the gun. She reached into her bag and found the switch for the mechanical arm. What about you? Gubei pushed the last child out, then looked back at Sui Sui in the thick smoke. I'll hold them off. Sui Sui's voice was calm. They want me. As long as I'm here, they won't chase you. Run fast. Gubei clenched his teeth. A flicker of struggle crossed his gloomy eyes. But he knew this wasn't the time for hesitation. Staying would only be a burden. Live, Gubei shouted, then turned and jumped out the window. Inside the bus, only Sui Sui remained. The smoke gradually dispersed. Sui Sui stood in the middle of the aisle. A small figure appeared faintly through the thick, white smoke. She was carrying a pink school bag, like a lonely warrior. Bang! The car door was forcefully kicked open. A wild wolf and his men rushed in. He immediately saw Sui Sui standing in the smoke. Interesting. The wild wolf squinted his eyes, looking at this small girl who was only as tall as his thigh. S001, truly living up to the name. At such a young age, she can take down one of my men. It seems the god was right about her. The wild wolf held his breath, ignoring the chilly powder lingering in the air. He stepped closer, 1 step at a time. The strong sense of pressure felt like a mountain pressing down. Sui Sui took a step back. Her hands were trembling, not out of fear, but because the electric shock she just received drained most of her backpack's battery. And this bald man was different from the driver earlier. His muscles were tense, his eyes sharp, and his step steady. He was a skilled fighter. Come quietly with Uncle. The wild wolf showed a cruel smile. I promise not to cut your fingers. Just your mind. Before he finished speaking, the wild wolf suddenly lunged forward. His speed was as fast as a cheetah. Sui Sui had no time to react. A large iron clamp-like hand had already grabbed her collar tightly. Got you, little mouse. Sui Sui was lifted into the air. Her feet left the ground. That feeling of suffocating helplessness hit her again, just like that day in the cellar. But this time, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Sui Sui's mouth. Uncle, didn't your mother teach you not to grab girls' school bags casually? A silver-colored metal mechanical arm suddenly shot out like a long, lurking snake. It was the masterpiece of third dad, Chu Kuang. It was also the big weapon personally modified by Sui Sui. Originally just a grabbing mechanical claw, Sui Sui sharpened it into a three-pointed spike. She also added strong springs and a rotating motor. The target was too close. The wild wolf had no time to dodge. The mechanical arm, with a whistling sound, precisely aimed at the wolf's right eye. Thud! It was the sound of metal piercing soft tissue. Blood splattered everywhere. The wolf let out a heart-wrenching scream. He instinctively let go of his grip. Sui Sui fell from midair with a loud bang, landing on the floor of the carriage. Her backside hurt badly, but she paid no attention. She rolled on the ground and hid under the seat. My eyes. My eyes. The wolf covered his right eye, blood pouring out wildly through his fingers. The mechanical arm was still attached to his eye socket, with the motor humming and stirring his wound. The pain was sharp and intense. The wolf went completely crazy. He drew a military knife from his waist and started wildly slashing around. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Get on. Even if it means destroying the car, catch her. The other kidnappers were stunned by this scene. A 3-year-old child had blinded their boss? Is this even human? Just at this critical moment, suddenly, a loud roar came from the sky. Vroom vroom. That was the sound of helicopter rotors. And not just one. A strong gust of wind caused the abandoned factory's metal roof to rattle loudly. Then, crash, the glass skylight on the factory roof was shattered by a heavy object. Several black ropes descended. Special forces. Move out. A loud shout, like thunder rolling across the sky. Several black figures slid down the ropes at high speed. The leader of the group. He wasn't wearing a helmet or bulletproof vest. He was only wearing a black tactical shirt with rolled-up sleeves, showing his strong forearms. He held a Type 95 assault rifle in his hand. That was Qin Xiao. It was just 5 minutes ago. He was in a meeting when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was an SOS signal from the locator in Sui Sui's backpack. At that moment, Qin Xiao's heart almost stopped. He kicked open the door of the meeting room and called in the nearest helicopter squad, rushing over like a madman. When he descended from the sky, through the broken car window, he saw a wild wolf with a bloodied face, waving a knife and trying to attack someone under the seat. Qin Zhao's mind completely snapped. Don't hurt my daughter. Dare to find death. Qin Xiao didn't even shoot. He jumped down from 5 meters high.
Boom.
A loud crash. He hit the car roof like a heavy bomb. The metal roof of the school bus caved in sharply. Qin Xiao jumped through the sunroof into the cabin, landing right behind the wolf. The wolf sensed the deadly aura behind him and spun around, swinging his knife. Go to hell. Qin Xiao didn't dodge at all. He simply reached out with his left hand and grabbed the wolf's wrist holding the knife.
Crack.
No fancy moves, just pure strength. The wolf's wrist was broken forcefully, with bones piercing through the skin. Before the scream could fully escape, Qin Zhao's right fist was already coming. This punch carried all the anger of a father.
Bang!
It hit the wolf square in the face. His nose shattered, teeth flying. The wolf was knocked backward, crashing into the window glass, cracking the shatterproof glass. But it wasn't over. Qin Xiao stepped forward, grabbing the wolf's collar and lifting him off the ground. Is this the hand that was grabbing her? Crack. The wolf's left shoulder joint was dislocated. Is this the eye that was glaring at her?
Puff.
Qin Zhao's finger jabbed directly into the wolf's intact left eye. At this moment, the wolf was no longer recognizable as a person. He was like a lump of mud, twitching in Qin Zhao's hand. The other kidnappers saw this and were terrified. This was not a special soldier. It was clearly a living demon from hell.
Run.
Quickly run. The remaining kidnappers turned around to escape. But outside, the special forces had already surrounded them.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
A few precise gunshots. All the kidnappers trying to escape were shot in the thigh and fell to their knees, crying out in pain. Inside the train carriage, Qin Xiao threw the unconscious, wild wolf onto the ground like trash. He was gasping heavily. His eyes, bloodshot and red, searched wildly inside the carriage. "Sway, Sway, where are you, Sway, Sway?" His voice trembled. "Auntie." A weak voice came from under the last row of seats. Qin Xiao hurried over and knelt down. He saw Sway Sway curled up in the corner. Her small face was covered in black soot and smoke marks. Her pink backpack was still on her back, and her mechanical arm was still bleeding. She looked very messy. But her big eyes lit up the moment she saw Qin Xiao. It was like a sad little kitten finally seeing its owner. "Wow." Sway Sway crawled out from under the seat and threw herself into Qin Xiao's arms. "Uncle, you finally came. I'm so scared. They want to cut me into slices." Qin Xiao hugged this little bundle of joy tightly. His hands trembled, and his whole body shook. That fear of almost losing the whole world made this tough man burst into tears instantly. "I'm not afraid anymore, not afraid. Uncle is here. Anyone who dares to hurt you even a little finger, Uncle will peel their skin." Qin Xiao buried his face in Sway Sway's neck, greedily breathing in her milk scent, though now it was mixed with gunpowder. That real feeling finally settled his anxious heart. Outside the vehicle, Gu Bei was hiding behind a pile of scrap, along with a group of crying children. He looked through the car window, looking at that man who seemed like a divine being descending from the heavens. Watching him risk everything to save the little girl by coming down from above. Seeing him beat the arrogant kidnapper boss into a defeated state. Watching him hold Sway Sway and cry painfully. In Gu Bei's usually gloomy and cold eyes, for the first time, a feeling called envy appeared. So, is this what a father feels? So, being protected by someone, is this what it's like? Gu Bei instinctively touched his empty wrist. There was no father's big hand holding it. Only that cold, shameful tattoo. "That's so wonderful," Gu Bei muttered to himself. His voice was so soft that even the wind could carry it away. At that moment, the soldiers of the Special Operations Team began clearing the battlefield. Old Sue walked over and picked up the dropped communicator from the wild wolf.
He was just doing a routine check.
But when he saw the model of the communicator and the encrypted frequency blinking on it, Old Sue's face suddenly changed. It became very ugly. He quickly walked to Qin Xiao and lowered his voice.
"Captain,
there's a situation." Qin Xiao stood up with Sway Sway, wiping away tears from his face. His eyes turned sharp again, like a blade. "What's going on?" Old Sue handed him the communicator. "This is a secure encrypted terminal used only within our military district. And it's at the commander level. The channel these kidnappers are using is our Special Operations Team's backup channel." Qin Zhao's pupils shrank suddenly. A cold shiver ran from his feet straight to the top of his head. A military-grade encrypted terminal. A backup channel for the Special Operations Team. What does this mean? It means these kidnappers not only know Sway Sway's whereabouts, they might also have information about the rescue routes and response times of the Special Operations Team. Traitor. Qin Xiao squeezed out these two words from his teeth. His gaze swept over the busy soldiers around him. Among them, there were brothers who had fought side by side with him. There were soldiers he personally trained.
But now,
someone betrayed their faith. Someone pointed a gun at the orphan child of a hero. "Search." Qin Zhao's voice was cold, like eternal winter. "Hand over this communicator to Laosi, no matter who it is, even if it's my guard. As long as we find out, handle it according to military law, execute on the spot, at the military district compound, in the small house of the Special Operations Brigade commander." Tonight was especially lively. 7 godfathers gathered again. But this time, it wasn't for a fierce combat meeting. It was to welcome a new member. On the sofa in the living room, 2 little kids sat. One was Sway Sway, who had just finished bathing and changed into clean pajamas. The other was Gu Bei, who looked a bit nervous, unsure where to put his hands and feet. Gu Bei was wearing a small camouflage uniform. It was specially altered by Qin Xiao. Although a bit big, it fit surprisingly well on the boy, showing a little soldier's spirit. "From today, this is your home." Qin Xiao sat opposite, holding a cup of hot tea, looking at Gu Bei. After a night of secret investigation by the second father figure, Gu Bei's identity was completely cleared. Although his background was still a mystery, the orphanage had been burned down too thoroughly. But his performance in the kidnapping case and his protection of Sui Sui proved his loyalty. More importantly, Sui Sui wanted him to stay. Call the others. Qin Xiao pointed to the group of caring but actually protective big shots around him. This is your dad, which is me. This is second dad, Lu Xi, a doctor. If you get sick, see him. This is third dad, Chu Kuang. That backpack was made by him. If you want to play with bombs, find him. This is fourth dad. Qin Xiao introduced each one. Gu Bei looked at these people in a daze. Each name was of a big figure you could only hear about on the news. Now, these people had all become his dads. Gu Bei felt like he was dreaming. He instinctively looked at Sui Sui beside him. Sui Sui was hugging the repaired transformer and blinking at him. Shout out. Sui Sui nudged him with her elbow. Just one shout, it's worth it. There's a red envelope for you. Gu Bei swallowed hard. He stood up and bowed deeply to Qin Xiao.
Big.
Big Dad. His voice was a little shaky and awkward. But the moment he called out, Gu Bei felt as if a big stone that had been pressing on his heart suddenly shattered.
Ah.
Good son. Qin Xiao was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. He had never married or had children before. Now everything was perfect. He had both a son and a daughter. Come, a little gift. Shenwan-san was the first to rush forward, handing Gu Bei a gold card. Son, if you need money in the future, just tell Uncle Wu. Uncle Wu is so poor he only has money left. Chu Kuang also didn't want to be left out. He took out a dark remote control. Son, this is a mini drone controller I just developed, just for you to play with. From now on, if anyone bullies you, just use the drone to scare them. Lu Xi handed over a bottle of vitamins. Your body is too weak. You need to take supplements. This is my special nutritional supplement, one a day. It will make you stronger than your dad. Gu Bei was holding a bunch of gifts, a gold card, a remote control, a medicine bottle. They were heavy. He had never felt such weight before. It was the weight of being cared for. His eyes suddenly turned red. The coldness of being locked in a dark room and treated like a monster was slowly melting away, replaced by the warmth of the family. Thank you. Gu Bei lowered his head, voice choked with emotion. Thank you all. Dad. Enough. Why are grown men crying? Qin Xiao patted Gu Bei's head. It felt nice, even if a little rough. Since you're here, you're part of the family now. From now on, you'll live in the room next to Sui Sui. Your only task is one. Qin Zhao's expression became more serious. Protect your sister, play with her, have fun with her, if she ever gets into danger again. Gu Bei suddenly looked up. His dark eyes were now full of determination. Unless I die. For words. They were spoken firmly. This was a 4-year-old boy's promise. And also a life and death agreement between two peers. After dinner, the adults were chatting in the living room. Sui Sui pulled Gu Bei and slipped into the temporary workspace behind Si Dai. There were several military-grade computers and the communication device confiscated from the kidnapper. Si Dai was frowning at the screen. The encryption on the communication device was too complex. The Intelligence Bureau's tech team had been working on it for 2 hours, but was stuck at the last firewall. Si Dai, let me try, Gu Bei suddenly said. Si Dai paused, turned to look at his young adopted son. Can you do this? Gu Bei nodded. He walked to the computer and skillfully pulled over the keyboard. His slender little hands started typing quickly. Click, click, click. His speed was astonishing. The red warning box on the screen began flashing wildly. Green lines of code flowed down like a waterfall. Sui Sui stood nearby, holding a lollipop, quietly watching. She didn't understand hacking techniques, but she understood logic. She could tell that Gu Bei was using a very tricky method to bypass the firewall's core logic and directly attack the database. Is this reverse engineering? Si Dai, who was also experienced, immediately saw what was happening. Not only did he see it, but he was also surprised. This kind of reverse thinking was usually only used by top hackers. This kid is only 4 years old? How did his brain develop like this? Done. In less than 5 minutes. Gu Bei pressed the enter key. Ding! A green dialog box popped up on the screen. Decryption successful. Reading communication records. Good boy. Si-Dai excitedly patted Gu Bei on the shoulder. You're a genius. From now on, you should be the head of the cybersecurity department at the Intelligence Bureau. Gu Bei smiled shyly. But soon, his smile froze on his face. Because on the screen, a line of decoded text appeared. It was the last instruction received by the kidnappers before their operation. Sender, unknown. IP address traced through 7 proxies, untraceable. The message contained only a short line. Target changed. Accept S-001. Must obtain blood sample from Qin Xiao. Note: due to an immune rejection caused by the S-001 gene lock, it is urgently needed to get the original genetic sequence of his direct relative, preferably his father, for secondary fusion. The green light on the screen reflected on everyone's faces, making the already serious atmosphere even more strange. Gene lock. Immune rejection. Lu Ci pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and behind the lenses, his usually calm and rational eyes trembled violently. As a leading medical expert, he knew exactly what these words meant. Second, what does this mean? Qin Xiao pressed his cigarette stub into the ashtray hard, sparks flying onto his fingers, but he seemed unaware. What is an original genetic sequence? And why is it mine? Because they made a mistake. Sui Sui sat on the sofa, swinging her short legs. She held a dismantled transformer toy, but her voice was as calm as an outsider's. Big sister has golden blood. I am S-001.
Our genes have been changed many times in that lab.
Sui Sui looked up, her big black eyes staring fixedly at the code on the screen. They think you are Dad. Qin Xiao froze. That's right. There have been rumors that the Special Forces living King Qin Xiao and Martyr Lin Song are as close as brothers, and some even speculate that Sui Sui is actually Qin Zhao's illegitimate daughter. After all, Qin Xiao was willing to drive a tank into the city for this child. These fools, Chu Kuang cursed, punching the keyboard. Want Dad's blood? Do they think they can touch it? Dad's blood is full of gunpowder. No. The silent shadow suddenly spoke. He stood in the darkness, like a sculpture without warmth. This is not just a misunderstanding. A shadow stretched out a long finger and pointed at the note on the screen. The words, urgent, indicated that the so-called God, or the behind-the-scenes doctor, was in serious trouble. The genetic lock was breaking down, and the experimental subjects in their hands were likely facing the same problem. When someone is desperate, they tend to take extreme measures. The shadow turned around and looked out at the dark night outside. Old Qin, be careful lately. Since they want your genes, they won't just send a few killers. Sometimes a soft approach can hurt more than bullets. 3 days later, the weather in Beijing warmed up a bit, and the snow on the roadside started melting, revealing the dark frozen earth beneath. Qin Xiao had been on high alert these days. The guard company of the Special Forces surrounded the family compound like a fortress. Even the vegetable delivery lady had to go through 3 security checks before entering. But the enemy didn't storm in with guns. That afternoon, a taxi with a license plate from out of town slowly stopped at the gate of the military area. The door opened. A woman stepped out. She wore a faded beige trench coat, her hair casually tied at the back, and carried a worn canvas bag. She looked tired, with fine lines around her eyes, but her gentle and beautiful features still stood out. Especially her eyes. Soft, water-like, carrying a tenderness unique to the Jiangnan water towns. A soldier stopped her. Comrade, who are you looking for? The woman timidly looked up, her voice trembling slightly, as if frightened by the strict military camp.
I'm
looking for Qin Xiao, Commander Qin. I'm his distant cousin. My name is Lu Ru. 5 minutes later, Qin Xiao received a call from the guard post. He initially wanted to hang up, as he had seen many people like this trying to reconnect with relatives. But a soldier's words made him stop. Commander, this woman looks exactly like your sister-in-law in that photo on your desk. Qin Zhao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Sister-in-law? Lin's sister-in-law? The woman who had sacrificed herself on the border 5 years ago, whose remains had never been found. Let her in. Qin Zhao's voice was hoarse. When the woman named Lu Ru was brought into the living room by the guard, the whole house fell silent. It was a deathly silence. Lu Xi, who was peeling an apple for Sui Sui, tilted his knife and cut off a large piece of fruit. Chu Kuang, who was playing with a drone, dropped the remote control on the ground. Even Gu Bei, sitting in the corner playing with a Rubik's Cube, stopped what he was doing, looked up, and studied the woman with curious eyes. She looked too much like someone. Really too much. Her facial features, her expression, even her slightly awkward standing posture, all resembled Aunt Lin from his memory. Brother Qin? Lu Ru looked at Qin Xiao, her eyes turning red.
I'm Ruat.
Don't you remember? We used to live in the same yard when we were kids. Qin Xiao stared hard at her face. His rational mind told him this couldn't be true. Aunt Lin was an only child. Where would a distant cousin come from? And how could someone look so much like her? But that deep sense of familiarity, carved into his bones, made his hardened heart unconsciously waver. You. Qin Xiao opened his mouth, but found his throat was very dry. My family had a disaster, and I had nowhere to go. Lu Ru wiped her tears, her voice choked with emotion. I thought since Brother Qin was in Beijing, I could come to seek refuge. She cried like a fragile flower, her helplessness stirring the protective instincts of men, especially Qin Xiao, who felt overwhelming guilt towards the Lin family. Stay here for now. Qin Xiao took a deep breath, turned his head, and dared not look at her face anymore. The guest room is upstairs. Thank you, Brother Qin. Thank you. Lu Ru forced a smile, which looked almost like Aunt Lin reborn. She turned around and seemed to notice Sui Sui sitting on the sofa. Is this Sui Sui? Lu Ru crouched down and reached out her hand to touch Sui Sui's face. So pretty, just like my cousin. Sui Sui didn't move. She sat quietly, holding her pink bulletproof backpack. Her big eyes, like two deep, cold pools, stared intently at the woman approaching her. She got closer. Even closer. As Lu Ru approached, a faint scent drifted over. It was a cheap jasmine perfume smell. Strong and sharp, like it was trying to hide something. Sui Sui's little nose twitched slightly. Her brain's analysis system immediately activated. Analyzing scent. Jasmine fragrance. 75% concentration, ethanol. 15% concentration. Masking ingredients detected. Warning. Trace formalin residue detected.
Warning.
Volatile putrescine detected. Warning. Medical preservative detected. Sui Sui's pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. This was not her mother's smell. Her mother only had the scent of sun-dried blankets and a faint, milky aroma. This woman's scent was the smell of a dead person. The disgusting, lingering smell from the hellish laboratory. Don't touch me. Just as Lu Ru's hand was about to brush Sui Sui's cheek, Sui Sui suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft and tender, but cold as ice. Lu Ru's hand froze in midair, her face showing a hint of awkwardness and hurt.
Sui Sui.
I'm your aunt. You're not. Sui Sui shrank back, curling into Gu Bei's arms. You're disgusting. 2 words. Simple, direct, hurtful. Lu Ru's face stiffened, a faint, almost imperceptible look of malice flashing in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. This child might be a little shy. Lu Ru awkwardly withdrew her hand, stood up, and looked at Qin Xiao with an innocent expression. Qin Xiao frowned. He knew Sui Sui. Although she was quiet, she never attacked others without reason. Sui Sui is tired, Qin Xiao said, stepping forward to block her view of the woman. Old Sue, take Miss Lu to the guest room to rest.
Yes.
Old Sue stepped forward, making a pleased gesture. Lu Ru turned around and went upstairs, glancing back every few steps. When her figure disappeared around the staircase corner, Sui Sui finally slipped out of Gu Bei's arms. She grabbed Qin Zhao's sleeve and pulled hard. Godfather. Every year, she looks up with eyes that are no longer innocent but sharp and clear, making people feel a chill. She is fake. She smells like that hospital. She is a ghost in disguise. Qin Xiao crouched down and looked at his daughter. I understand. His voice was very low, with a cold, deadly tone. Since she is a ghost, then we will play along with her. Let's see what she wants to steal from her home. In the next 2 days, the Qin family's big yard staged a very strange family drama. That woman named Lu Ru was like a perfect snail girl. She got up before dawn to clean, shining the floors. She washed clothes until they were spotless. Even Qin Zhao's oil-stained training uniforms looked brand new. She spoke softly and walked lightly, not touching the ground with her feet. Especially to Qin Zhao, she was very caring. Big brother Qin, want some tea? I brewed some long jing, good for your stomach. Big brother Qin, your shirt's button is loose. Let me sew it for you. Her gaze and manner were just like a kind and gentle wife. If she had been with another man, she might have already fallen into her gentle trap. But unfortunately, she was dealing with Qin Zhao, a man with a heart as hard as iron, who only cared about his daughter and brother, an incurable male chauvinist. And in this house there were also 2 little monsters with special eyes. At the staircase on the 2nd floor, Sui Sui and Gu Bei were leaning on the railing, holding binoculars, watching the scene downstairs from above. She's collecting hair. Gu Bei's voice was cold, pointing at Lu Ru, who was helping Qin Zhao tidy his coat. Look at her right hand. She's holding a clear plastic bag between her thumb and index finger. Just now, she pretended to dust, but actually pulled out 2 hairs from Dad's collar. Sui Sui chewed her milk candy, her eyes cold. Not enough hair. To do a high-level genetic fusion, she needs a more active sample, like blood or saliva. She will definitely make a move today, because today was the weekend. Qin Zhao rarely rested at home. Meanwhile, Lu Ru had already gone into the kitchen early in the morning, saying she wanted to show her skills and cook a hometown meal for everyone. Sounds of chopping vegetables and the aroma of stewed meat came from the kitchen. It was the smell of braised pork. And it was also Mom's Sui Sui's best dish. Smells so good, Gu Bei sniffed, but his eyes showed mockery. Too bad, it's just a quick meal. Sui Sui chewed the last piece of milk candy and swallowed it. She clapped her hands and took out a small glass bottle from her pink bulletproof backpack. It was something she sneaked out from her second dad Lucy's lab. There was also a bag of white powder. Let's go. Sui Sui tidied her overalls and put her small hands in her pockets. Go help Auntie. In the kitchen, Lu Ru was busy working. The stove was simmering braised pork, bubbling gently. Several plates of cold dishes were arranged on the cutting board. She was chopping vegetables while glancing sideways toward the living room. After confirming no one was paying attention, she quickly took out a small plastic bottle from her apron pocket. Inside was a clear liquid. It was a new type of neurotoxin. Colorless, tasteless, and metabolized very quickly. Just a few drops could cause symptoms similar to drunkenness after half an hour, then make someone fall into a deep sleep. At that moment, she could secretly take Qin Zhao's blood. Lu Ru unscrewed the cap. She was about to add a few drops into the rib soup she specially prepared for Qin Zhao. Auntie. A soft, sweet voice suddenly sounded behind her. Lu Ru was startled and almost spilled the bottle into the soup. She quickly turned around. She saw Sui Sui standing at the kitchen door, holding a chipped transformer toy, tilting her head to look at her. Those big eyes blinked innocently. Oh, Sui Sui. Lu Ru quickly hid the bottle in her palm, forcing a stiff smile. What's wrong? Are you hungry? Dinner will be ready soon. I'm not hungry. Sui Sui walked in on short legs. She went to the stove, tiptoed, and looked at the pot of braised pork.
Smells so good. Sui Sui sniffed.
Little Auntie, what did you add to the soup? Lu Ru's heart suddenly jumped to her throat. I didn't add anything, just salt and MSG. Oh, Sui Sui nodded. Suddenly, she reached out her hand. In her hand, she held a test strip. It was pH paper, but specially treated to be very sensitive to alkaloids. While Lu Ru wasn't paying attention, Sui Sui quickly rubbed the strip along the edge of the pork rib soup. The test paper instantly changed color, from yellow to a strange, deep purple. Exactly as expected. A faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of Sui Sui's mouth. This woman is really impatient. Little Auntie, I want to drink water. Sway Sway suddenly said. Okay, I'll pour you some. Luru hurriedly turned around to get a cup, eager for this little troublemaker to leave. The moment she turned around,
Sui Sui moved.
her hands were incredibly fast. She took out a packet of white powder from her pocket. This was a powerful laxative used by her third uncle, Chu Kwang, for pranks, supposedly the dose for elephants. With her right hand, she lifted the bowl of poisoned pork rib soup and poured it directly into the drain. Then, she poured the laxative into another bowl of soup, refilled it. The whole process was smooth and quick, less than 3 seconds. When Luru turned back with the water, Sway Sway was already standing obediently in place, still holding her transformer toy. As if nothing had happened. Here, water. Luru offered the cup. Sway Sway didn't take it. No more drinking. She shook her head and turned to leave. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped. She looked back, smiled sweetly at Luru. Little auntie, your cooking smells so good. Make sure to eat more. Dinner time. The table was full of delicious dishes. Qin Xiao sat at the main seat, with Lu Xi and Chu Kwang on either side. Gu Bei and Sui Sui sat opposite. Luru took off her apron and cheerfully served everyone soup. Big brother Qin, this is the pork rib soup I simmered all afternoon. Try it. Luru handed the bowl of special soup to Qin Xiao with both hands. Her eyes were full of hope. Qin Xiao looked at the bowl of soup. Then he glanced at Sui Sui, who was focused on eating and seemed unaffected. Sui Sui's foot gently kicked Qin Xiao's calf under the table.
Once. Twice.
It was a secret signal. All clear. Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow. What is this girl up to? But he trusted Sui Sui. So, Qin Xiao picked up the bowl and took a big sip. Not bad, he nodded. Lu let out a sigh of relief, a hint of triumphant joy in his eyes. Then I'll have a bowl too. To hide his nervousness, Lu also served himself some soup. It was the special dish Sui Sui had prepared. Oh, this braised pork is also good. Sui Sui suddenly became very enthusiastic. She picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Lu's bowl. Little aunt, you've worked hard. Eat more. Thank you, Sui Sui. Lu was pleasantly surprised, feeling that the child had finally been influenced. She picked up some meat and put it in her mouth. Then she took another big sip of soup. 5 minutes later, gurgle, a thunderous sound came from Lu's stomach. In this quiet restaurant, it was especially loud. Lu's face instantly changed. From rosy to pale, then from pale to a sickly yellow. That feeling. It was like a blender inside her stomach was going crazy. Or like a mudslide about to burst out.
I
need to go to the bathroom. Lu clutched her stomach, crossed her legs, and stood up awkwardly.
But
the medicine was too strong. Did they really give her the dose used for elephants as a joke? Poof, a loud bang, followed by an unbearable stench. Lu froze in place. Her beige pants were visibly soaked. Yellow liquid flowed down her legs onto the floor. The whole room fell silent. Chu Kwang was holding a rib, which suddenly dropped onto the table with a clatter. Lu Xi quietly put down his chopsticks and took out a mask to wear. Qin Xiao was stunned for 3 seconds, then turned to look at Sui Sui. Sui Sui was calmly eating her broccoli. Noticing Qin Xiao's gaze, she looked up and blinked innocently. Godfather, is auntie sick? Should we take her to the hospital? I think she might have had an accident. Half an hour later. Emergency department, Military District Hospital. Luru was already exhausted. She lay on the hospital bed, her face pale and yellow, looking much thinner. The severe diarrhea left her too weak to speak. Damn it! How did this happen? Luru cursed silently. Could it be the food? Or that little kid?
No. Impossible.
How could a 3-year-old know how to drug someone?
Just then,
the door to the ward opened. A doctor in a white coat entered. He wore a mask, revealing only cold, dark eyes. He held a syringe in his hand. Luru. His voice was low and cold. The mission failed. The organization has no patience for failures. Luru's pupils widened in shock. No, don't kill me. I still have a chance. I'm a senior agent of the Eternal Life Society. You can't. The doctor ignored her protests. He precisely injected the syringe into her fore. This is your final gift. Air embolism. Peaceful passing, undetectable. Lu Ru struggled desperately, trying to pull out the needle. But she was too weak, unable to lift her hand. She could only watch helplessly as a small bubble of air flowed through the tube into her blood vessel, heading toward her heart. A few seconds later, the heartbeat monitor showed a flat line. Beep. The doctor removed the needle and turned to leave. At the door, he took out his phone and sent a message. Bait has been eliminated. Plan B activated. Lu Ru was dead. She died mysteriously. The hospital's conclusion was sudden cardiac death caused by acute gastroenteritis, but everyone present knew the truth clearly. This is an attempt to silence someone. And it was done right under the eyes of the military hospital's main hospital. This shows that the Eternal Life Society has reached that is longer and deeper than they thought. Late at night.
L'UCS Private Laboratori.
This is the most secure place in the entire hospital, so secure that not even a fly can get in. Under a large electronic microscope, 2 blood samples are being compared and analyzed. One is from Sui Sui, the other from Gu Bei. Lu Xi sits in front of the computer, looking at the 2 nearly identical gene maps on the screen, his face very grim. He has been here for 10 hours straight. Not a drop of water has been taken. The ashtray is full of cigarette butts. Second brother, is the result out yet? Qin Xiao pushes the door open. He is followed by Chu Kuang and Shadow. All 3 men look very serious. Lu Xi doesn't speak. He takes off his glasses, tiredly rubs his forehead. Then he presses the enter key. A large red warning box appears on the screen. Gene lock. Activated. What does this mean? Qin Xiao points at the red box, his voice trembling. Lu Xi turns around, looking at his brothers in life and death. His eyes show deep helplessness and sadness. Have you heard of the Hafric limit? Lu Xi's voice is soft, but like a heavy hammer. Normal human cells can only divide about 50 times. That sets the limit for human lifespan. But Sui Sui and Gu Bei's genes have been changed. The doctor cut off the telomerase inhibitors in their gene chains. What does that mean?
Chu Kuang adds eagerly.
Does it mean they can live forever? Lu Xi gives a bitter smile. Live forever?
No.
It means their brain cells and neurons are dividing and metabolizing at 10 or even 100 times the normal speed. That's why they are only 3 or 4 years old, but have the intelligence and reaction speed of adults. This is overusing life. Lu Xi pointed at the rapidly falling curve on the screen. It's like a candle. Others burn slowly. They are poured with gasoline and then burst into flames. At this rate, Lu Xi paused, voice choked with emotion. Their body functions peak during adolescence. Then, they quickly decline. If we don't intervene, if we don't find the original gene code to reverse it, they won't live past 20. Boom. This statement hit Qin Xiao like a thunderbolt, sharply striking his forehead. 20 years old. That is just the beginning of life. That is a youthful age. His years. The little one who hugs Transformers and calls him Godfather, who would give bad guys medicine to protect him. Only live to 20? No way. Qin Xiao suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Lu Xi's collar. His eyes were red, as if they might bleed. What the hell are you talking about? You are a miracle doctor. You are Lu Xi. You must have a way, right? Think of a way for me. Qin Xiao roared like a wounded beast. Lu Xi let him hold on to him, without resistance. Tears slid down his gentle face. I've thought about it. I've tried all possible methods. But this is a genetic lock. Without a key, I can't unlock it. Shadow stepped forward silently and gently pulled Qin Xiao away. Old Qin, stay calm. Now is not the time to lose your mind. Since it's a lock, there must be a key. That doctor who painstakingly created this perfect experiment must have left a backup. As long as we find the headquarters of the Eternal Life Society, as long as we catch that doctor. At this moment, the laboratory door was gently pushed open. A small figure entered. Yu was dressed in camouflage pajamas, holding a pink backpack in her arms. She was barefoot, stepping on the cold floor. She looked at the several grown men with red-rimmed eyes inside the room. She looked at the bright red warning box on the screen. There was no surprise or fear on her small face. She was so calm it was heartbreaking. "I know," US Wei said softly and steadily. "My sister told me. We are fireflies. We can only shine for one summer." Qin Zhao's heart shattered instantly. He rushed over and hugged US Wei tightly.
No.
"We're not fireflies. You are the precious one of my godfather. My godfather gave his life for you. He shared his lifespan with you. We can live very long. Until 100 years old." US Wei leaned into Qin Zhao's arms, reached out her small hand, and wiped away his tears. "Godfather, don't cry. Crying won't help." US Wei broke free from Qin Zhao's embrace. She walked to the old wooden box. This was the box holding her sister's body, kept in the corner of the laboratory. US Wei crouched down. She reached out her finger and searched inside the gap at the bottom of the box for a while. "Before she died, my sister swallowed more than just that film," US Wei whispered. "She also hid something in the cracks of this wooden box. She said it was the key. If one day I die, let me open it." Qin Zhao took a deep breath, his voice slightly hoarse. He lifted Sui and placed her on a nearby high chair. Then, together with Chu Kuang, he moved the heavy wooden box onto the lab table. "How do we open it?" Chu Kuang put on his safety goggles, holding a precision laser cutter in his hand. He looked at Sui, his eyes full of questions. The box looked old and worn, but to him, it was a complex puzzle box. One wrong move could destroy what was inside. Sui jumped down from the chair. She wasn't wearing shoes, and her bare feet made soft tapping sounds on the floor. She walked up to the box. Reaching out her small hand, covered with tiny marks from needles, she touched the third wooden plank at the bottom. "Here." Sui pointed at a knot in the wood. "This knot is fake. My sister hid something inside. Only by tapping it in a certain rhythm will the latch open." Chu Kuang froze for a moment. He leaned closer to examine the knot. If you didn't look carefully, you'd never notice it had been added later. The craftsmanship was incredibly fine. Even the wood grain matched perfectly. Wan. Lu Ci stood nearby, taking off his glasses to wipe the corner of his eyes. That child, only 5 years old, in such a terrible place, in the final moments of her life, she still managed to create something so delicate. What kind of talent was that? And what kind of despair?
Dong.
Sui tapped the knot gently with her finger. One slow tap. Too quick, one slow. The rhythm was familiar. Qin Zhao's heart tightened suddenly. It was Morse code. Translated, it meant SOS.
Click.
A faint sound broke the silence. The knot, which had looked perfectly natural, popped open, revealing a small round hole the size of a thumb. Tweezers. Sui held out her hand. Lu Ci quickly passed her a pair of medical tweezers. Her small hand was steady, even though her body was still weak and her nerves still ached faintly. But her hand was steady, like a precise surgical robot. She carefully inserted tweezers into the round hole, grasping a small black object. Slowly, bit by bit, pulling it out. Everyone held their breath, not daring to even breathe loudly, afraid that a single puff of air would blow the object away. Finally, the object was removed. It was a small black chip, very tiny, about the size of a fingernail, but its surface was covered with many golden contact points, shimmering coldly under the light. This was definitely not a common consumer chip. It was military-grade, even more advanced than typical military-grade chips. "Is this a biological storage chip?" Chu Kuang was knowledgeable. He immediately recognized the value of this item. His eyes nearly popped out. This thing only exists as a concept right now. Even top American labs can't produce such a small finished product. Those bastards. How much advanced technology do they have? Sui held the chip in her palm. The chip was cold, like her sister's hand before she died.
Reader.
Sui looked at Chu Kuang. He quickly found a universal card reader among the equipment, connected it to the computer, inserted the chip. The screen lit up. A red dialog box appeared. Please enter the biological key, no password input box. Only an icon for fingerprint scanning. And that icon was strange. It wasn't a normal fingerprint. It was rotating and changing, like a living cell. This is a genetic lock. Lucy leaned over, looked at the screen, and his face grew serious. It requires not only a fingerprint but also DNA sequence detection. Only specific people can open it. Any mistake. Lucy pointed to a countdown icon in the corner of the screen. The chip will self-destruct. The data inside will turn to ash instantly. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Specific people? Who is the specific person? Nguyen is already gone. If it's Nguyen's fingerprint, then this chip can never be opened, right? I'll do it. Suise reached out her hand. My sister once said, we are twin stars. Our genes complete each other. Her lock, only I can open it. Suise took a deep breath. She stood on tiptoe and gently pressed her right index finger onto the scanner. There was still a small cut on that finger, a wound she got earlier when she accidentally hurt herself while preparing medicine for Qin Xiao. A drop of blood seeped out, staining the scanner red. Beep, a long sound echoed. The red warning box on the screen disappeared, replaced by a soft green light. Identity confirmed. S001. Access level. Highest. Welcome back, survivor. Right after that, countless streams of data flowed across the screen like a waterfall, so fast they blurred before the eyes. Chu Kuang's fingers flew across the keyboard, trying to catch the data. This is an index directory, he shouted. Not the original data. It records an address and a server access key. Qin Xiao frowned. Where is the address? Chu Kuang stared at the screen and typed the final line of code. A world map appeared. A red was flashing, not on land, but in the middle of a vast ocean. This is Shadow, the fourth, walked over. He looked at the coordinates, and his face darkened. The open sea. That's the Pacific Ocean. This location. Shadow pulled a handheld computer from his pocket and opened a satellite image. He zoomed in and zoomed in again. On the deep blue surface of the ocean, a huge white cruise ship appeared, clearly visible even from the satellite view. You can also see its luxury and size. A helicopter is parked on the deck. The pool is filled with bikini-clad women. It looks like a moving castle floating on the sea. Poseidon. The shadow utters these 4 words. The voice is cold, like ice. Asia's biggest gambling ship. Also the mobile treasury of the Eternal Life Society. And the doctor's that old hideout. Sui watches the screen showing the ship. She looks at the huge cruise ship that resembles a palace. Her hand slowly clenches into a fist. Her nails dig into her skin. Found it. Sui whispers.
Her voice is calm.
But Qin Xiao stands beside her and feels her small body trembling. It's not fear. It's excitement. The excitement of a hunter finally finding the prey's hideout. Godfather. Sui turns her head. Her big eyes burn with 2 dark flames. I want to go. I want to go on that ship. I want to take back my sister's things. I want to catch that doctor and bring him back. Qin Xiao looks at his daughter. He sees the fierce determination in her eyes, not typical of a 3-year-old. He doesn't stop her. He doesn't hesitate. He simply reaches out, ruffles her hair. Then he turns around, looks at his brothers in the room. Brothers. Qin Xiao's lips curl into a bloodthirsty smile. It seems we need to go to international waters and take a vacation. Men and women dressed in expensive suits, holding champagne glasses, laughing loudly in the sea breeze. The air is filled with the smell of cigars, perfume, sea salt, and an unmistakable stench of greed and corruption. A black private helicopter roars through the clouds. It lands steadily on the rooftop helipad. The door opens. A few bodyguard-like men jump out first. They quickly lay down a red carpet. Then, a man in a white custom suit and sunglasses walks down.
Shun Wan-san.
The richest man in the world. Today, he is a mysterious guest from the east. Is this the Poseidon? He asks. Shun Wan-san takes off his sunglasses and looks around with a look of disdain. Just so, not even as big as my backyard. Behind him, two men in black suits follow as bodyguards. One is tall, with a cold gaze, giving off an intimidating aura. Qin Xiao. The other is a bit thinner, with sharp eagle-like eyes, always alert and scanning the surroundings. Lao Lu, the detective team leader. And at the very end, two small children who look like delicate dolls.
Sui Sui wears a pink puffed dress.
Lace trim, a bow, crystal shoes. Her hair is styled in doll-like curls, and she wears a small diamond crown. She looks like an innocent little princess. But if you look closely, you'll see that her expression is as sour as if she just swallowed a fly. She walks while subtly tugging at her dress. It's uncomfortable. The dress is made of tulle, itching her legs. And these crystal shoes, though pretty, have hard soles. She can't run fast in them. If a fight breaks out, they would be a burden. Hold on, Gu Bei whispers. Gu Bei is dressed in a black tailcoat, with a bow tie, and his hair is neatly combed. He looks like a refined young gentleman, but his hands, tucked in his pockets, are tightly gripping a modified Rubik's Cube. It's a new toy given to him by Chu Kuang. Inside, there's a tiny bomb. I know. Every year, she clenched her teeth and forced a fake smile. For my sister, don't say anything about wearing a dress. I would even wear a sack and I'd endure it. The group just stepped off the tarmac. A few security guards in uniform approached. They held metal detectors in their hands. Sir, routine check. The security captain was a bald foreign man with a fierce look, clearly a mercenary. He stopped Shen Wansan. Shen Wansan raised an eyebrow. He took out a black invitation card from his pocket. It was a top VIP card issued by the Eternal Life Society. There were only 100 in the world. Checking? Shen Wansan sneered. Do you know who I am? If you delay my business worth billions for just a minute, can you afford the loss? The security captain looked at the invitation card. His face changed slightly. But he still insisted, sorry, it's the rule. No one is allowed to bring weapons on board. He then used the detector to scan Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao stood expressionless. He had a special ceramic gun tucked at his waist. It was the latest invention by his third father, Chu Kuang. It couldn't pass X-ray scans, but could pass metal detectors. Beep! The detector scanned Qin Xiao's waist. No sound. The security captain frowned. He scanned again.
Still no sound.
Go ahead. The security captain waved his hand. It was then Yaya and Gu Bei's turn. The security captain looked at these two kids, who were not even as tall as him. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. But he still used the detector to scan Yaya. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly an alarm sounded. The atmosphere instantly tensed. A few security guards instinctively reached for their stun batons. Qin Zhao's muscles tensed immediately. If these people dared to move, he would break the bald man's neck in a second. Yaya looked calm. She blinked her innocent big eyes. From the pocket of her puff skirt, she pulled out a pink transformer toy. Uncle, Sui Sui cheerfully said, "This is my toy. It will make noise," she added. She pressed a button on the transformer. Autobots. Transform. Let's go. The electronic sound, like a broken drum, was very loud in the quiet inspection station. The security captain paused, looking at the silly toy, and twitched his mouth. "All right, go ahead," he said, waving his hand. He thought it was a waste of time to argue with a 3-year-old. Sui Sui hugged the transformer and blinked at Qin Xiao. The group smoothly passed the security check and entered the ship's main hall. As soon as they entered, they were hit by a stunning display of luxury. A huge crystal chandelier hung from a ceiling 3 stories high. The floor was covered with a thick Persian carpet. On the wall, there was a real Picasso painting. At the gambling tables, piles of chips looked like small mountains. Each chip represented a person's lifetime savings. This place was like heaven, but also like hell. Sui Sui's eyes weren't drawn to the shiny decorations or the revealing dresses of the women. Her eyes were like a precise radar, quickly scanning the crowd for her target, the figure she had seen countless times in her dreams. "Split up," Qin Xiao whispered into his earpiece. "Old 5, draw attention. Old 6, figure out the security routes. Me and the kids will find the server room. Got it, came the reply. Shen Wansan adjusted his tie and suddenly acted like a reckless spender, swaggering toward the biggest gambling table. Come on, change my chips for $1 billion. Today I will win big. His loud entrance drew everyone's attention. Qin Xiao took the chance to lead Sui Sui and Gu Bei into a nearby corridor. This corridor led to the VIP lounge. It was less crowded and quieter, but also more dangerous. Because every waiter here carries a bulky object at their waist. That is a gun. The servers are on the lower level. Gu Bei looked at the Rubik's Cube in his hand. It had a tiny display screen. It was showing a 3D map of the ship structure. That was something their father had hacked into the ship's system before departure. We need to get the access to the elevator that goes directly to the lower level. Gu Bei pointed to a golden elevator at the end of the corridor. 2 burly men were standing at the door. I'll go distract them. Qin Xiao was about to move. But Sui Sui grabbed his hand. No need. Sui Sui shook her head. Her eyes crossed Qin Xiao's shoulder. She looked toward a terrace on the 2nd floor.
There
stood a person, wearing a black tuxedo, holding a glass of red wine, facing away from the noisy hall, staring at the sea in a daze. That silhouette, that posture, even if turned to dust, Sui Sui would recognize him. That was the last figure she saw through blurry tears on the operating table. The person holding a scalpel, slowly dismantling her sister. Godfather. Sui Sui's voice was very soft. Soft as a whisper. But Qin Xiao felt it. The small hand Sui Sui held his hand with suddenly turned icy and was trembling violently. What's wrong? Qin Xiao looked in the direction of her gaze. That. Sui Sui raised her hand, pointed to the black figure on the 2nd floor. That is, doctor. He didn't say much. Only that look in his eyes made people feel at ease more than words could. Shen Wansan led the way ahead, fully embracing the role of a wealthy nouveau riche. He wore a thick gold chain around his neck and a diamond-encrusted Rolex on his wrist that sparkled brightly in the light. His walk was arrogant, as if he wanted everyone to see that he was rich.
Wow.
What kind of broken boat is this? Shen Wansan's loud voice sounded like a broken drum, making the nearby gentlemen and ladies holding champagne frown. The carpet is so thin. Not even as thick as my dog's bed. Waiter, bring me a bottle of 1982 Sprite. I need to rinse my mouth. Many disdainful looks were cast around. But that was exactly what they wanted. The more they acted like clueless rich kids, the less likely anyone would connect them to special forces or hackers. Sui Sui lowered her head and tugged at her pink, fluffy dress. It was really ugly, and the dress's stiff petticoat itched her thighs. If a fight broke out later, this dress would definitely be a burden. Suddenly, a sharp female soprano voice exploded overhead. Immediately, a cold liquid was poured down. Red wine, dark and crimson, flowed down Sui Sui's head, instantly staining her pink dress and splashing onto her fair face. It looked like blood. Sui Sui's pupils shrank suddenly, and her body tensed instinctively. Where did this wild kid come from? Can't you watch where you're walking? A woman in a deep V-red evening gown, holding an empty wine glass, looked down at Sui Sui with a haughty expression. She was very beautiful, with a strikingly attractive face, but her eyes, slightly drooping, were full of sharpness and disdain. She was the daughter of a multinational energy group and a regular guest on this ship. She hated troublemakers like this wealthy kid bringing her here. So dirty. The woman waved her hand as if Sui Sui was a source of infection. You're dressed like a circus monkey, dirtying my shoes. Can your family afford to pay for this? A drop of red wine splashed onto her red-soled high heel. Just one drop. Shen Wansan had been scanning for security cameras earlier, but now, seeing his precious girl get splashed with wine, his temper flared instantly. Who do you think you are calling a monkey? Shen Wansan rolled up his sleeve, revealing a full arm of gold bracelets, worn to show off wealth. Is my daughter something you can talk about? Look at your face in the mirror. It's almost all silicone now. What did you say? The woman's face twisted with anger, and her thick foundation nearly cracked. Do you even know who I am? I am from the Royce family. I don't care if you're a screw or a nut. Shen Wansand interrupted her directly, spitting saliva onto her face. Apologize to me, or I'll throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. The commotion was loud, and people around gathered to watch, pointing and whispering. Most were just watching for fun. They thought this wealthy man had met his match this time. The Royce family is a well-known noble family in Europe, and this woman is famous for being difficult. The woman was startled by Shen Wansand's imposing presence, but quickly became more angry.
Security.
Where are the security guards? Get these country bumpkins out of here. She screamed and reached out to push Sui Sui. Stay away from me. Don't pass your poverty on to me. Her French manicure hand was about to poke Sui Sui's face. Shen Wansand was about to act, but a small hand gently grabbed his sleeve. Father. Sui Sui's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of childish innocence. Don't be angry. Getting upset will make me sick, and no one will buy me candy. Shen Wansand was stunned, looking down at his daughter. This little girl usually wasn't like this, was she? If it had been before, she might have already fallen to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Sui Sui stepped out from behind Shen Wansand. She looked up without wiping the red wine stain from her face. Her small, delicate face was full of innocent smiles, but her big eyes were cold and lifeless.
Mom.
Sui Sui blinked and looked seriously at the woman. Your dress, the thread is showing. The woman was stunned, instinctively lowering her head to check her hem. Nonsense. This is Chanel haute couture. There are only 3 in the world.
Really?
Sui Sui tilted her head slightly, as if she was looking at a fool. But the stitching of high-end clothes is French double-stitched with a 2.5mm seam. Your dress has a 3.5mm seam, and it's made with polyester thread, not silk. And also, Sui Sui pointed to the large diamond brooch on the woman's chest. The refraction index of that diamond isn't right. The facets are only 32, but real diamonds have 57. Annie, you've been tricked. All of this together isn't worth even one of my dad's watch chains. Is this what they call a fake product? The room fell silent. The wealthy women and socialites around, who had been watching, suddenly looked at each other with subtle expressions. They were experts. After Sui Sui's reminder, they looked more carefully. And it was true. The fabric of that dress did seem suspiciously shiny. Whispered conversations started to spread. Oh my, the young lady of the Royce family is actually wearing a fake. This is hilarious. They even called her a country bumpkin. Is this what you call pretending to be rich? The teasing sounds felt like sharp slaps, hitting the woman's face hard. Her face instantly turned a dark purple.
Shame.
Anger. Fury. Little brat. How dare you talk nonsense? The woman completely lost her mind. She raised her hand, delivering a fierce slap with all her strength, aiming straight at Sui Sui's face. If this slap landed, Sui Sui's tender face would definitely swell. Shen Wansand was a bit far away and couldn't react in time. Sui Sui. Just as that hand was about to touch Sui Sui's nose, a large hand, like an iron clamp, appeared out of nowhere.
Steadily.
Tightly. It grabbed the woman's wrist. Crack. A sharp sound of bones grinding made everyone's teeth hurt. Qin Xiao stood in front of Sui Sui. He wasn't wearing sunglasses. Those deep, abyss-like eyes coldly stared at the crazy woman. No expression at all. As if he was looking at a corpse. Don't hurt my girl. Qin Xiao's voice was quiet but carried a hint of menace. Do you want to die? The woman screamed in pain. Let go. My hand is going to break. You bodyguard. Do you know who I am? Qin Xiao ignored her. He gently applied pressure to her wrist. The woman screamed loudly, her pain making her kneel on the ground. Sweat mixed with her heavy makeup, smudging it. The surrounding bodyguards tried to rush forward. Qin Xiao shot them a sharp look. That was a look that had seen blood and death. It was a fierce aura from someone who had fought in deadly battles. Even though he was wearing a suit now, his intimidating presence couldn't be hidden. The bodyguards froze. No one dared to move. Godfather. Sui Sui tugged at Qin Zhao's hand. It's dirty. Don't get your hands dirty, because of someone like her. Qin Xiao snorted coldly. He flicked her hand away as if discarding trash. The woman collapsed on the ground, clutching her wrist, her makeup ruined from crying, looking pitiful like a clown.
You
all wait and see. She was still trying to threaten. But Sui Sui didn't even look at her. She turned around and pointed at the biggest gambling table in the hall. It was a roulette wheel. It was crowded with people. Third uncle, Sui Sui pointed at the spinning roulette. A spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. I want to play that. This Annie dirted my dress. I want to win some money to pay for this dress. When Shin Wanson heard this, he chuckled.
All right. Play.
I'll even buy this broken boat if you want. He handed her a box filled with chips worth $1 billion. Go ahead and play. If you lose, it's on third uncle. Everyone burst into laughter. Is this rich man crazy? Letting a 3.5-year-old girl play roulette? That box of chips was worth $1 billion. Isn't that just throwing money away? Sui Sui ignored the teasing around her. She hugged the big box, which was taller than her head, and waddled over to the gambling table. The chair was too high. She couldn't climb up. Qin Xiao walked over, lifting her with one hand and placing her on the chair. Sui Sui sat on the tall chair. Her little legs dangled in the air, swinging. She took a lollipop from the pocket of her puffy dress. She unwrapped it, put it in her mouth. The sweetness spread across her tongue. She looked at the spinning roulette wheel, watched the ivory-white ball bounce inside the tray. Her once innocent eyes changed in an instant, turning cold, precise, and emotionless, like a supercomputer running at full speed. In the shadow behind her, Gu Bei quietly slipped his hand into his pocket. His fingers pressed on a modified Rubik's Cube. A miniature jammer activated. Kid, this isn't a playground. The dealer, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wore a neat vest and skillfully played with the ivory ball in his hand. He looked at Sui Sui, who sat on the high stool with a lollipop in her mouth, and gave a mocking smile. These days, some rich people would do anything to amuse their children. This was a high-limit table. The minimum bet was $100,000. What could a child possibly know? She probably couldn't even recognize all the numbers. Sir, let's start, Sui Sui said, her voice slightly muffled by the candy. Her big eyes stared at the roulette wheel, and deep within her pupils, streams of data seemed to flash by. All right, no more bets. The dealer shrugged. If someone wanted to give away money, why refuse? He flicked his finger lightly. The white ivory ball spun rapidly along the edge of the wheel. Clatter. The crisp rolling sound tightened every gambler's nerves around the table. Shen Wansen stood behind Sui Sui, a little nervous. He wasn't short of money, but if they lost, his daughter would lose face. Sweetheart, just bet anywhere. If we lose, we'll just try again, he whispered reassuringly. Sui Sui didn't reply. Her ears twitched slightly. She was listening to the friction of the spinning axle, to the rhythm of the ball hitting the track, and to the faint sound of a hidden switch being pressed under the dealer's foot. There is no clean gambling table on this ship. Each roulette wheel is equipped with a magnetic control device. As long as the dealer wants, they can make the ball land in any area. He's cheating, Yusui thought with a cold smile. Her mind began to run complex calculations. Initial speed, 3.5 meters per second. Friction coefficient, 0.02. Air resistance. Tilt angle of the roulette. Plus the interference torque from the magnetic device. Yusui's small hand reached into the box of chips. She grabbed a large handful. It was exactly $100 million in chips. Everyone was watching her. They wanted to see how this reckless girl would bet her money. Bet on red?
Or black.
Or odd or even. Yusui's hand moved past the more probable areas. She directly reached for the most unpopular, highest odds, and least likely number on the roulette. Snap, 100 million chips.
Like a small mountain.
Steadily pushed into the green, 0 slot. The whole place fell silent. Even the dealer was stunned. Bet on 0? That's a payout of 35-1. The probability is incredibly low. Is this girl crazy? Young lady, are you sure? the dealer asked hesitantly. This is like throwing money into the sea. Yes, I am sure, Yusui nodded. She bit into her last lollipop. I just like zero, because it is the beginning and the end, the dealer sneered. This young kid is clueless. Since you want to lose everything, I'll help you. His toes lightly tapped under the table. The magnetic device activated. The small ball, which was slowing down, was pulled by an invisible force. Its trajectory, which should have landed near zero, suddenly deviated. It rolled toward the red 32. The spectators around sighed. It's over, she lost. I told you kids don't understand gambling. That 100 million is just going to be wasted. The woman in the red dress who was just humiliated was now standing among the crowd, clutching her wrist and showing a wicked smile of satisfaction. Serves her right. I hope you lose everything. However, just as the small ball was about to land in the 32 slot, Gubei, standing behind Sui, gently turned the cube in his pocket.
Click.
A barely audible mechanical sound. A focused high-frequency electromagnetic pulse shot out from the cube.
Precise. Hidden.
It directly pierced through the magnetic control coil under the gambling table. Zzz. The croupier felt the pedal beneath his feet vibrate. Did it malfunction? The magnetic field disappeared instantly. The ball, which had been forcibly diverted, lost its traction. Under inertia, it hit the edge of the 32 slot. Bounced up.
Ding. A crisp sound.
The ball traced a strange arc in the air. It crossed over 32, then 15. Finally, like a tired bird returning home, it landed steadily and firmly into the green 0 slot. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The croupier's smile froze on his face. His eyes nearly popped out. The spectators around gasped, their jaws dropping. The woman in the red dress looked even more shocked, as if she had swallowed a dead fly. Did it go in? Really went in? Betting only on 0. $100 million. 35 times payout.
That's
36 billion? Oh my God. Someone groaned. This luck is just too incredible. This isn't luck. It's like the god of fortune is blessing him. Shun Wansan was stunned for 2 seconds. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh.
Wow.
We won. My girl is amazing. He was so excited he almost hugged Qin Xiao. But Sui remained calm, as if she had expected everything. She looked at the sweating croupier. Then she reached out and tapped the table. Uncle, pay up. The dealer's hand was trembling. $36 billion. She had just lost all the profit from the entire year in this one round. If the boss found out, he would be furious. This can't be happening. The dealer muttered to herself. Is the machine broken? What? Don't want to admit defeat. Qin Xiao stepped forward. His intimidating presence made the dealer step back twice. No. The dealer wiped her cold sweat. She could only grit her teeth and have someone bring over the chips. The chips, piled like a small mountain, covered the table in front of Sui. Sui didn't even glance at the money. She picked up a chip with the smallest denomination, $10,000. She tossed it in her hand. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the chip shot out like a hidden weapon. Bang! It hit precisely at the woman's feet in a red dress. The woman jumped in surprise and took a step back. Sui sat high on her chair, looking down at her. Her eyes carried a hint of mockery. Auntie, here's for you. Enough to buy 100 of those fake dresses. No need to give change. The woman's face instantly turned pale. This was humiliation. Naked, blatant humiliation. But looking at the mountain of chips and Qin Xiao behind her, she didn't dare to make a sound. She could only slip away in embarrassment into the crowd. Continue. Sui showed no intention of leaving the table. She pushed the 36 billion chips forward again. This time, bet on black. The dealer's legs went weak. Is she serious? This could bankrupt the casino. The next half hour became a nightmare for the entire Poseidon casino. Sui was like an emotionless money-making machine, winning every round. No matter how the dealer changed techniques, balls, or even replaced 3 dealers, the results remained the same. The chips in front of Sui Sui were piling up so high they almost reached the ceiling. They were about to spill onto the floor. More and more spectators gathered around. Everyone stopped gambling and gathered around this table to watch this young Eastern prodigy dominate the game. Unbelievable. Truly incredible. Does this kid have a computer in his brain? Is this probability theory? It's like a massacre. Sui Sui sat calmly there. Her small face remained peaceful. But inside her mind, countless formulas were flying around. Conservation of angular momentum. Fluid mechanics. Chaos theory. This is the power of knowledge. In front of such overwhelming intelligence, luck? That's just a joke. Sui Sui was playing with the chips in his hand, not lifting his head. It's just some pocket money, he said. People around gasped. Billions of dollars. Pocket money? This kid's attitude is too bold. Hee, the kid is quite funny, sneered the one-eyed man with a fake smile. The hall is crowded and noisy. It's too loud here. How about we go to the VIP room on the top floor to play? It's quieter there and the stakes are higher. The one-eyed man emphasized the words, higher, with a stronger tone. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes. Qin Xiao and Shen Wansan exchanged a look. They're ready. This is exactly what they wanted. According to the blueprints obtained from Gu Bei, the VIP room on the top floor has a special elevator that goes straight to the basement. It's a shortcut to the server room. Only in the VIP room can they avoid the eyes and ears of ordinary visitors in the hall, making it easier to act. Good. Shen Wansan threw away his cigar, acting like a reckless rich man who doesn't care about danger. Perfect. The air here is too stuffy, making my daughter uncomfortable. Lead the way. The one-eyed man sneered inwardly. Heaven has roads, but you refuse to take them. Hell has no gates, but you come knocking yourself. Once inside the VIP room, it's my territory. I can do whatever I want to crush you. Please, he gestured. The group followed the one-eyed man, walking through the hall into a golden private elevator. The elevator went straight to the top floor. When the door opened, luxury hit them. There was no noise like in the hall. A thick white wool carpet covered the floor. Famous paintings hung on the walls. In the center of the room was a large redwood round table. Just one table. The one-eyed man walked to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down.
Click.
The door behind him was locked by a bodyguard. The sound was sharp in the empty room. This wasn't just locking the door. It was sealing the fate. How do we play this? Qin Xiao pulled out a chair for Sui Sui to sit. He stood behind Sui Sui, like a guardian. His eyes quickly scanned the room. There were cameras in all four corners. The curtains were pulled tightly. The soundproofing was excellent. Even if someone shot a gun here, it wouldn't be heard outside. It was a good place for crime and theft. One-eyed dragon clapped his hands. A beautiful woman in a Cheongsam brought in a tray. On the tray, there were 6 delicate crystal glasses. They contained amber-colored liquid. It looked like aged whiskey. We don't play cards or roulette. One-eyed dragon pointed to the glasses. We want to play something exciting. Have you heard of Russian roulette? But we won't use guns. Instead, we'll use alcohol. One-eyed dragon picked up a glass and shook it. Among these 6 drinks, one has a special ingredient, colorless and tasteless. Drink it, and your heart will stop in 3 seconds. Even a god can't save you. We take turns drinking one. The last one left alive wins everything. One-eyed dragon looked at Sui Sui, his eyes like a poisonous snake. Kid, do you dare to play? This wasn't just gambling. It was clearly murder. Shen Wansan's face changed. Are you crazy? Playing this with a kid? This is international waters. One-eyed dragon spread his hands. On international waters, I make the rules. Either play or... He snapped his fingers. Behind the screens, a dozen mercenaries with machine guns stepped out. Their dark muzzles aimed at Qin Xiao and the others. Spit out all the money you just won, then jump into the sea and swim back. This was a blatant threat. Sui Sui looked at the glasses. Suddenly, she smiled. Her eyes curved into a cute smile. Uncle, this game is a bit boring. Sui Sui swung her little legs. In the lab. Oh no. In the kindergarten, We don't play such childish games anymore. She had been in that hellish laboratory, testing resistance to drugs. She had been fed countless unknown poisons. This life and death game is as normal to her as eating and drinking. But since Uncle wants to play, I'll join you. Sway Sway jumped down from the chair. She walked to the table. She's too short to see the glasses clearly, so she had to stand on tiptoe. But I want to raise the bet. Sway Sway looked up at the one-eyed dragon. If I win, I don't want money. I want the blueprint of this ship and the password for that special elevator. The one-eyed dragon paused. This child. Does she know what she's talking about? Does she know where that elevator leads? Are they after that thing? The one-eyed dragon's eyes suddenly turned fierce. Fine, as long as you have the courage to take it, the game began. The room's atmosphere was tense and heavy. It felt like the air itself had frozen. Gu Bei stood in the corner. He looked stunned, but inside, his hand was in his pocket, connecting to the network port through a magic cube. The firewall here was much more advanced than in the hall.
But he only needed a little time.
As long as Sway Sway could hold them off. Sway Sway stood by the table. She wasn't in a hurry to choose. She brought her little nose close to the glass and sniffed. It was indeed colorless and tasteless. This was high-purity cyanide.
But
any substance has physical properties. The poison wine's density would have tiny changes. These changes aren't visible to the naked eye. But to Sway Sway, they were huge clues. Surface tension, wall adhesion, refraction index. Her mind was like a precise analyzer. The first glass, refraction index 1.334. The second glass, refraction index 1.334. The third glass. Sway Sway's gaze stopped at the fourth glass. Its liquid surface was about 0.5 millimeters lower than the others, and the wall adhesion was 0.1 seconds slower. The viscosity was different. It was that one. Sway Sway looked up again and glanced at the one-eyed dragon. Although the one-eyed dragon tried to stay calm, his pupils subtly contracted when the young girl's finger moved toward the fourth glass of wine. This was a physiological sign of nervousness, a mental game, physical analysis, and double verification. Sway Sway smiled and reached out her small hand, picking up the fourth glass. The one-eyed dragon's mouth curled into a barely noticeable sneer. Damn girl. Such bad luck. She chose death right away. Shen Wansan's heart almost jumped out of his chest.
Sweet.
Don't drink, he shouted, trying to rush forward and grab the glass, but Qin Xiao stopped him. Qin Xiao looked at Sway Sway with a firm gaze. He believed in his daughter. Sway Sway held the glass but didn't bring it to her mouth. Instead, she turned around and handed the glass to the one-eyed dragon. Uncle, she called sweetly. I'm too young to drink, and my mom said I shouldn't. This first glass, I want to offer it to you. It's your turn now. The one-eyed dragon's smile froze on his face. The glass was right under his nose, shimmering with a tempting amber glow. But in his eyes, it looked like a bowl of soup that could be poisoned. He knew which glass was toxic. That girl. How could she possibly pick the poisoned one at a glance? And then turn the tables, making him drink it?
Why?
Uncle, are you afraid to drink? Sway Sway tilted her head, her eyes turning into a mocking look. Wasn't it just a game earlier?
She asked.
Are you afraid of losing? The tension in the air was thicker than the poison in that glass. The one-eyed dragon's hand froze midair, the amber liquid trembling slightly in his grasp. He looked at the small girl in front of him, no fear in her big, clear eyes, only a teasing look that seemed to see through life and death, like watching a clown.
Drink it, she said.
Sway Sway urged softly, like a gentle reminder, but it sounded more like a warning. The one-eyed man's forehead broke out in cold sweat as the scar on his face glistened, and drops of sweat fell into his glass of wine. Drink? If he drank, he would die. This wasn't just a game of chance. That girl had eyes that could see through the true nature of things. Damn it! The one-eyed man suddenly slammed his glass onto the ground. Crash! The poisoned wine spilled onto the carpet, instantly releasing a white smoke. The expensive wool rug was corroded, forming a large black hole. Poison. It was truly deadly poison. Shameless little brat. Angrily, the one-eyed man flipped over the redwood round table. The heavy tabletop, carried by the wind, crashed towards Sway Sway. At the same time, he secretly reached for his back waist. There, hidden was a Browning pistol, ready for emergencies. If he couldn't win the fight, he would kill. On this open sea, killing a few people was as easy as catching fish.
Sui sui.
Shun Wansen shouted in fear, trying to rush forward, but he was too far away. He watched the heavy round table about to crush Sway Sway into a pulp. A shadow moved faster than the table. Qin Shao. He didn't even try to block the table. He simply raised his hand, holding a specially made ceramic gun. It was printed with high-strength aerospace ceramic by Chu Kuang, the third uncle. It could pass security checks, but its power was undiminished.
Bang!
A muffled gunshot. It wasn't a sharp metallic clang, but more like a heavy hammer hitting rotten flesh.
Ah!
The moment the one-eyed man reached for his gun handle, a burst of blood mist exploded. The bullet precisely pierced his palm, destroying both his hand and the Browning pistol that hadn't been drawn yet. Fingers flew off. Blood splattered on the white wall, like a blooming flower of the other side. Qin Shao took a step forward, grabbing Sway Sway with one hand and holding her tightly in his arms. With his other hand, he suddenly pushed. The redwood round table, about to fall on Sway Sway, was forcefully pushed aside by his strength, crashing into a nearby folding screen. Crashing sounds, the screen shattered, revealing over a dozen fully armed mercenaries hiding behind it. Open fire. Kill them all, one-eyed dragon, clutching his broken hand, rolled on the ground in pain and roared hysterically. The mercenaries raised their assault rifles. Dark gun barrels gleamed with a cold, deadly light. So close. Even a god would be turned into mincemeat at this range. Old 5. Attack now, Qin Shao shouted loudly, grabbing Sway Sway and rolling behind a fallen table for cover. Shun Wansen was already trembling with fear. But he heard Qin Zhao's command. That was his brother's order. Damn it, let's do this. Shun Wansen gritted his teeth, suddenly lifting the silver briefcase he had been holding. Watch this, everyone. This is your New Year's red envelope for me. He pressed a red button on the case's handle. Then, he used all his strength to throw the case toward the group of mercenaries. Blow up, for me. The case arced through the air in a parabola. All the mercenaries instinctively raised their guns to shoot.
Da. Bullets hit the case.
But the expected explosion didn't happen. The case suddenly popped open midair. Inside weren't dollar bills or explosives. Instead, neatly packed, there were dozens of small metal balls about the size of fists. They were the proud creation of Shun Wansan's father, heavenly girls scattering flowers, miniature shock bombs. All the metal balls activated simultaneously. Then, a spectacular display of light and sound erupted.
Boom. 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 Boom.
A blinding white light lit up the entire VIP room, brighter than the noonday sun. It was a flash of several million candelas, enough to instantly blind anyone. At the same time, a loud explosion echoed in the enclosed space. It sounded like 100 copper gongs ringing in your ears.
Ah.
My eyes.
Ears.
My ears. Those once confident mercenaries suddenly dropped their guns, covering their eyes and ears, running around like headless chickens. Some even fainted from the shock, foaming at the mouth. The entire VIP room was in chaos. Let's go. Qin Shao felt his ears ringing, but he ignored it. He quickly pulled up the stunned Shin Wansan, held Sway Sway in one arm, and signaled Gu Bei in the corner. Although Gu Bei was young, he reacted quickly. Just before the shock grenade exploded, he covered his ears and closed his eyes. Now he was like a nimble kitten following Qin Shao. The four of them took advantage of the chaos and rushed out of the VIP room. The corridor was also in disarray, with alarm sirens blaring loudly. Where to run? The exit is that way. Shun Wansan pointed to the emergency exit at the end of the corridor, which led to the deck. Once on the deck, they could try to jump into the sea to escape. Not to the deck. Qin Zhao's voice was cold and firm. Go to the freight elevator. What? Shen Wanson thought he misheard. At this time, if we don't run and go by elevator? That's a dead end. The most dangerous place is the safest place, Qin Xiao replied. Sui Sui, lying on Qin Zhao's shoulder, tightly clutched her transformer toy. Her face was pale, but her eyes shone with determination. My sister's things are downstairs, and that doctor is downstairs too. I won't go. Qin Xiao didn't waste time. He led the group straight toward the freight elevator on the other side of the corridor. This was the most secure part of the ship, usually used to transport large sums of cash and valuables. At the elevator door, two burly men were standing. But at this moment, they were distracted by the recent tremors and alarms, calling for backup on their radios.
Bang! Bang!
Qin Xiao fired 2 shots. The ceramic bullets hit the guards' thighs precisely. They screamed and fell to the ground. Qin Xiao rushed over, kicking their radios away.
Goodbye.
Open the door. Qin Xiao leaned against the elevator door, holding his gun ready to guard both ends of the corridor. Gu Bei took out the modified Rubik's Cube from his pocket. His fingers moved quickly. The small screen on the cube flickered with green code. This elevator has a biometric lock, he said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, speaking very fast. It requires both iris and fingerprint verification. Only senior managers can open it. At the end of the corridor, loud footsteps could be heard. It was reinforcements arriving for the one-eyed dragon. Bang, 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 several bullets hit the floor near Qin Zhao's feet, sparks flying. Hurry up! Qin Xiao kicked Shen Wansan into a nearby nook to hide, while he used the corner to fight back. Don't rush me. I'm calculating. Gu Bei's fingers almost blurred with speed. He was doing a brute force hack, using powerful algorithms inside the cube to simulate biological signals. 10 seconds left. 10, 9. More enemies appeared at the end of the corridor. Their firepower kept Qin Xiao from raising his head. Shen Wansan curled up in the corner, trembling, muttering, Buddha bless, God bless, just let me survive, and I will build statues for you. 5, 4. A grenade rolled toward them, about 5 meters from Qin Zhao's feet. Get down, Qin Xiao shouted loudly, and suddenly threw himself over Sui Sui and Gu Bei.
Boom!
The grenade exploded. The shockwave knocked over vases and paintings in the corridor. Qin Xiao groaned softly. Several shrapnel embedded into his bulletproof vest, not penetrating, but the impact made his organs ache. Big brother! Gu Bei's eyes reddened as he shouted. Just then, ding, a pleasant notification sound. The red light on the elevator turned green. The heavy metal doors slowly slid open to the sides. It's open.
Hurry in. Gu Bei grabbed Qin Xiao.
The 4 of them scrambled and crawled into the elevator. Qin Xiao pressed the close door button with his back. Bullets hit the closing doors, making a crisp, ding-ding-ding sound. The doors shut. Suddenly, everything was quiet. Only a few people remained, breathing heavily.
Ah!
We survived. Shen Wansan slumped on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his face. Old Qin, are you okay? Qin Xiao shook his head and stood upright. He cautiously looked at the elevator's floor display. The numbers were rapidly decreasing. From the top floor directly down to the 3rd basement level. That was the deepest part of the ship. And also the lowest level of hell. Don't celebrate too early, Yue suddenly spoke. She stared at the closed elevator door, her nose twitching slightly. A faint, special smell drifted in through the crack in the door. It was the smell of disinfectant, mixed with an indescribable fishy odor. What's wrong? Shen Wansan looked at Yuesue's serious expression, feeling a sudden chill. There's someone inside the elevator. Yuesue slowly backed away, pressing against Qin Zhao's leg. Someone is there. Before she finished speaking, the elevator that was descending suddenly made a clunk sound and stopped. It wasn't at the bottom. It was hanging in midair. Then, the elevator door slowly opened. Outside was not a machine room, nor a corridor. It was a narrow, fully enclosed metal transfer station. At the door, a row of people stood. They weren't dressed in bodyguard black suits. They wore white sterile suits common in operating rooms, with thick N95 masks covering their faces, only revealing emotionless eyes. They weren't holding guns. Instead, they carried tranquilizer rifles used for capturing large wild animals. Cleaners, Yusui whispered. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Those were the people she feared most in the laboratory. Every time they appeared, it meant a companion was about to disappear. Target confirmed, the leader in a white coat coldly spoke. His voice was processed through a voice changer, sounding like a robot. S-001, S-009. Recovery begins. When the door opened, the feeling of pressure instantly turned into suffocation. The few cleaners looked like death gods blocking the door, with white coats stained with dark red blood, which was the mark left after handling the waste. Attack. No unnecessary words. The leader in a white coat raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! A loud pop from the tranquilizer dart. This dart contains a powerful sedative called ketamine, enough to knock down an adult elephant with one shot. Get out of the way, Qin Xiao reacted instinctively. The moment the opponent raised his hand, he moved. The elevator was too small to dodge. He could only step forward, using his broad back to block the two children and Shen Wansan behind him. At the same time, he threw his ceramic gun sharply. Since it was out of bullets, fired all in the corridor earlier, he used it as a hidden weapon. Clang! The ceramic gun hit the white coat's wrist precisely. The gun's barrel shifted by an inch. The glowing blue tranquilizer dart whistled past Qin Zhao's ear and stuck into the metal wall of the elevator with a ping. The dart's tail was still trembling violently. If it had hit a person, Qin Xiao dared not think further. He looked like an angry lion, rushing out of the elevator. He had to create distance. He couldn't let them shoot inside the elevator, or the stray bullets might hurt Sui. Fifth, close the door. Protect the children, Qin Xiao shouted and charged into the group of cleaners. This was an extremely uneven fight. There were 6 of them, all armed, and clearly trained in professional combat, attacking vital points and soft spots with deadly precision. Qin Xiao was unarmed, but he didn't retreat.
Not even a step.
Bang! Qin Xiao punched one of the white coats in the face. Even through the mask, he could hear the sound of a nasal bone breaking. The man fell backward, knocking over his companion behind him. But this didn't scare the others. Instead, it made them more aggressive. 2 surgical knives, gleaming coldly, stabbed toward Qin Zhao's ribs from both sides. Qin Xiao quickly moved aside to avoid the blade on his left, but the one on his right was too tricky. Sure. The sharp surgical knife sliced through Qin Zhao's expensive suit and cut open his shirt underneath. A long wound appeared on his side, bleeding heavily. Blood instantly stained his white shirt red. Old Qin, Shen Wansan watched in horror inside the elevator, desperately pressing the close door button, but the door seemed broken and wouldn't close. Don't worry about me. Go down. Qin Xiao grabbed the wrist of the attacker holding the knife and twisted it forcefully. Crack! The bone broke. He snatched the surgical knife and stabbed it into the person's thigh. But these cleaners didn't seem to feel pain. Even with a knife in his thigh, the attacker clung tightly to Qin Zhao's waist, trying to pull him down. The others rushed forward. Some hit with the butt of guns, others stabbed with syringes. Qin Xiao stood firm like a rock amid the storm. He rammed with his shoulder, kicked with his knee, and bit with his teeth. Every move was full of fierce determination to fight to the end. Because he knew, behind him was Sui, someone he would protect with his life. Inside the elevator, Sui watched the scene. She saw her godfather, who always lifted her high and told her stories, covered in blood and fighting desperately. She saw those white figures, like nightmare worms, slowly draining her godfather's life force. Her eyes turned red. The suppressed rage, belonging to S-001, finally exploded at this moment. Gu Bei. Sui suddenly spoke, her voice cold as wind in a frozen cellar. Capsule. Gu Bei hesitated for a moment, then understood her meaning. He quickly reached into the side pocket of her pink backpack and took out a small, transparent box. Inside were a few blue capsules that looked like cold medicine. This was a special chemical compound called Instant Solidifier, developed under the guidance of her third father, Chu Kuang. It's commonly known as super strong glue. Once exposed to air, it expands and solidifies in 3 seconds, with a hardness comparable to cement.
Sui grabe tu cápsulas.
She didn't throw them at the attackers, because that might accidentally hurt Qin Xiao. She seized the right moment. Just as Qin Xiao kicked away the last person clinging to him, and his body briefly lifted into the air. Sui's small hand suddenly shot up. "Godfather, lower your head." Qin Xiao heard Sui shout and instinctively lowered his head. 2 blue capsules flew past his scalp. They hit precisely at the narrow corridor entrance of the transfer station.
Bang! Bang!
The capsules shattered. The liquid inside sprayed out. FSSSSS, accompanied by a loud chemical reaction. A large mass of grayish foam instantly expanded. Like fermenting dough, it quickly sealed off the entire corridor entrance. The reinforcements that had been rushing forward were stopped outside by this sudden wall. 2 of the faster ones got their feet stuck and couldn't pull free, frozen like statues in place. "Come back quickly."
Sui shouted loudly.
Qin Xiao took advantage of the enemy's distraction, rolled backward, and returned to the elevator.
Bang!
He punched the elevator control panel. This time, the door finally closed. All the screams and curses were cut off outside. The elevator continued to descend. Inside the small space, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Qin Xiao leaned against the wall of the elevator, gasping heavily. His suit was torn into strips, and several wounds on his body were bleeding, especially the side waist, where the flesh was torn and looked shocking. "Old Qin."
"You."
Shen Wansen hurriedly tried to cover his wound, tears welling up in his eyes.
"I'm fine.
I won't die." Qin Xiao smiled slightly, reaching out to touch Sui's head, but saw his hands covered in blood and withdrew them. "Did I scare you?" Sui didn't speak. She walked over to Qin Xiao. Reaching out her small hand, she took out a hemostatic spray and bandages from her backpack. It was the first aid kit her second father, Lu Ci, had prepared for her. She skillfully tore open Qin Xiao's shirt, exposing the wound, sprayed the medicine, wrapped the bandage. Her movements were as professional as an experienced surgeon. However, her hand was trembling slightly. Tears fell one by one onto Qin Xiao's wound. "Does it hurt?" Sui asked. "No, it doesn't." Qin Xiao shook his head, his eyes gentle and warm. "As long as you're okay, Dad won't hurt." Sui bit her lip but said nothing. She silently kept this in her heart. Those white coats. That doctor, she was determined to make them pay back 100 times over. Just then, ding, the elevator finally stopped. On the 3rd basement level, they had arrived. Everyone's nerves tightened again. Qin Xiao, enduring the pain, struggled to stand up, shielding Sui and Gu Bei behind him. Shen Wansen also picked up a steel pipe that had fallen on the ground from the fight earlier, trembling as he held it in front of his chest. The door slowly opened. There was no expected gunfire or barrage of bullets. No groups of bodyguards. Only complete silence and darkness.
And
a very strong, foul, and nauseating smell. It was formalin, mixed with an old blood smell and a disinfectant used to cover up the smell of decay. This smell, it was very familiar. Sui's pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. Her body trembled violently, as if electrocuted. Ugh. She tightly covered her mouth, her stomach churning violently. The door to her memories was forcibly opened by this smell. Cold operating tables, blinding surgical lights, the sound of a saw cutting through bone, and her sister's eyes, lifeless and dull, just before she died. All the nightmares overlapped at this moment.
Sui, Gu Bei immediately noticed their abnormality.
He held her cold little hand, trying to give her strength, but he found her palm was sweaty and her whole body stiff as a stone. This was PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. The nightmare left by that hell, an indelible mark forever. "Don't be afraid." Qin Xiao sensed his daughter's distress. He ignored his injuries, crouched down, and held Sui tightly in his arms. He used his body heat to chase away the cold. That was before, Qin Xiao whispered in Sui Sui's ear. Now you have a dad. Dad will take you to smash this hell to pieces. Qin Xiao's words were like a light, breaking through the darkness in Sui Sui's eyes. She took a deep breath. Although the smell of formalin still made her feel sick, the deep fear in her bones was somewhat eased by Qin Xiao's warmth. Let's go. Sui slipped out of Qin Xiao's arms. Her small face was still pale, but her eyes had become firm again. That was the look of a fighter. The four of them carefully walked out of the elevator. They were in a huge, underground space. There were no windows, only a dim emergency light overhead casting mottled shadows. It was very quiet around them. So quiet that they could only hear their own heartbeat. Over here, Gubei looked at the Rubik's Cube in his hand, which showed a faint signal source. The server's signal is strong, right ahead. They moved along a narrow corridor. On both sides were tightly closed iron doors. Each door had a small sign hanging on it. Sample Room A, Sample Room B, Waste Processing Room. Every word felt like a needle stabbing into Sui's heart. She knew what was inside. It was children like her, or things that used to be children. Finally, they reached the end of the corridor. Suddenly, the space opened up before them. This was not a machine room. It was a large, round building, similar to an ancient Roman arena. Surrounding it were tiered seats in a circle. The seats were filled with people, hundreds of them. They wore elegant evening dresses and various masks. Some had feathered Venetian masks, some had fierce, ghostly masks, and others wore plain white masks with no expression. They sat in the shadows, holding glasses of red wine, their eyes intensely fixed on the center stage. Right in the middle of the stage, there was a large iron cage. The cage was covered with a black cloth. Several staff members in white coats stood nearby, guarding the cage. This is... Shen Wansen covered his mouth, almost gasping out loud. Sure. Qin Xiao quickly pressed his hand, pulling him into the shadows. This was an underground auction house. But what they were auctioning was not antiques or paintings. Dear guests, good evening. A host dressed in a tuxedo stepped onto the stage. His voice echoed through the empty hall via a microphone, with an unsettling excitement. Welcome to Poseidon's Night of Bliss. Tonight, we have a special gift for you. This is the latest achievement of the Angel Project. And also a perfect work of art carefully crafted by the doctor. The audience below made a low murmur. Some whistled. Some greedily licked their lips. Enough talk. Now let's see tonight's star. The host suddenly waved his hand. Code name, S012. Clatter. The black cloth covering the cage was pulled off. A bright light shone directly into the cage. Everyone saw the item inside. It was a young girl. She looked only 4 or 5 years old, wearing a white lace dress, like a delicate doll. She curled up in the corner of the cage, hugging her knees, trembling all over. She had long blonde hair and nearly transparent white skin. But what was most shocking was her face. It was extremely delicate and fragile-looking, especially her eyes, which, though filled with fear and emptiness, had a slight downward curve at the corners and her small nose. It looked
Too much like.
Yisui hid in the shadows, watching the girl's face through a telescope. In that moment, her heart seemed to stop beating. Her blood ran in reverse. In my mind, the figure who always smiled and shared bread with her, the one who always protected her, slowly overlaps with the girl in the cage before me.
Sister.
Is she really my sister? No, my sister is already dead. Her body is in that wooden box, right in the laboratory in the capital.
But
why does she look so much like her? Even the small habit of biting her lip when scared is exactly the same. Sister, Sui whispers to herself, her voice trembling with tears. At this moment, her reason completely collapses. That illusion of being reunited makes her forget she is in danger and that everyone around her is an enemy. All she wants is to rush forward, to run and hold that girl, to ask if she is warm. Sister, Sui suddenly tries to rush out. Don't move. A hand firmly covers her mouth. It's Gu Bei. Gu Bei hugs Sui Sui from behind and uses all his strength to press her to the ground. That's not warm. Gu Bei's voice is low but urgent, ringing in Sui Sui's ears. Look at her ears. Warm has a mole on her earlobe, but she doesn't. She's a clone. Or a replacement made through plastic surgery. If you rush out now, you'll be risking your life. Sui Sui struggles desperately in Gu Bei's arms. Tears flood out like a bursting river. She knows. Logically, she knows that girl isn't her sister. But emotionally, she can't accept it. Those monsters. They not only killed her sister, they also want to create countless sisters to sell, to entertain, to use as commodities. That's the greatest insult to the deceased. The biggest insult to her, Lin Sui Sui. Ugh. Sui Sui's crying is muffled by Gu Bei's hand, turning into a suppressed sob. Qin Xiao watches this scene, his fists clenched with a cracking sound. His nails pierce his palms, blood dripping onto the ground. These scumbags. If he doesn't level this place to the ground, Qin Xiao swears he won't rest. Starting bid, the host on stage continues. His voice sounds like a demon's whisper. $10 million. Or perhaps, the host paused, then revealed a strange smile. A healthy, well-matched liver. Because our doctor said this little angel's liver has a small flaw and needs to be replaced, the audience immediately erupted in noise. 15 million. 20 million. I have a live type O blood liver. Just 6 years old. 30 million. A chubby, bald man raised a sign, his face jiggling with fat as he moved, and his dull eyes sparkled with a disgusting greed. I'll pay 30 million. I want this liver. Perfect for breeding my purebred Tibetan Mastiff. I heard children's livers are the most active. Laughter rippled through the crowd. It was as if they weren't talking about a real person, a trembling child, but about a piece of meat on a chopping board or a toy to be discarded. Sui Sui hid in the shadows, biting her lip tightly. The smell of rust filled her mouth. Her small hand clenched the ground's cracks, her nails almost turned inside out, but she felt no pain. This is hell. It's darker and colder than the laboratory deep in the mountains 300 miles away, the 18th level of hell. 30 million, one bid. The host on stage was flushed with excitement, raising a hammer high. Is there anyone willing to go higher? This is a top item from the Angel Project. Miss this auction, and there won't be another chance. At that moment, Sui Sui's gaze unintentionally drifted to the VIP seats upstairs. That was the best view in the room. The glass was designed to be suspended, separated from the outside with one-way glass, but now, to facilitate the VIP's inspection, one side of the glass was lowered halfway. There, a figure stood. He wore a well-tailored black tailcoat, tall and slender, holding a glass of deep red wine. He faced away from the light, so his face was unclear. But his way of holding the wine glass was very distinctive. His index and middle fingers were not together, but slightly apart, a habitual gesture left from long-term handling of a surgical knife. He slightly lowered his head, looking down at the iron cage below, at the girl who looked just like Warm. That kind of gaze. Indifferent.
Proud.
With a mocking look like a creator looking down on ants. Sui Sui's pupils shrank sharply to the size of a needle tip in that moment.
Boom.
It was as if a nuclear bomb exploded in her mind. The gates of her memory were shattered by this huge impact. Cold operating table. Blinding shadowless lights. The sound of a chainsaw cutting through bones. And that figure in the background. The figure calmly wiping blood off his hands while her sister screamed. The figure turning around after putting her sister's heart into a freezer, saying to the assistant, "Handle this batch of waste carefully." It was him. Yes, him. The demon who completely destroyed her and her sister's lives. The so-called doctor. Ah, a piercing scream, stuck in Sui Sui's throat, not yet released, blocked by overwhelming hatred. Her rationality snapped with a loud crack. No plans.
No lurking.
No safety. None of it mattered anymore. All she wanted now was one thing. To rush forward. To bite his throat with her teeth. To gouge out his eyes with her nails. To tear off pieces of his flesh. offering them to her sister's spirit in heaven. "I'll kill you." Sui Sui suddenly burst out of the shadows like a wounded little beast, reckless and determined to rush to the stairs. Her eyes were blood red, radiating a madness of total destruction. Sui Sui, a large hand, with the strength of pliers, firmly grabbed her shoulder from behind. It was Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had been watching Sui Sui closely, never taking his eyes off her even when observing the enemy. Seeing her suddenly lose control, his heart almost stopped with fear. "Let me go. Uncle Qin, let me go." Sui Sui struggled desperately, using her hands and feet, even biting Qin Xiao's arm fiercely. "He's over there. The murderer is over there. I want to kill him. I want to kill him." Her voice was hoarse, trembling with tears, heartbreaking to hear. Qin Xiao ignored the pain in his arm. He quickly pushed Sui Sui back into the shadows, pressing her trembling small body against his broad chest to hold her steady.
Sui Sui.
"Look at me," Qin Xiao shouted firmly, with a tone full of authority. "If you rush out now, what can you do? Can you really defeat him? There are hundreds of mercenaries here, with heavy weapons. If you go out now, you'll only be risking your life. Who will avenge my sister if you die? What about the girl in the cage? Do you want her to become the next Worm? These questions hit Sui Sui like a cold splash of water, making her struggle slowly stop. She gasped for air, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Tears slid down her cheeks, mixing with the dust on her face, leaving 2 winding streaks.
But
he's there. Sui Sui pointed at the second floor, her hand trembling like a leaf in the wind. "He's my sister's enemy." "I know." Qin Xiao hugged her tightly, gently rubbing her head. "Your godfather knows. Your godfather promises he won't let him get away. But not now, not in a way that risks your life. We want to win and do it beautifully. We want him to kneel and beg for mercy, not to risk our lives just to make him laugh." Sui Sui snuggled into Qin Xiao's arms, whimpering. That feeling of helplessness made her despair. Her enemy was right in front of her, but she couldn't fight back. At that moment, a small, cool hand grasped Sui Sui's icy fingers. It was Gu Bei. Gu Bei crouched nearby, his usually gloomy face now showing a calmness beyond his age. "Crying won't help." Gu Bei's voice was low but steady. "Tears won't kill anyone." He reached out to wipe the tears from Sui Sui's face gently, though a bit awkwardly. "Do you want to get revenge?" Gu Bei pointed at the pink backpack behind Sui Sui. "Use that." Sui Sui froze for a moment. She sniffed and looked in the direction of Gu Bei's finger. It was the side pocket of the backpack. Inside, there were a few bottles of what looked like ordinary liquids. Before boarding the ship, she deliberately sneaked out of her father Chu Kuang's laboratory. And also the things she saw just now in the cleaning room. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her mind. Countless chemical equations rapidly rearranged in her thoughts. Cleaning agents, strong acids, central air conditioning, confined space. A crazy and bold plan took shape in her mind. Sui Sui took a deep breath. She raised her hand and roughly wiped her face. When she looked up again, the tears in her big eyes had dried. Instead, there was a chilling, fierce look. That was the look S00 should have. "You're right," she said. Looking at the figure on the second floor waving a glass of red wine, a cruel smile appeared on her lips. Letting him die would be too easy. I want him to see it with his own eyes. See how I burn his hell to ashes. Sui Sui turned around and looked at Qin Xiao. "Godfather, I need to go somewhere." "Where?" "Ventilation duct." Sui Sui pointed to the unremarkable exhaust vent above her head. "I want to add some spice to these animals." Qin Xiao looked at his daughter's determined face, feeling both pain and pride. He nodded. "Go ahead. Be careful. Your fifth father and I are here watching. As soon as there's a chance, we'll rescue him." "Okay." Sui Sui didn't waste words. She held Gu Bei's hand, and the two of them, like agile little geckos, silently climbed onto the duct frame. They slipped into the dark ventilation opening. Before going in, Sui Sui looked back at that figure. The doctor. "Just wait. The game has only just begun." The ventilation duct was narrow and cramped, filled with the smell of old dust and machine oil. Sui Sui and Gu Bei crawled forward. Their knees scraped against the metal panels, making faint rustling sounds. But these sounds were completely drowned out by the roaring shouts in the hall below. 50 million. I bid 50 million. 60 million. I want those eyes too. The crazy voices echoed through the pipes, like the roar of evil spirits. Sui Sui kept her lips pressed tightly together, her face showing no emotion. She just moved faster, crawling along the tunnel. We've arrived. Gu Bei stopped. Ahead was a fork in the path. To the left was the main air conditioning room, to the right was a cleaning supplies closet. Go right. Sui Sui pointed to the right. They slid down the pipe, pushed open the gate, and landed lightly on the concrete floor of the cleaning room. It was filled with all kinds of cleaning supplies. Large buckets of bleach, strong toilet cleaners, and various degreasers. To an ordinary person, it was just a storage room. But in Sui Sui's eyes, it was an unactivated chemical weapons depot. Is this what you wanted? Gu Bei looked at the bottles and jars, a bit confused. Yes. Sui Sui approached a shelf, picked up a large bucket labeled sodium hypochlorite, bleach. Then she grabbed another bucket labeled hydrochloric acid, toilet cleaner. Her gaze became focused, like she was doing an experiment in a lab. Her professionalism and calmness were completely different from a 3.5-year-old child. Gu Bei, do you know what happens when these two things are mixed? Sui Sui spoke as she searched for a large plastic container. Gu Bei thought for a moment, his face changing slightly. Sodium hypochlorite is alkaline and toilet cleaner is acidic. Neutralization. No. Sui Sui shook her head, a cold smile on her lips.
It's a redox reaction.
NaClO2HCl equals NaClH2OCl2. She recited the deadly chemical equation. Cl2, chlorine gas, one of the most common chemical weapons used during World War II. Gu Bei's pupils shrank. Chlorine gas. Highly toxic. Inhalation burns the respiratory tract, causes pulmonary edema, and can suffocate a person in extreme pain. Are we going to kill them? Gu Bei asked. No. Sui Sui shook her head. She took out a small timer from her backpack. It was a toy given to her by her father. The space here is too big. This small dose can't harm so many people. But it's enough to make them suffer greatly and create perfect chaos. Sui Sui started working. She modified the timer into a delayed pouring device. Using the lever principle, she placed a bucket of toilet cleaner above a bucket of bleach. When the time is up, the toilet cleaner will pour down. Come on, lend a hand. Sui Sui called Gu Bei. Together, they moved this simple, toxic gas generator to the main air intake of the ventilation system. This connects to the entire auction hall's air conditioning. Once the toxic gas is produced, it will be carried by the cold air and spread throughout the whole room within 2 minutes. Set for 5 minutes. Sui Sui set the timer. The red numbers started counting down. 04:59, 04:58, let's go. Sui Sui brushed off the dust on her hands. Showtime is about to begin. In the auction hall, the atmosphere was at its peak. The girl with the code name S012 had her price raised to $80 million. The host's voice was hoarse from shouting, and he was so excited he was gesturing wildly. 80 million once, 80 million twice. A man sitting in the front row, wearing a golden mask, proudly stood up, ready to claim his prize. On the balcony upstairs, the doctor waved his red wine glass, a satisfied smile on his face. This batch is good quality. He spoke to his assistant nearby. Next batch, increase the dosage. Just then, a strange smell drifted out from the air conditioning vent. At first, it was a faint smell of bleach, like the scent of a swimming pool. No one paid much attention. But soon after, the smell became sharp and pungent, like burning plastic or rotten sourness. Cough, cough. Someone started coughing. What is that smell? It's so bad. Cough, cough, cough. My throat. The chaos spread like a plague. The wealthy man in the front row who had just taken a picture of the little girl suddenly covered his neck and started coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. Butter. Give me water. His face instantly turned a dark purple, and tears and mucus streamed down his face. Next, the hall was filled with coughing sounds.
Ah,
My eyes. It hurts so much. Poison gas. There's poison gas. Run. The once elegant and proud wealthy people now looked like angry bees that had been stung. Some knocked over tables. Some stepped on others' shoes. Some fought to reach the exit. The host, who had been so confident before, fell from the stage and rolled on the ground, covering his mouth. The scene quickly became chaotic. On the second floor, the doctor frowned. He also smelled the strange odor. As a top medical expert, he quickly identified what it was. Chlorine gas. His face darkened. Someone has sneaked in. Lock the exits. Turn on the ventilation system, he ordered through the walkie-talkie. But it was too late. The panicked crowd ignored the orders and rushed toward the main door. In the middle of the chaos, two figures wearing gas masks pushed against the crowd, heading toward the metal cage in the center of the stage. That was Qin Xiao and Shenwan San. Just then, Yusui had sent them a signal through the ventilation pipes, telling them to prepare their protective gear early. Shenwan San, though afraid of death, was more worried about the poison gas burning his lungs. He tightened his gas mask so much that his face's flesh was distorted. Old Qin. This smell is too strong. What kind of trouble did our daughter get into? Shenwan Sen ran and complained, his voice muffled inside the mask. Stop talking nonsense. Save the people. Qin Xiao, holding the stolen assault rifle, kicked away a guard blocking the way. They rushed to the cage. The little girl was curled up in the corner, already unconscious from the poison gas. Open the lock, Qin Xiao shouted. Shen Wansen took out a universal key, also given by Yusui. But when he inserted the key, it wouldn't turn. No way, old Qin. Shen Wansen was sweating nervously. This isn't a mechanical lock. It's an electronic lock. It rebooted when the power went out. Now it's double encrypted. Qin Xiao looked at the red light on the lock. There was also a countdown timer. Self-destruct program activated. 0:59 if someone forcibly breaks in or enters the wrong password. The cage will be electrified with high voltage, or it will explode directly. Damn it. Qin Xiao punched the cage. Is it possible to just watch this child die right in front of him? At that moment, Gu Bei's calm voice came through the earpiece. Old master, don't touch that lock. It's a trap. The only way is to cut off the main power of the entire ship. Without power, the magnetic lock will automatically open. Qin Xiao paused. Cut the power? Do you know where the transformer is? Yes. This time it was Sui who spoke. Her voice carried a firm resolve. It's right above us. Give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Qin Xiao suddenly looked up, staring at the complex pipes and wires overhead.
Sui.
Don't do anything reckless. That's high voltage. There's no other way. Sui's voice was very clear in the earpiece, with the sound of electric currents crackling in the background. The independent power supply for the electronic lock is next to the transformer. Only physically cutting it off can disable the lock. Trust me, uncle. After speaking, she ended the call. Qin Zhao's heart felt like it was clenched tightly. He knew what Sui was about to do. This child was too much like her late father. In critical moments, she was willing to risk everything. Above the power distribution room, Sui and Gu Bei crouched beside a huge cable. This was the heart of the entire ship. Thousands of volts of high voltage surged through these thick copper cables, making a buzzing sound that made the scalp tingle. The air was filled with the smell of ionized particles. Even before touching it, their hair was already standing on end. This is the main transformer. Gu Bei pointed at the large machine in front of him, which looked like a metal monster. As long as we destroy that core coil, the whole ship will lose power. But Gu Bei glanced at Sui's small hand. We don't have insulated gloves. With this voltage, even through the air, it could shock a person. You would turn into charcoal. Gu Bei's voice trembled slightly. He grabbed Sui's hand, not wanting her to go. Sui looked at the transformer. Then she looked at the electronic lock below, still counting down. 00:20. 00:19 time was running out. If she hesitated any longer, the girl would be blown into pieces. Sui Sui took a deep breath. She reached into her backpack and took out a kitchen knife. It was something she had grabbed earlier in the cleaning room. Then she took out a roll of black insulating tape. It was the tape her third dad used to wrap around her toy grenades. Gu Bei, help me wrap it. Sui Sui handed the knife and tape to Gu Bei. Gu Bei hesitated for a moment, clenched his teeth, and quickly wrapped the handle of the knife with tape, layer after layer. It was thickly wrapped, looking like a black rice dumpling. Only one chance. Gu Bei handed the knife back to Sui Sui, his eyes red. Be quick, insert it, then immediately let go. Otherwise, the arc will climb up the handle. Sui Sui nodded. She took the knife. The blade was cold, but her palms were sweaty. She slowly moved toward the transformer. The closer she got, the stronger the feeling of electric pressure. Her skin prickled like needles. Big sister. Sui Sui silently prayed in her heart. Bless me. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then suddenly opened them wide. Her eyes shone with determination. Sui Sui used all her strength, gripping the handle tightly. With force, she stabbed it into the transformer's most fragile cooling vent. Zzz, a loud bang, like a thunderclap exploding in her ears. Bright sparks instantly lit up the dark pipe space. That was a blue-purple lightning arc. It looked like a fierce fire dragon rushing out of the transformer. Just as Sui Sui's fingertip touched the coil, she suddenly let go and jumped back.
Boom.
The transformer exploded. A huge blast of air knocked Sui Sui to the ground. She felt her hair was almost singed. Her ears buzzed loudly.
But
in the next second, the whole world went dark. The lights went out. All the lights went out at once. In the auction hall, the flashing red electronic lock lights suddenly went out.
Click.
A clear mechanical sound of a lock releasing. It was the magnetic lock failing. It's open, Qin Xiao shouted loudly. Using his night vision skills as a special soldier, he quickly opened the cage door in the dark. He picked up the unconscious little girl. Old 5.
Retriat. Gu Bei. Sui Sui. Jump down.
I'll catch you, Qin Xiao yelled into his headset. Coming, the grill over the ventilation opening was kicked open. Two small figures dropped from above. Qin Xiao reached out with one arm and caught Sui Sui safely. Although Shen Wansen was chubby, he also quickly caught Gu Bei.
Godfather.
Is my hair burnt? Sui Sui was lying on Qin Xiao's shoulder, her voice weak but with a hint of relief after surviving. Qin Xiao patted her little head. It was indeed a bit frizzy now, and there was a burnt smell, but he thought it was the best smell in the world. No, it's not burnt. It's just curly now. You look prettier. Qin Xiao kissed her forehead and held her and the girl they rescued tightly.
Run.
The backup power will turn on in 30 seconds, Gu Bei shouted loudly from Shen Wansan's arms. This ship was a top-class cruise liner, and the backup generator was also top-tier. In just 30 seconds, the system would restart. Once it did, the lights would come back on and they would be easy targets. Let's go. Qin Xiao led the way, rushing down the corridor they had entered earlier. Darkness was their best cover. All around, wealthy people and bodyguards were rushing chaotically. No one could see clearly who was who. Qin Xiao moved like a heavy tank, charging through the crowd. Get out of the way. He kicked a bodyguard blocking his path aside. Shen Wansan was not willing to fall behind. He grabbed a submachine gun and swung it like a stick, smashing everything in his way. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. They rushed into the corridor. Ahead was the freight elevator. As long as they got into the elevator, they could return to the deck. Hurry. 10 seconds left. Gu Bei looked at the countdown on the Rubik's Cube in his hand. 00:09. 00:08. Everyone ran desperately. When they were 5 meters from the elevator, a deep motor starting sound echoed. Then, the lights above flickered once. They turned on. A blinding white light instantly dispelled the darkness, illuminating the corridor like daytime. Everyone instinctively squinted. At that moment, they saw, at the end of the corridor, in front of the elevator door, a row of people stood, all dressed in black combat uniforms, fully armed. In the middle stood a man in a tuxedo. Doctor. He still held a glass of red wine. A creepy smile played on his face, as if he had known they would run here all along. Everyone, the doctor, raised his glass in a distant toast. Are you enjoying this game of hide and seek? Behind him, dozens of dark guns were raised simultaneously, pointed at Qin Xiao and at Sui Sui. This was a dead end. It was a hopeless situation. The corridor was brightly lit, almost painfully so. The dozens of dark guns looked like one-eyed death gods, coldly watching them. The doctor slowly took off his mask. It was a face that looked only in his 30s, refined, cultured, even a little scholarly. He wore gold-rimmed glasses on a high nose, with thin lips slightly curved into a gentle smile. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, no one can connect this face with the monster on the operating table who dismembers people alive. He looked at Sui Sui, whose eyes behind the glasses shimmered with a nearly crazy, sickly passion. It was like an artist admiring their most perfect work. S001. The doctor spoke softly, gently, like a lover's whisper. You truly are the most perfect masterpiece. Even more perfect than I imagined. Coming to me willingly saves me a lot of trouble. His gaze greedily swept over Sui Sui, as if evaluating a rare treasure. Your genes, your brain, your survival instinct. You are a gift from the gods. Qin Xiao tightly protected Sui Sui in his arms, his bloodshot eyes seeming ready to burst with fire. I don't care what kind of doctor you are. Today, if you dare to hurt my daughter even a little, I will turn you into a pile of parts.
Ha!
The doctor chuckled softly, his laugh cold and chilling. Commander Qin, don't get too excited. I admit you are strong. But no matter how strong you are, can you outrun a bullet? He raised his glass and gently waved his hand. A simple gesture, but it felt like a command from the Grim Reaper. Open fire.
Bang! 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 Bang!
Suddenly, the corridor erupted with intense gunfire. Flames spat out, bullets like a violent storm of metal tearing through the air, roaring toward them. Qin Zhao's pupils shrank sharply. He had no time to think. There was nowhere to hide. His body reacted instinctively. He spun around suddenly, like a wall, using his broad back to shield Sui Sui, Gu Bei, and the unconscious little girl in front of him.
Puff! Puff! Puff!
The dull sound of bullets hitting flesh. Although wearing Chu Kuang's specially made top-grade bulletproof vest, the impact of the heavy blows on his back still made him go black in the eyes. The sound of bones breaking clearly echoed in his ears. Qin Xiao let out a muffled groan, and a stream of fresh blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His ribs were broken. At least 3 of them. The powerful impact made his internal organs churn, and the blood filled his throat with a strong, bloody smell. Godfather, Sui Sui was tightly protected in Qin Zhao's arms, her small face buried in his chest. She could clearly feel the solid chest beneath her, trembling violently. She could smell the increasingly strong scent of blood. She could hear the dull thuds of bullets hitting her godfather's back, each one making her heart race.
Fear.
An unprecedented fear, like a cold hand gripping her heart tightly. It was more terrifying than being tied to an operating table in a laboratory, because this time, she was not the one hurt. It was her father, who was risking his life to protect her. Damn it! I'll fight you all. Shen Wansen was so frightened by the sudden gunfire that he was almost paralyzed with fear. He instinctively curled up and crouched on the ground, covering his head. But when he saw Qin Xiao spitting blood, this usually greedy man's eyes instantly turned red. He grabbed a submachine gun from the ground. It was the first time in his life he had held a real gun. He didn't even know where the safety was. He just pulled the trigger randomly. Da-da-da-da! The recoil from the submachine gun made his fat shake uncontrollably, and the gun wildly sprayed in all directions. Bullets hit the ceiling, the walls, sparks flying everywhere. Cement chunks and broken light fixtures rained down. It was a chaotic, aimless spray of fire. But by some stroke of luck, it hit the mark. The group of mercenaries was forced to find cover under the sudden barrage of gunfire. The gunfire paused for a precious second. Now was the time. Qin Shao endured the tearing pain in his chest, reached into his tactical vest, and pulled out a black, round object. A smoke grenade. Run, he summoned all his strength and threw the smoke grenade toward the doctor. To the deck. Jump into the sea. Whoosh. Thick white smoke instantly filled the corridor. It was so dense that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Cough, cough. Damn it. The doctor was choked by smoke and kept retreating, his elegant tailcoat now covered in dust. Follow me. Don't let them escape, he roared angrily. Qin Shao pulled Shen Wansen up, holding Sui Sui in one arm and the unconscious girl in the other, like an injured beast, trying to find his way through the smoke and rushing toward the deck. Gu Bei closely followed behind them, his small figure surprisingly agile amid the chaos. With each step, Qin Shao felt his broken ribs stabbing into his lungs. It hurt, pain so deep it felt like it was piercing his heart. But he couldn't stop. He had to save the children. The doctor stood still, watching their disappearing figures into the smoke, a cruel and strange smile on his face. He took a red remote control from his pocket. It had only one button. He gently pressed it. Boom! A loud, muffled explosion came from deep inside the ship. The entire Poseidon began to shake violently, as if a giant creature from the deep sea had slammed into it. The ceiling started cracking. Decorative paintings on the walls fell down one after another. The hull was tilting. Self-destruct program activated. The doctor watched everything, his smile growing even more sinister. S-001. Let this ship be your most magnificent coffin. Several times, Qin Shao almost slipped and fell. Each time, he used his uninjured leg to hold himself firmly on the deck, steadying his body. His broken ribs jostled with each frantic run, feeling like knives twisting inside him. Blood kept pouring from his mouth, staining his shirt. Old Qin. Please. Put me down. Shen Wansen looked at Qin Zhao's pale face, crying and sniffling. You run with the kids. I'm too heavy. I'm holding you back. Shut up, Qin Shao shouted angrily, his eyes bloodshot. I saved you from a pile of dead bodies before, and I can get you off this broken ship now. Not a single one will be left behind. He gritted his teeth and gathered incredible strength, almost dragging Shen Wansen to the edge of the deck. There, a row of life rafts was hanging, but most had already been lowered by panicked wealthy passengers. Only one remained, hanging alone on the winch. It was their only way to survive. Hurry, get on. Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. He used one hand to throw the unconscious girl, S-012, into the raft like a sack of potatoes. Then he helped Gu Bei. Gu Bei was light and cooperative, jumping in with a push. Old 5. Hurry. Qin Shao shouted at Shen Wansen. Shen Wansen scrambled into the raft, then reached out to try to pull Qin Shao up. Qin Shao ignored him. He looked down at the small, trembling Yaya in his arms, scared and shaken by the chaos. He gently wiped her tears with his blood-stained, dusty hand. Yaya, don't be afraid. His voice was soft, gentle, nothing like the ruthless, living king he was known as. Your godfather is here. He picked up Yaya, ready to throw her into the raft as well. Just then, creak. A sharp metallic breaking sound came from above. A huge steel beam, shattered by an explosion, plummeted with a howling wind. Its target was exactly where Qin Shao and Yaya stood. Too fast. Almost too late to react. Qin Zhao's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in that moment. He could hide. With his speed, he could definitely hold Sui Sui and dodge. But the rescue boat behind him couldn't escape. That steel beam falling would pierce right through the boat. Everyone would die. There was no time to think. Only instinct. Qin Shao suddenly turned around. He used his back to face the falling steel beam. At the same time, he used all his strength to push Sui Sui toward the rescue boat. Go! A heart-wrenching, angry shout. Bang! The huge steel beam slammed solidly onto Qin Zhao's back. But because he turned at the last moment, the beam missed his spine slightly. It hit his left leg instead. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clear even over the loud explosion. Qin Zhao was knocked to his knees on the deck. His left leg twisted at a strange angle, with white bones poking through his torn pants, exposed to the air. Blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly staining a large part of the deck beneath him. Godfather. Sui Sui was pushed to the edge of the rescue boat. She looked back and saw the scene. That fierce steel beam. That bloody, mangled leg. And the figure kneeling in the pool of blood, still holding his back straight with determination. Sui Sui's world collapsed at that moment. She let out a piercing scream that sounded inhuman, and crazily tried to rush back. Godfather. Let go. I want to save him. Don't go. Shen Wansen held her tightly from behind, tears and snot covering his face.
Sui Sui.
Listen. Going back now is death. Qin Zhao. Hurry up and get on, Shen Wansen shouted at Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao looked up. His face was as pale as paper. Blood kept pouring from his mouth. But he smiled. He looked at Sui Sui inside the rescue boat, smiling brightly. Shen Wansan, he shouted loudly, with a commanding tone that left no room for doubt. Take her and go. Take good care of her. After saying that, he pulled out a military dagger from his waist. Without any hesitation, he quickly struck.
Swish.
The rope hanging the lifeboat was cut in half. No. Sui Sui watched helplessly as the lifeboat detached from the ship and started falling into the sea. She reached out her hand, trying to grab something. But she only caught cold air. She looked at the man pressed under the steel beam on the deck. She saw him make his final gesture with his mouth. Live on, the lifeboat hit the water with a loud bang, splashing huge waves. The big waves pushed them far away. The burning giant ship became smaller and more blurry in Sui Sui's view. Only the blazing fire and the figure kneeling in the blood remained. On the deck, Qin Zhao looked at the distant lifeboat and finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked down at his badly injured leg. The pain was so intense he almost fainted. But he couldn't die. He promised Old Lin to take good care of his daughter. He promised Sui Sui to bring her home. Qin Zhao clenched his dagger tightly. His eyes turned fierce again. Since his leg was broken, then he didn't need that leg anymore. He raised the dagger and aimed at his trapped left knee.
Only Sui Sui.
She was lying on the cold ship's side, completely still. Her big eyes were fixed on the dark sea that had just swallowed the giant ship.
No tears.
No sound, just watching silently, as if she wanted to see through the sea. Her world was silent. All sounds had disappeared. Only her silhouette remained. The figure kneeling in the blood-stained water, cutting the rope. The figure smiling and telling her, keep going. Why? Why do all the people who care about her have to leave? Her mother, her sister, her silent grandfather. Now, even her godfather. Is she a curse? Does everyone who cares for her die? A huge, suffocating despair flooded her like a wave. The small hole in her heart, just filled, was torn open again. And it was bigger, deeper, colder than before. Wow. Her suppressed emotions finally burst out completely. Sui Sui opened her mouth and let out a heart-wrenching cry. It was not the cry of a 3-year-old. It carried too much pain, despair, and self-hatred. Godfather. Come back. Sui Sui was wrong. I shouldn't have been so stubborn. I shouldn't have come to this broken ship. Please come back. Her small hands pounded the ship's side hard, her hands bleeding and raw. Shen Wansan came to his senses, looking at Sui Sui, who was crying as if she would stop breathing, feeling heartbroken. He crawled over and held her in his arms.
Don't cry, Sui Sui.
Don't cry, Qin Zhao. He will be fine. Even he didn't believe these words of comfort. Falling from such a high ship and breaking his leg on steel beams. How could he possibly survive? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Shen Wansen held Sui Sui, a man in his 40s, crying like a child.
I'm useless.
I can't protect him. I can't protect you. Gu Bei also came over. He reached out his cold little hand and clumsily wiped Sui Sui's tears. "Don't cry." His voice was soft, trembling slightly. "Big Dad is a hero. Heroes don't die," but Sui couldn't hear anything anymore. Her little head was shaking desperately in Shen Wansan's arms, and her crying grew more intense. It seemed she wanted to cry out all the unfairness she had suffered over the past 3 years.
Dad. Suddenly.
A very faint, unclear whisper escaped from her mouth. "Dad. Don't die. Be good, Sui. I won't run around anymore. Come back, Dad." Shen Wansan and Gu Bei were both stunned. This was the first time Sui called Qin Xiao Dad. Not a godfather, but Dad. That word, Dad, felt like a knife, stabbing deeply into Shen Wansan's heart. He hugged Sui tightly, letting his tears fall onto the child's hair. The sea wind howled, carrying a salty, wet smell. The small rescue boat, in the vast dark ocean, looked like a lonely island of despair. Just when everyone was drowning in hopelessness, suddenly, a few bright beams of light appeared on the distant sea surface. Then came the loud roar of engines. Virum, several black speedboats, like arrows shot from a bow, cut through the waves and sped toward them. On the speedboats, a group of fully armed men stood. Leading them was a man dressed in black police combat gear, holding a gun, with sharp eyes like an eagle. It was Sui's sixth uncle, Lei Ting. He brought the joint operation team of international detectives and finally arrived.
Quick.
There are survivors over there. Lei Ting used night vision goggles and saw the rescue boat floating and sinking in the waves. The speedboats quickly approached. When Lei Ting jumped onto the rescue boat and saw Sui crying so hard she almost fainted, and Gu Bei and Shen Wansan looking pale, his heart sank to the bottom. "Where's Qin Xiao?" Lei Ting grabbed Shen Wansan's collar and shouted angrily. Shen Wansan pointed at the dark sea, tears streaming down his face.
He
fell into the water trying to save us. He looked at the calm sea surface that had returned to peace. His last hope was also shattered.
No.
Dad isn't dead. Sui broke free from Shen Wansan's embrace, climbed to the edge of the boat, and with all her strength, cried out to the sea.
Dad, come out.
Sui is here. Dad. At this moment, Gu Bei's eyes suddenly lit up. He pointed to a floating object not far away.
There.
Someone is there. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. A few dozen meters away on the sea, on a large piece of driftwood, it seemed like a black figure was lying there. Quick. Shine the spotlight over. Lei Ting shouted loudly. A few powerful beams of light instantly focused on the black figure. Now they could see clearly. It was really a person. He was covered in blood, one leg twisted unnaturally, but one hand still tightly clung to the piece of wood. It was Qin Xiao. He was still alive. Dad. Sui saw the figure and let out a surprised scream, almost falling off the boat. The speedboat rushed over at full speed. Several soldiers jumped into the water and worked together to lift the unconscious Qin Xiao onto the boat. Sui rushed forward and tightly held Qin Xiao's cold hand. Dad, wake up. Qin Xiao's eyelids moved slightly, as if he wanted to open his eyes, but he was too weak. He only used his last bit of willpower to slowly open the fist that had been clenched tightly all along. In his palm was a piece of a damaged, swollen data hard drive, already broken in two. That was the thing he risked his life to get from the doctor, in the capital city, at the general hospital of the military district. Outside the top VIP ward, the atmosphere was so tense it was hard to breathe. The corridor was full of people. Lu Xi, Chu Kuang, Shadow, Shen Wansan, Lei Ting, 6 powerful figures whose influence could shake the city, stood silently, each looking more grim than the last. Their eyes were all fixed on the large glass window of the intensive care unit. Inside the window, Qin Xiao lay on the hospital bed, connected to various tubes, with a ventilator on his face. The heartbeat monitor showed fragile lines, as if they could turn into a straight line at any moment. He had multiple broken bones. He was bleeding heavily inside. His blood loss caused shock. His left leg, pressed under heavy objects for a long time and soaked in seawater, had nerve damage and muscle atrophy. Whether it could be saved was still unknown. Lu Xi had just finished a 16-hour surgery, barely pulling him back from the brink of death. But he was still unconscious. Outside the glass window, a small figure was leaning against the cold glass.
Sui sui.
She had been standing there all day and night. Not eating, not drinking, not speaking. No matter who tried to persuade her, she ignored them. She just stayed there, her small hand pressed against the glass, as if trying to send her warmth to the man sleeping inside. Her once cold, fierce, and hateful eyes now only held emptiness and endless guilt. It was her. It was her stubbornness that led her to that ship. It was her helplessness that failed to protect her godfather. If she hadn't pushed her away, her godfather wouldn't have broken his leg. If her godfather died. Sui didn't dare to think about it. The thought alone made her tiny heart feel as if it was being squeezed tightly by an invisible hand, hurting so much she couldn't breathe. She would rather die herself. Sui, eat something. Shun Wansen came over with a bowl of steaming porridge, voice choked with emotion. If you keep going like this, your body will break down. Your godfather will be distressed if he wakes up and sees you like this. Sui shook her head, her small head still pressed against the glass, unmoving. She couldn't eat anything now. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw her godfather hit by the steel beam, and her godfather smiling and mouthing keep going to her. Gu Beima silently walked over to her. He didn't try to persuade her. He simply placed the wrapped data hard drive, still salty from seawater, beside her hand. This is what Dad risked his life to get back. Gu Bei's voice was soft but firm. We must unlock it.
For Dad and for ourselves. Sui fingers trembled slightly.
She turned her head and looked at the broken piece of hard drive.
Yes.
She couldn't give up. She still had to seek revenge. She still needed to find a way to unlock the gene lock. She also had to save her father. Sui wiped away tears from the corner of her eye. In her hollow eyes, a new spark appeared. It was a determined, reckless resolve to fight no matter what. She turned around and looked at Lu Xi, who was worried behind her. Second Dad. Her voice was hoarse but very clear. I want to go into the lab. I want to save Dad. And I want to save myself. Lu Xi looked at this small child, who seemed to have grown up overnight, and nodded heavily.
Okay.
3 days later, in Lu Xi's private lab, Sui and Gu Bei sat in front of a computer, fingers flying over the keyboard. The encryption on that half of the hard drive was very complex, a military-grade 13-layer encryption, and some data was damaged due to water. But these two genius children, one good at hardware reconstruction, the other at software decoding, worked perfectly together. After 72 hours of non-stop effort, finally, a green progress bar appeared on the screen. Data repair in progress. 10%. 50%. 99%. Ding. Repair complete. Decoding in progress. Lu Xi and Chu Kuang stood behind them, their palms sweaty with nervousness. At that moment,
Lu Xi's brow suddenly furrowed.
He saw a trace of bright red beneath Sui's small nose. At first, just a drop. Then, like a string of beads breaking, drops fell onto the white keyboard one after another. She was nosebleeding.
Sui, Luce exclaimed, quickly grabbing tissues.
But the blood wouldn't stop. More and more. Even staining her clothes red. A gene backlash. It had begun. The air in the lab instantly dropped to freezing. Seeing the continuous bleeding from Sui's nose, Lu Xi's face suddenly turned even whiter than the wall. Hurry! Let her lie down. Lu Xi's voice trembled. He rushed over, quickly picked up Sui, whose body was starting to weaken, and gently laid her on the nearby lab bed. Chu Kuang also panicked, hurriedly grabbing blood-stopping cotton and an ice pack. What happened?
What's going on?
Why is she bleeding so much all of a sudden? It's a backlash. Lu Xi gritted his teeth as he treated Sui urgently. Her internal gene lock is becoming unstable. The battle on the ship and the strong electric shocks during the power outage sped up the breakdown of her medication and the division of her cells. Her body is being overused. Gu Bei stood nearby, watching Sui Sui's pale face and weak breathing, her small fists clenched tightly. He hated feeling helpless. If only he could crack the hard drive faster, if only he could find the full antidote. At that moment, the last firewall on the computer screen was breached. "It's unlocked," Gu Bei exclaimed. Countless streams of data spread out like a waterfall on the screen. It was a series of extremely complex gene sequences made up of the letters A, T, C, and G. "Quick! Export the data," Lu Xi shouted without looking up. He was holding Sui Sui's nose with one hand and a testing device with the other, unable to move away. Gu Bei quickly operated, importing those precious data into Lu Xi's biological analysis system. However, when the data finished importing and the system automatically generated a 3D structure diagram, everyone's heart sank again. It was a broken, fragmented double helix. Like a snake cut in half. Only half. Lu Xi looked at the screen, his eyes full of despair. What Qin Shao fought his life for had only yielded half of the data. This meant they could only see half of the gene lock structure, but not the full unlocking sequence. "What do we do? What do we do?" Chu Kuang was frantic, pacing around the lab. "Can we calculate the other half?" Lu Xi firmly denied. The arrangement of gene codes is an astronomical number. Missing just one base pair can lead to completely different results. It could cause even worse genetic breakdowns. Could it be? There really is no hope? Watching Sui grow weaker on the bed, Lu Xi's eyes turned red.
No.
He couldn't give up. Even if only half a chance remained, he had to try. "Gu Bei, extract all the gene segments related to telomerase repair." "Chu Kuang, go to the ultra-low temperature freezer and bring the T7 biological enzyme. I want to prepare a remedy forcibly." Lu Xi's gaze became frantic. He was fighting death itself to save her. Over the next several hours, the entire lab operated at full speed. Lu Xi worked like crazy, non-stop experimenting, analyzing, and mixing. Countless failures. Countless retries. Finally, just before dawn, a faint blue liquid emitting a soft glow was successfully extracted in the centrifuge. "It's done." Lu Xi looked at the medicine, exhausted and slumped in his chair. Carefully, he slowly injected this half-dose antidote into Sui Sui's vein. A miracle happened. The heavy nosebleed actually began to slow and stop. On the monitor, Sui Sui's previously weak heartbeat grew steady and strong. Phew. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. For now, her life was saved. But Lu Xi felt no relief at all. He knew this was only a temporary remedy. It addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. And who knew what unknown side effects might come from a drug made with incomplete data. A week later, Qin Shao finally moved from the intensive care unit to a regular ward. He woke up, though still very weak, with a thick cast on his left leg hanging in the air. At least his life was saved. The first thing he said after waking was, "Where is Sui Sui?" when he saw the little bundle sleeping peacefully beside his bed, with a bit of shiny drool at the corner of her mouth. The tough, hardened man's eyes instantly welled with tears. He reached out with his hand that was not hooked up to N4, gently wanting to touch his daughter's hair. Sui seemed to sense something. Her little nose wrinkled, and she groggily opened her eyes. She saw Qin Shao was awake and was momentarily stunned. Then, her big, usually cold eyes lit up with great joy. "Daddy." She threw herself into Qin Zhao's arms, her small head rubbing against his chest. "You're awake. You finally woke up. I missed you so much, Sui." Holding this precious child who had come back to him, Qin Shao felt his heart, which had been emptied, fill up again. "I missed you too, Daddy." He gently rubbed Sui's small head and suddenly noticed something was a bit off. Sui, why are you so sleepy?" "I don't know." Sui yawned widely, her eyelids starting to flutter. "I just really want to sleep." As she spoke, she unexpectedly fell asleep again in Qin Zhao's arms. Qin Shao frowned and looked at Lu Xi at the door. Lu Xi sighed and told him about the side effects. Extreme drowsiness. Occasional memory gaps. Qin Zhao's heart clenched again. He looked down at his sleeping daughter, who looked like a little piglet, feeling full of guilt and concern. This child, following him, had suffered so much.
Just then,
the door of the ward was pushed open. Lei Ting entered with the girl from S-012, who had been rescued from the ship. Since her rescue, she hadn't spoken or interacted with anyone. The doctor diagnosed her with severe psychological trauma. So, everyone gave her a nickname, Little Mute. But today, Little Mute was acting strangely. She walked to Sui Sui's bed, looked at the data hard drive, then at the sleeping Sui Sui. Then, she suddenly raised her head, looked at everyone, and opened her mouth. In a very strange, machine-like voice, she slowly uttered a string of numbers. 1, 9, 9, 3, whole, turn, 2, 1. These cold, emotionless numbers escaped from the mouth of the silent little girl, like a stone thrown into a quiet hospital room, causing invisible ripples to spread. Everyone was stunned. Lu Xi pushed up his glasses, frowning deeply. Shen Wansen opened his mouth wide, looking incredulous. Even Gu Bei, who had been standing in the corner like a shadow, stopped turning his Rubik's Cube and looked sharply at the girl they called Little Mute. 1993071. This is a date. Is it her birthday? Or a code for an experiment? Qin Xiao looked at the girl. After she said these numbers, she returned to her blank, dull expression, as if she hadn't spoken at all. A cold feeling rose in his heart. How many children like Sui Sui and Gu Bei did the Eternal Life Society create? At that moment, the hospital door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. A strong gust of wind, mixed with the cold early winter air of Beijing, rushed in. Old Qin, are you alive or what? A tall man nearly 2 meters tall, dressed in a black police tactical suit, strode into the room. He had dark skin, a buzz cut, and a scar running from his brow to his mouth, making his face look fierce. This was Sui Sui's sixth godfather, Lei Ting. He was the head of the city's criminal investigation team, nicknamed Thunder, and the criminals he sent to prison could fill an entire special unit. He had just come from a cross-province manhunt, still in his uniform, and when he heard about Qin Zhao's accident, he drove straight over in a police car. You're not dead, even if I die, Qin Xiao said weakly, leaning against the bed. Lei Ting rushed to the bedside in 3 steps, seeing Qin Zhao's leg in a cast hanging high and his face as pale as paper. His eyes suddenly turned red. Damn it! Who did this? Lei Ting punched the cabinet beside the bed, making the water cups jump. Stop crying, old man, Qin Xiao waved his hand, signaling him to look to the side. Only then did Lei Ting notice there were few small children in the room. His gaze fell on Sui Sui, who was lying peacefully beside Qin Zhao's bed, her small face flushed with color. Just now, the Thunder God was full of fierce energy, but his eyes suddenly softened. Is this Lin's daughter? She looks very pretty. He quietly tiptoed to the bed, crouched down, and reached out to touch Sui Sui's little face. He hesitated, worried that his calloused hand might hurt the child, so he stopped midair, afraid to make a move. Sixth father. Sui Sui woke up, rubbed her eyes, and mumbled softly. That, sixth father, call melted Thunder God's heart. Hey.
Hey.
My girl is awake. Thunder God was so happy he looked like a big kid weighing 300 jin. He quickly took out a handful of white rabbit candies from his pocket. Here, sixth father brought you some sweets. At that moment, he saw Sui Sui's quiet, gentlemanly friend Gu Bei and the silent, little mute, boy with the vacant eyes. After hearing Shen Wansan's partial account of what happened on the Poseidon, Thunder God's fierce energy returned. Yongsheng Society. He chewed these 3 words in his mouth. The scar on his face twitched with muscle movement, looking like a fierce centipede. All right, I got it. Qin Xiao was badly injured and needed complete rest. Because of her sleepiness, Sui Sui couldn't be sent to kindergarten anymore. But several godfathers had their own tasks. Lu Xi had to stay at the hospital, Chu Kuang needed to analyze data at the research institute, Shen Wansan had to handle the company's mess, and Shadow was even more elusive. Taking care of the children became a big challenge. "I'll do it." Thunder God pounded his chest confidently. "You?" Chu Kwang looked at him with disdain. "You're just a rough guy. Besides catching thieves, what else can you do? Don't let our girl go astray. Hey, you tech nerd look down on me?" Thunder God was annoyed. "I take care of kids with real toughness. Guarantee our girl will grow up strong and spirited." Amid the debate, Thunder God took Sui Sui and Gu Bei away. He didn't take them to the park or amusement park. He drove his imposing police jeep, honking the horn all the way, and brought the two children back to the Criminal Investigation Unit of the City Bureau. The CID was the place with the strongest positive and negative energy in the entire capital. The corridor was filled with police officers in uniform, armed and alert. The air is filled with the smell of nicotine and coffee after a long night. When Thunder, holding the adorable little Usu in one arm and leading the cool Gu Bei in the other, walks into the office, the entire criminal investigation team is shocked.
Wow.
"Captain Thunder, when did you have such big kids? Is this our Thunder's child? She doesn't look like him. With his looks, how did he have such a beautiful daughter? Hurry, Xiao Zhang. Bring out the hidden chocolates. Xiao Li, pour a cup of hot milk." A group of tough men, all around 1.85 meters tall, muscular, capable of handling criminals with their bare hands, gather around. They look at Usu, dressed in a pink padded jacket, looking like a soft rice ball, and their hearts melt. This man, who can shoot without trembling, now wants to touch Usu's face, but is trembling himself. The pretrial expert, who has been staying up for 3 days and nights questioning suspects, is now trying to imitate a puppy's bark to make Usu happy. This is the charming contrast of tough men taking care of children. Usu feels a bit uncomfortable being surrounded by these enthusiastic uncles. But she can sense that these people mean no harm. They only have a pure, kind-hearted affection. She takes a bag of potato chips from one uncle, tears it open, and starts munching happily. Gu Bei is given a police badge by another uncle, and he turns it over in his hands, studying it carefully. "All right, everyone disperse. Get back to work," Thunder shouts, dismissing his unhelpful subordinates, and places Usu on his large desk. His desk is messy, covered with a pile of files and photos. These are related to a case he's been working on recently. A series of kidnapping cases that have left him exhausted. "Damn, this is the 7th one," Thunder mutters irritably, scratching his short hair and lighting a cigarette. The victims are all young women in their early 20s, quite pretty. There's no ransom call, no bodies found, just people vanishing into thin air. "We've checked the scene dozens of times, but haven't found a single hair." He throws several photos onto the desk. The pictures show the last footage of the victims before they disappeared, captured by surveillance cameras. It was in an old neighborhood alley. The girl is wearing a white dress, talking on the phone with her friend. Then, she turned into an alley. She never came out again. The police searched the alley thoroughly, even using police dogs, but found nothing. The case reached a dead end. Thunder had been worried and unable to sleep well for several days. Sui Sui sat on the table, swinging her little short legs. She was eating chips and lazily glanced at a photo on the table. Her eyes paused for a brief moment on a photo of the alley entrance. Then, she reached out her small, chip-stained hand and pointed at a green trash can in the background of the photo. "Sixta." Her voice was soft and gentle. "This trash can's position is wrong." Thunder was annoyed and instinctively replied, "What's wrong?" "What's wrong with a broken trash can?" "Wrong." Sui Sui shook her head confidently. She leaned her small head closer to the photo and looked carefully. This model of trash can was replaced this summer by the city. Underneath its wheels there are 3 anti-slip screws. But look at this one in the photo. Sui Sui pointed at the blurry shadow. It has 4 screws under the wheel. This is the old model from last year. Also, she pointed again at the trash can's placement. According to the city planning map, the garbage collection point for this neighborhood is at the corner on the other side of the alley. This spot has never had a trash can in the past 3 years. Thunder's cigarette fell from his hand. He suddenly stood up, snatched the photo, and stared hard at the unremarkable trash can. Just as Sui Sui said. The wheels are 4 screws. The position is wrong. Why would a discarded, outdated trash can, one that shouldn't be here, appear at the crime scene? A huge, chilling thought suddenly struck him.
Could it be?
This trash can is the murder weapon? Or perhaps the container used to hide the body?